Hi everyone, I'm Hypernova from North America.
Hello， 大家好，我是永劫无间赛事官方主持亚哥。那首先我先给大家介绍一下，那今天呢，我穿的也是一个明制的汉服，因为明制汉服上承周汉，下启唐宋，也是代表了我们的中华文化源远流长。欢迎各位选手来到上海，来到中国，来到捷杯。听说，小蜘蛛是不是先卷起来了？先准备了礼物，对不对 ？Spider prepared the present for you.
Spider-Man.
Wow, guess what is it?
谢谢。
Let's guess.
这京剧吗
Chinese traditional mask.
Panther and Spider-Man, right? 这是复仇者联盟吧？你们俩今天是为什么今天给我们 Nova 准备了这样的礼物呢？
因为比较有特色吧，我觉得。
I kind of do like Black Panther a lot. I like the mask. I think it's a nice gift.
You can have a handshake together because the first present is your first time come to China.
Yeah, it is. I'm really impressed by the country. It's awesome.
Actually, I was impressed by this view. So beautiful and awesome.
Awesome.
I'd like to travel across the river.
Because we will have the different mission today in Shanghai and have the different journey. Are you ready?
Yes, couldn't be more.
游戏规则是小蜘蛛、麦克和雅各作为捷杯导游，与海普诺瓦、雷克斯和北极星分别组成3个小队。你们将依次出发，在上海感受中国文化里的吃喝玩乐。所有人必须在2小时内完成任务，并全往最终决赛前。首个到达决赛圈的小队赢得神秘奖品，并且在这次旅途中，请所有人为你在这次捷杯中最想熟络起来的一份选手买一份专属于他的伴手礼。
那我们有请 Mike 给我们的选手们一起翻译一下。
啊？Spider, Mike and Yager will be 导游怎么说啊？
如果今天有哪个小组没有完成任务，需要 cos 水娘、火男或者是哈迪、神庙等等，在小组赛结束之后兑现。cos 水娘，你们俩准备一下吧，我肯定会赢的今天。
我为了不 cos， 我会尽力的。
你呢，水娘？
我包不 cos 的呀。
Let's make it fun. Let's cosplay. I'm looking at you, Nova. You cannot get out of this.
I didn't sign up for this.
请随机选择你们今天出行方式。Yeah. Okay. Okay, prepared and 3, 2, 1.
交通卡支付，你是吧？
快捷支付就可以。
What is our 现金 is the cash. We use the cash.
交通卡是什么？
你也不知道对吧？交给我这个上海人行不行？怎么样？我们 exchange. What about exchange? Because I'm more familiar with the transfer in Shanghai.
No.
Why not? I'm helping you. I'm helping. Yeah, he doesn't like cash. I don't know why. Maybe because the online payment is too convenient for him. 接下来就要准备进入我们下一趴去完成各自的任务了。大家准备好了没？3, 2, 1，农行这边。
We go 南京 road， 然后 I 教你说 speak Chinese， 然后就不知道了。我们 WeChat 交流 ，OK？
Okay.
我准备用微信的翻译打字交流。
Where do we go?
我们要等一下啊，我教你。
Oh, okay.
You listen to me. 得了灰指甲。
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 没有。得了灰指甲。指甲。我们坐 car taxi. Do you want to eat something?
I would like to eat dim sum.
And you know what is the 上海三件套？
我
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
上海三件套 which is the 东方明珠 that one is 东方明珠 and 金茂大厦 and the 上海中心 I think our mission is really easy because you see there's the symbol of Shanghai and we can take the photo together and then we can have the rest and we will win the game today. Yeah, it's really easy. Let's go. We are the champion.
We are the champion.
Yeah, we are the champion. Okay, let's go. One screenshot. Okay, our mission complete. 我们完成了已经。对啊，我们好简单。
非常抱歉的通知你，任务失败。
啊？为什么？
我们打卡的角度是不一样的，我们必须要过江边，到达三件套就好。
哦，我知道了，就是网上现在很火的那个上海三件套打卡。We are the champion.
We are the champion.
OK， 我想的太简单了。
太累了。
请前往城隍庙并品尝名为细客肠掐汤的著名小吃。我们是钱现金打车吧？哎呦，那有点难，得找 taxi 啊。If we will to find the taxi, how people?
Okay, okay.
We will go 城隍庙to eat some Chinese
okay,
delicious
nice.
food.
Awesome.
哎，师傅，见人不？师傅去城隍庙走不走？城隍庙不走啊？哦，有人叫是吧？好。He has people. Yeah. 他有人叫的时候，我们得找人，赶紧不好找车啊。They have a lot of taxi. We can find.
Okay, hello y'all. Mike is gonna take me to some cool Chinese restaurant, and right now we are waiting for the taxi that is gonna take us there. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it because I really didn't have any good Chinese food ever. Like basically never.
他不理我。
No, we had a taxi
他不理
there.
我。城隍庙，走 ，go。
Okay, nice. So we're gonna go to Shanghai, eat some nice food, and also hopefully try a bunch of new things that I haven't done before. And this city is totally freaking awesome. Out?
This is 城隍庙。
Sir, we go out? Yeah.
说你们的目的地是南京路步行街。
德乐华家境，
得了灰指甲。
德乐灰指甲 ，Is that it？
我
德乐华家境，
哦，得了灰指甲。
哦，德乐灰指甲
哎耶，
，OK。
我们可不可以让？我会让师傅对一下。师傅，我让他跟你说句话，你能说出就下一句吗？就是 listen to me， 马什么梅？马什么梅？
马什么梅？
东北样子。
OK， 谢谢你师傅，已经完成一个了，还差2个。
为什么我们不坐渡轮过去 ？What about use the ship? And you see, use the cart. When we use the cart, we have the different way. Yeah, transportation. 那你们知道吗？他们都以为拿了交通卡，我们最不划算了。其实上海的交通卡，不管是你坐公交、地铁还是渡轮，它都可以用。我这笔账算的真是真清楚。您好，我们要坐船的话怎么做？
要是想买交通卡，
这个可以用是不是？
要翻译。
哇哦 ，unique experience。
I like the view. So beautiful.
I think we are arrived。
Yeah.
是不是很快？快夸我，超棒，是不是？我们在这里拍吧。
可以吗？
OK， 我们尝试一下，拿一下相机，可以。哦，这样子，这样会不会显脸大 ？You can 3, 2, 1 screenshot。是不是成功了？成功。 们去下一个地点吧。那我们接下来就去下一个地点啊，走吧。
走。
OK. Are you afraid? Because Shanghai Center is the highest tower in Shanghai.
Afraid, maybe a little bit, but not much.
Okay.
I think I can handle.
现在这么愉快，准备要去上海中心去观光浏览的时候，哎，不知道 Spider 和 Nova 两个社恐啊，有没有找到人完成他们的任务？来，让我们镜头给到他们。
We go
here.
感觉前面繁华一点，往前面走一走。Do you want to eat 吗
Yeah. Let's go.
？OK
I
OK，
can get one.
直接 give me 就好了。OK。OK。
Yes. Okay.
OK。南京路往哪里走呢？哪里是南京路呢？迷路了，兄弟。就 go there。应该就是这里了。哎，不对，是这里。哎，找到啦，找到啦。This is Nanjing Road.
This is Nanjing Road.
Yeah. 就在这里，随便找2个人问一下，好尴尬呀。
我说的我真
Yeah, okay, you didn't walk. No walk.
我是。可以。他是什么？他是那个一个外赛训的一个选手，就体验一下这边的这个当地特色。要不你也去啊
Oh wait, okay, my bad. Sorry.
哎，这个什么，这个细壳肠藕汤是不是那种藕汤啊？
Right.
哎，你好，叔，你是上海人吗？
我不是，
那你们这有上海人吗？
上海人没有
吗？
Do I need
我
like
要问你们
chopsticks?
这个什么细壳肠藕叉汤是什么东西？
这里啊，藕叉汤，
里面吗 ？OK， 谢谢你啊。Eat, I will ask this question.
From who? From me?
You can sit eat a minute, some minutes.
Okay.
哇哦！但是我们赶上了日落。刚刚舒老师
I have to do this.
，amazing。导游上线了，我其实一眼进来就看到，能 that ancient building. You see that ancient building? Yeah, I think this is the 城隍庙，城隍 temple。来，麦克和Luxy，
有点难，感觉他们好像都疑惑住了。我拿了，然后去结账是吧 ？OK。小笼包。
接近。
接近了。汤包。是汤包吗？不。汤包我们现在知道那在哪里买的？在哪里买？大麦。可以吗？你声音小点，我有点紧张。
Oh my god.
大麦。
OK，
你今天拍节目吗？
对，我带这个外贴
切这个，可以可以，
来体验一下。
一个
很开心，很开心。我一眼就看到你了，在那边。
这么夸张吗？
对的。
谢谢你，谢谢你。
加油
！OK，加油，加油。汤包在哪里啊？
你给他拿不要紧，你给他拿不要紧。
那你们这个汤包是在哪里买的呀？这一家吗？哦，好，谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。蟹黄灌汤包，You want to eat？蟹黄灌汤包给你。
Okay, we can try one. I can try one.
等一下，等一下。拿2个蟹黄灌汤包2份。2个灌汤包。对。好嘞。完了，我们没手了。走走走。
Oh, it's like crab, right?
It is crab.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
Whoa.
Careful with your shoes.
No. Whoa.
Wow, the shoes.
没死啊！没死啊！就是我们把那个米给拆出来了，然后我们也吃了，也吃完了。What do you say?
Dumpling with the crab and the soup was really delicious. I really didn't think you can put the soup into a dumpling, but apparently Chinese can make everything possible. So it was really delicious, and also I liked it a lot.
Next place is the Nanjing Lu walking street. I think it's this way. I can show you this one. This is the People's Square. Nanjing Road walking street can walk to the bund, so we can see the bund is there, and so 那一条就是南京路步行街。我已经看到 Spider 了，而且我已经看到 Spider 和 Nova 在被围追堵截，要签名的样子了。
这怎么问啊？去哪里找一个看起来比较友善的人呢？好尴尬呀！我操，我从未有过如此尴尬的时候。抠脚脚。哪里有友善的人？反正看起来并不友善。你好，能问你个问题吗？
呀。
就是我们就是问你一句话，然后你帮我回答下一句话。不要啊，好吧。被拒绝了，有点。你好，能帮个忙吗？就是我们问你一句话，你帮我答出下一句话。好。唉，又是被拒绝的一天。真的能完成吗？ Come on, come on, Noah, come on。哎，问你们一个问题，你先别急啊，我先问你们一个，就是我说上句话，你们说下句话就行。
The screen would
那
black.
不是我说 ，Noah, come on, speak 马什么梅？
马什么梅
？OK， 谢谢你。然后我们换一个嘛，你说拉钩上吊。
拉钩上吊。
Yes， 然后你说下一句。 好，谢谢你们，完成了。
是的，我们在城隍庙那里遇到的。
已经给他逮到了。OK。我可以。好 ，NBPL 里的选手，你最喜欢谁？
最喜欢你。
好好好。
因为他在这里。
你好现实啊。
实际上你最喜欢谁？
没事的，可以说。
麦克。
很感谢麦克的2个粉丝和麦克。
哎，谁第一个到的呀？今天？你们啊，这么厉害啊！
好的，恭喜麦克组成为天选之人。
Go go go！
哦，
哇！
哇！恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜！哇哦 ，fantastic！ 哇！哎，我听说 Spider 今天对这个扇子有一个锐评啊。
我觉得扇子在单排中的表现是非常的亮眼，就是玩单排一定要玩扇子。
I also think it's a pretty strong weapon from up close, and it makes it really hard to actually close in on your opponent with that has a fan.
那分享完了，我们今天的礼物也分享完了扇子啊，哎，那比赛有输有赢，今天谁要去做 cosplay？
今天所有的组都按时完成了任务，所以没有输家。
没有输家节目有什么看点啊？那肯定要。
输家也是你啊？
为什么是我啊？
你最后来的呀。
但有个问题啊，他们作弊，他们用粉丝帮他们完成任务，对吧？是不是你得让他 cos 一下？
什么人物啊？
那是不是就碰巧路上碰到了嘛？那也没事
啊
打电话上来嘛。
Spider 怎么样？他们组花超了，他们预算花超了。
哎，你不要挑拨这个挑拨那个了，我们要联合一心。
但是永杰爸爸的钱就不是钱了吗？
我都给他送了个新一会员管家来加我微信了，你说是不是钱？
So I would like to know for the whole journey today. So how's your feeling about Mike?
Oh, and he's trying really hard to speak English with me, and I really appreciate the effort. Because next time I'm coming back, if I come back next year, I'll speak Chinese better so I can talk with him.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like Spider's kind of like me. So yeah, like we're both pretty laid back, pretty chill, reserved, you know.
我觉得我们两个的性格确实是一样的嘛，就是比较，就刚开始可能比较内向嘛。如果10分的话，我就给自己打个5分吧，因为首先就是我对那个地方不是很熟，然后再就是可能有一些我想表达的意思表达不出去。
I would give him maybe 9 out of 10.
My partner is very a open-minded person, so I think you make me feel comfortable, so I can like talk a lot.
Do you enjoy the journey as an esport player?
Oh yeah, it's really unique. I never had anything similar, so this is my first time, and I'm really amazed by how NARAKA staff also prepared everything for us, and also practicing against this, Chinese teams and everything. They are a lot more organized and a lot more passionate about the game.
Introduce your present and also introduce who you wanna give the present to.
Okay. So I decided to pick you. Actually,
Me?
yes. Actually.
Oh, it's so in Chinese Mandarin it's 发展. Wow, really? Thank you. Maybe I can put.
Maybe you can post that later.
Okay, thank you. You can put it here. Thank you.
啊，首先啊，文化遗产这个剪纸也是剪得非常像，来对比一下，
好帅啊！
非常像，也是10分相似，也是一个礼物，来。
10分有12分。
还有一个这个谋字啊，这个姓氏，当然把这个送给这位姓谋的选手，一个手镯，一个是个这个叫什么手链，然后也是希望他能加油，并且好好的，好吧？
对，那我今天准备的这样子的一个笔记本呢，上面是有一个漆器。这个漆器啊，我觉得有一个比较遗憾的点，就是漆器的英文是 Japan， 但它其实是我们中国的一个非物质文化遗产。Yeah, so that's why I prepared this notebook and just as a gift to my teammate.
Oh,
Yeah.
you make me feel so bad.
Why?
I didn't buy
Don't
anything
be
for
that.
you.
Don't be that. Just give it to you,
thank
and
you.
it's represent the Chinese
谢谢啊。
culture. And also, I would like to say, just enjoy the Chinese culture in the J Cup these days.
A scene from highest play in Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and it's like the sun is set. Yeah. So 就是麦克
Well, so why you give him this present?
because he's my idol, and now he's my opponent.
Thank you.
我准备的礼物是一个钥匙链，一个蜘蛛。对，我想让他就是把今天的美好一天也留作一个纪念。
My present was actually I got this one
Yeah.
because it was Spider-Man, and so I got this one for Spider.
Oh, I see.
So it's the same thing.
So,
That one was for Spider, and then I got this one for Wang Liang.
so anything you want to say to him, you can say to the camera, and he will watch this video.
I was very inspired by your performance in the last MEPL split, and I look forward to meeting you in person.
那好的，那今天呢，我们也一起体验了在中国的生活，体验了中华的传统文化，品尝了地地道道的上海小吃，一起去逛了最热闹的南京路步行街，也登上了上海之巅。希望这一天大家体验都是非常的完美。在这个围炉煮茶的温馨氛围当中，今天的节目呢也要落下帷幕了。大家亦敌亦友，但是冠军只有一个。说句狠话，
我会让他们早点回家。
我觉得其实有时候我们的差距你是看不清的，其实。
So I'll try my best to beat them.
Even if I cannot beat Spider in game, I'll try to beat him in a shuffle 1v1 because I remember his Douyin video.
I'm coming for you guys, so be prepared.
五节雄起，大家一定要关注28号永劫无间绝杯小组赛，让我们到时候再见啦！
Hi guys, we're in the car right now. I'm heading to the airport to meet Hiro, and they're all waiting for me in the lobby, hopefully. So, and I think they're in scrims right now, but hopefully we'll meet them when we get there. What's up guys? Getting ready in the morning today. I just took a shower, getting ready, have makeup in the morning, and then a little bit of media to do, but hopefully I'll be able to do scrims today with the rest of the guys. I got to meet Hiro, Ski, Dodo last night. I met Raven, and I also met some of IDC, so I still want to meet all the other players. But yeah, I'll see you guys there.
Hello, this is NTL Dodo. I'm here with my teammates, Hiro and Ski. This is Ski. This is Hiro. We're on the way to the venue to take some pictures and stuff for the media.
Hey guys, it's Hypernova. I'm in Shanghai and I can't wait to get started.
Frostivus, how you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'm about to head to the practice room. We can walk there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello guys, Frostivus here. Now that we have finally finished filming, I'm about to get ready for today's scrims. And I hope it will go well. And I'll see you guys there. Bye bye.
Hey guys, it's NTO Hero here.
I'm King from Team BBCQ.
It's me, Huawei. I'm here with Demise as my coach.
大家好，我是野之少。Chào mọi người, mình là Bambi, mình đến từ team 521 Esports.
Good morning, evening, noon, and night. Welcome back to Shanghai, China, as we're about to get ready to lock it in for day number 2 of our solos. And it's going to be very tight and it's going to be very hasty. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host and caster, Davia, alongside Moxie. Welcome back, girl. Let's get it going today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm probably feeling a lot less stressed than some of these players, considering it is day 2 of solos, which means it's the last day for one of these groups to actually get the points together to qualify.
One less day. This is where you put up or shut up. This is the time to do it. So there is a lot of hastiness, a lot of hopefully anticipation as everybody's going to absolutely gun it forward here. But Spider is going to sit down and take a rest. But Mike still has some work to do today.
Yeah, like you said, Spider is going to be sitting down taking rest. I would say a well-earned rest after the first day that he put together. Not one, not two, not even three, four MVPs in a row. An absolutely insane performance coming through from him. And unfortunately for everybody else who actually played in that lobby of death of solos on day one, it meant that a lot of those points, a lot of those potential kills up for grabs got stolen away by Spider. So for Group A, it's going to be a lot harder for them. But speaking about some of these new changes coming through, we've got a whole new change coming into those solo loadouts. And here with all of the info, it's Runekeeper.
This year, we're adding a new ban pick rule to the solos mode. Under the hero points rules, solo players will use 5 different heroes in the 6 games they play daily. Before each day, the 12 players who are competing will be drawn into 3 pools, Pool 1, 2, and 3. Players will need to choose their hero according to the pick order of their pool. The maps and weather have already been determined for the 2023 J-Cup Group, Pre-Final, and Grand Final stages. Here are the details. Here's how the new ban pick rule will work. During the first round, 4 players pick their heroes. They are only limited by their hero points. During the second round, depending on the pick by first round players, players from this round cannot pick the hero if it's already been picked more than twice. Then the last round. Depending on the previous round picks, players cannot pick a hero if it's already been picked more than twice in a single round or more than 3 times in both previous rounds.
It's definitely interesting to see how this rule has changed some of these players, mostly for the good, because it's forcing players out of their comfort zone, and now they have to start playing characters that, you know, they're not necessarily used to. But for certain other players that have been playing those off picks for a while here, they feel right at home.
Yeah, I mean, Taka enjoyers, Justina enjoyers, they're going to be incredibly happy. If you're a Zip main, however, ooh, because every single time on day 1, we saw Zip being banned out of the second phase every single time in the first 3 matches because they were all played on Holoroth.
Which is crazy because you would assume that probably they would end up using that a little bit later towards the games too, just because I feel, at least personally, because I know you guys usually have different strategies on how people play the game, but at least for me, if I'm looking at a pick like a Ziping and that lasts throughout the game, whether or not, you know, you're playing well or you're not playing well, I would feel like it'd probably be better to push that a little bit more towards the end when you really need that one pop-off game, and I know 5 and 6 is very important for
But it's played on Morris. That's the big difference maker, right? Zipping is really good on Holoroth because the wide open spaces means that you're not really able to use things like skill rushes to be able to avoid a lot of those disengagement chases. Zip with the F1 is able to, even in disengagement mode, keep herself topped up and healed, and if it does go to that sustain off when you head towards the later ends of the zones, you don't have to burn through all of your resources super early on and forced to use your ultimate, like something like a Takeda, a Taka, or a Justina.
Well, speaking of some of those picks here, let's actually go into some of that data that we've had from from that day 1 here. And let's give some of that data here. We're going to go up against Tryhard and Wang Liang, 2 players here that obviously we've been talking about heavily here. And obviously for their most used picks or their signature hero picks, I mean, it's definitely been a decent pick for the both of them, but both of them are still kind of struggling. Tryhard in 8th and currently Wang Liang in 6th, with basically saying Tryhard needs to put in some work if he's going to dethrone Wang Liang out of that qualification.
Yeah, and this is both of these 2 players' last game day that they're going to have to be able to try and qualify. So the reason that we're actually going to be seeing this head-to-head is because all of these players are going to be really pushing to try and topple everyone else in the rest of Group A, considering everyone in Group A only has 6 more matches. And talking about signature heroes, there's one thing in common that both of these 2 have, and it's Hardy Hardy coming through, a lot of the CM players very much on the fence about whether or not he was going to be impactful, whether or not he was going to be top tier. All of that was decided the second that we saw scrims starting to go down on the stage before J-Cup properly kicked off. And a huge reason for why Hardy is seeing such a huge pick rate is actually the player currently on the left. Tryhard was the one who really engineered Hardy being able to come into that meta and being such a strong contender for top spot.
That's interesting because Hardy was a very big divide when he first dropped. A lot of people was definitely questioning on whether or not how well used and how good was he going to be in solos. And definitely a decent amount of the regions was heavily into Hardy. They were like, he is great for movement, great for attacking, great for those unpredictable moments, let alone we saw a really great glimpse of him, how well Hardy could be used in the realm of Yang. Having that 1v1, being able to fly. He was actually able to defeat Wang Liang with Hardy being in the air. As much as it looked like it was like a grandma trying to get a fly swatter. Like he was struggling to time when to attack, when Hardy would just come through with that quick swipe, and then pew, immediately fly away again. I mean, it was impressive to see, but clearly after day one, definitely changed people's opinions massively.
Yeah, especially because Hardy was a lot of players double picked. Spider double picked Hardy. So if he's playing it, you know that those CM players are starting to realize, okay, Hardy is insanely strong. The thing about Hardy though is he is that transformer unit, right? So the damage that you do in your ultimate does scale depending on what tier of weapon you actually pop the ultimate with. So if you have a gray weapon, it's only going to do grayscale damage. If you have a legendary, however, it's going to do a whole lot more. And speaking about Hardy, we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of him in his video.
Teacher, the water here is also contaminated.
The contamination is only a symptom. To find the cause, we must look elsewhere.
Man, Hardy looks amazing. That style is fire. Not only that too, like just being able to do that and just and he just starts flying and he's like, I call him Cosmo. He gives me like Cosmo vibes a little bit.
Okay. I mean, he is actually fire. If you take the V2, you do get fire tick damage, but you know something else that we're going to get to see in action today? KLA's TDD5. I have been waiting to see this guy back on the J-Cup stage. He debuted last year on J-Cup for 2022 before he even entered into the MVPL because he did so good. He did so good in J-Cup last year that he got to enter into MVPL, and he absolutely blew up on the scenes. His Takeda already was immensely strong, and then Takeda started rising in prominence in the meta, and he just got better and better and better.
And he's one of the other contenders too that really does give a little bit of a problem to our top players, which is AOW Mike and WBG Spider. Sadly, T225 will not have to go up against Spider, but he can go up against Mike. And usually that's one of our favorite ones to go through because we know they have a little bit of a rivalry as well, which is fantastic to watch day in and day out. So he still has a lot of work cut out for him, but we still have to talk about Light Hyper Nova, another player as well here who, you know, we talk about great players and their timing and being able to really take advantage of moments when it needs to. But Light Hypernova is another person qualified second in the J-Cup NA Regional, so definitely he's coming to make a name for himself.
Yeah, and he's really looking forward to today because he gets to play immediately up against AOW's Mike. And he's been saying there is one player that he knows if he's able to take down, he's going to walk away the winner of that lobby. And it's AOW's Mike. And getting to talk to him a little bit earlier in the week, he's feeling confident, he's feeling happy. He really does like the hero phase pool changes coming through because he's one of those players who likes to play a little bit more niche heroes. So he knows as long as his niche picks don't get banned out early, he's still, even in Group 3, going to have an opportunity to put in a comfort pick as opposed to other players who might have to put in a curveball.
Well, let's hope that his curveballs are just as good as his niche piece, so that way he is ready for anything that gets thrown at him. The same with all of the other players that have to go through the same process like Light Hypernova. But still, with everything going on, though, it's still going to be some good matchups regardless. We still have Wonderland, we still have Hyper, we still have AOW's Mike, which we know has absolutely decimated lobbies. He definitely had some good games coming into our day number 1, but he's had a little bit of some struggles over time throughout our 6 games. What does he need to do?
Well, the thing for AOW's Mike is he's always sort of been drawn to WBD Spider, right? Whenever we actually see them play in the same lobby, they always gravitate very closely to each other because they're very similar in terms of mindset, their favorite hero picks, their favorite weapons, but also their loot pathing. So a lot of the time what would actually happen in MVPL is they would run into each other and they would grief each other endlessly. What we saw actually moving into this year's J-Cup, however, was they would see each other and then one of them would actually give the ground and move over. And a lot of the time it was actually Mike giving up the ground. Sometimes we would see Spider posturing up to take a Realm of Yang. Mike would have the same idea. See Spider huddling over trying to go for that portal, and he would decide to move away and give up that space, and it actually impacted his gameplay as a result because he just didn't have the scaling to be able to make it all the way into endgame. Now that Spider is out of the lobby, however, Mike can play on his comfort loop rotations. He can look for his pathing, he can look to enter those Realm of Yangs, and he knows that he doesn't have to make sure he's not getting griefed into fights that go 5 minutes without any actual ending when he goes up against Spider.
Well, it's very shocking because it's like a superhero and villain story in some way, shape, or form. When he's like, you complete me type of energy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now, and knowing for Mike, I know he's absolutely going to push onward so hard into our day number 2, and hopefully he's going to try to snag that spot. But until that happens, we're about to get ready to lock this in for our day 2 of solos. And for some people, let's hope it's not their last. We'll see you guys in a moment.
不知不觉，1年过去，节杯于寒风中来临。全世界的选手们终于集结到一起，在这段未知的旅程中，是异军突起，还是双向争锋？
Let's go. We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying.
节杯一直是我梦寐以求的舞台，现在机会就在眼前，我会让梦想成真。
Last year at the J Cup, I bowed out with a regretful margin of just 1.6 points. This year, I won't let that happen again.
có thể tham gia J Cup là mục tiêu đầu tiên của tôi. Tôi sẽ chứng minh điều đó với thế giới. Việt Nam không thua kém bất kỳ khu vực nào khác.
Lifting the J Cup trophy has always been my dream. Last year I finished 4th, but it wasn't good enough for me. I'm ready to start the fight.
The EU region always faces dubs, underestimated. But look at last year, we still made it to the grand finals. I will show the world the strength of the EU region.
第二五已经被冲着打出去，还真找到了，竟然进出局，第二五被淘汰。
去年的节杯我没能把握住机会，遗憾落幕。但遗憾让我学到了很多，把压力放下，好好享受比赛吧。我已经准备好送你们回家了。
To advance to the finals, you must have the confidence to defeat everyone. And me, Frostivus, have never doubted myself.
想要拿下节杯冠军的人有很多，我已经准备好接受所有挑战了。 欢迎来到我的主场。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2023 J Cup. We're about to kick off Solos Day 2.
I'm ready.
And for some of these groups, it is going to be their last day of play. So it all rides on this next 6 matches.
Let's hope that they're able to get into qualifying, especially the ones that are actually leading the pack right now and holding strong for as long as possible. Obviously, clearly, Spider doesn't have to really worry about anything with him being in the lead with close to 60 points in one singular day. If you guys missed day 1, I'm sorry that you guys missed that much of an insane slaughter fest. This man went 4 games in a row, back to back to back, and got close in his top 3 in game number 1 and game number 6. Very, very close overall, so he has done amazing. Mike, on the other hand, he's got some work to do, and that's why he's grinding this out today.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, but hey, we've got a little bit of homework for you to do. Make sure that your account is linked on Twitch to make sure that it's collecting all of those wonderful NARAKA cosmetics as you watch along all of the action. Follow us over on Kick as well. There is plenty to keep up to date with for this J Cup, because every single time we get J Cup, not only do we get amazing games to watch, amazing NARAKA dictating new meta, we also get all of the wonderful events that you can use to get some nice cosmetic goodies.
And hopefully those goodies can get you something really nice as well. There's some really limited edition ones too, as well as that. So like I said, hopefully you guys will be paying attention. And there's also some 50-50 questions as well here that you have to predict, and just hope that maybe you get right. If you get right, you have a chance at winning a J Cup exclusive banner. I was told that they did something similar last year. Rune told me only 15 people got it.
Yeah?
15. Do you know how limited that actually is? That's like getting like a super, that's like doing a giveaway and you have to do a raffle ticket.
Yeah.
And you win from that raffle ticket. Like, that's just how rare it is.
I think it's a little bit rarer than one person winning a raffle ticket, but it is definitely something to keep your eye on. It should be mentioned, however, it's only when it's live. It does not count in when it's actually on any of the replay versions of the stream. So you do have to make sure that you're doing it as soon as they pop up, because you don't get a lot of time once they do.
I wouldn't have even thought of that, actually. Doing it from the recording, can you imagine? Just chat spamming the answers, and it's from the recording.
Banking, just like watching a replay 5 different times, rolling the dice 5 different times.
You skip a little ahead to get the answer, and then you rewind it back, and then start spamming the answer. Like, the answer was already, you went to find the answer. You know, that's okay. That would be funny to see. Though,
or, you know, they can just fast forward 5 seconds to when you will probably give them the answer as you
okay, to be fair,
a little bit of a habit of doing.
To be fair, that was the second time. That actually has not happened too often.
No, in Jacob, you've still been doing it in MVPL.
Oh my goodness, here we go again. And speaking of that too, we're gonna give you guys one that you guys are gonna have to predict right now. Which of the following will achieve the highest score in this first match of game number 1? Is it gonna be AOW's Mike, or is it gonna be XCG's Wang Liang? Now usually you would think this is a pretty easy standard answer, but like we talked about before, Wang Liang has had some amazing pop-off games. He has had those surprise endings, and to where he literally, game 6, he clutched up, he won, and he also was close to breaking some records. So he has the opportunity to beat Mike in his first game. So let's not count Wang Liang out, chat.
Yeah, well, we will be counting out one of our solo groups after this. Group A is getting their last day of play, as we can have a look at how the maps are going to pan out. It's solos, which means back-to-back-to-back Holorovs. And Derby, this is the really interesting thing. Not a single one of them is Starry Night. It's going to be sunny, cloudy, sunny. So all the rest of the maps afterwards, they're the ones that get the increased Fireflight drop rates. They're the ones where we're most likely going to be seeing a lot of the Takeda, the Akos, the Hardy.
It's going to be interesting to see where they lock this in, but this is also going to be the participating players for solos A and C. Some of the players we have not seen before here. We're going to talk about OLF, Polaris. We have Wowie down at the bottom from the EU, and we have J-Team's XJin. XJin, I think, is a player I'm excited to actually watch. I think he's done some amazing work. His timing and his defense also comes in super, super clutch, and he also could be a problem just as much as T225.
Yeah, XJin is one of those players who he'll play consistently for right up until game number 6. Every single time, if you've been following him along for the MVPL, you will be incredibly familiar with the fact that XJin likes to lock in that Justina on game number 6, and I'm just a little bit worried, Darby, that that's made it maybe just a little bit predictable, because if Justina gets banned out on game 6 for his pool, he's not going to have that comfort pick, he's not going to have that familiarity. Saying that, one of the other staples from MVPL was GG's trio team popping off on Holoroff game 5, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not XJin once again holds that strategy to pop off in game 6, or if he mixes it up a little bit.
And let's see if that mix-up is going to be helpful here, as we're going to look at the standings currently, and some players are already super down low at the bottom, so they're going to have an opportunity to come back, and they have one more game to really pop this off before our top leading scorer, are we surprised, WBG Spider with 58.7 points. He dropped 2 15-point games in Game 2 and Game 5. Meanwhile, following behind that, very far behind that is a 29.5 coming in from AOW's Mike, so he still has some work to do. But really close from him, though, is ELD's Frostivus in third.
Yeah, Frostivus really was impressing. I'm really hoping that we're going to see some of the other players in Group A step up to the plate. They know they're going to have even more additional pressure on their shoulders to be able to start things off strong. And honestly, that's going to be something that I think a lot of these players in Phase 2 and 3 of the hero pools are going to have to figure out how exactly they're going to deal with. Because typically we see everyone in Group 1 immediately lock the Z-Ping, and Z-Ping is the safest and most consistent hero on Holoroff. You have that safety line. If you feel like you're getting pressured, if you feel like a third party is about to come through, you can have the sustainability. You're never going to try and third party the zip. Instead, you're going to try and turn on the hero they're fighting.
And let's see if that hero is going to be very helpful for him, as we're going to look back at the replays from our day number 1. Speaking of the Wang Liang and AOW's Mike, here goes one of those fights that we saw from earlier.
This was NBPL.
This was NBPL, actually.
This is how Mike won NBPL, and it is an absolute tale of tragedy, because what ends up happening is the fact that Wang Liang came so close, so close. He puts together something like 9 kills. He needs either 10 kills or a first place finish, or he needs Mike to go out third. The problem is Wang Liang is playing a different hero, so Panda Man turns onto him as well, and Wang Liang does not want to let Mike get the kill, so he has to put himself into the zone and hope that he's going to be able to sidestep the range projectile coming through from Mike and go down to Panda Man instead. That does not happen, and then it becomes the fact that Mike is locked in. The second that Wang Liang goes out, Mike knows that he's won NBPL Season 2 and is just finishing things off with Panda Man.
Absolutely insane to come into this one, as we're going to be able to lock this in here. And a Light Hypernova, we're going to see some of his moments as well here as he was fighting this out. Is this his qualifying? I think this might have been his qualifying as well, as we're looking into it from the realm of Yang, especially when he pushes onwards to Kekeira. Having that time and also that dagger being his best friend in these moments. And just look at that. The parry comes through, but so does the reset. Able to come through with that one. Nice strike towards him. Tries to find him. Beautiful clutch towards that. And obviously is going to be able to pressure him all the way to secure that elimination.
Taka Spear Jump Reset. That is lethal! Light Hypernova! He had that one in the back pocket too. He swaps to the spear as the ult comes out to be able to get the vertical slam down lock-in. Really good stuff coming through from him. It's a lot easier as well, more reliable to be able to set up than something like the Taka Infinite with the Katana, where it relies on you being able to find that uppercut confirmation. And an opponent inside a realm of Yang up against a Taka who hasn't popped their ultimate, they are not going to be going aerial. The last thing you want to do is get scooped up into that one. So having that spear, having the ability to be able to swap to it the second your ult burns through is actually really good stuff. Smart stuff coming through from him. Great game sense, and that's something else that we really do have to applaud from Light Hypernova. He is a very aware player. He has such a good game sense of all of the things going on around him, but also what to be able to put for himself to give him the best advantage possible.
It's also good too when he's a very calm individual too. He's very like he has a very great self-intuition, but at the same time, he's very, very laid back. So in those moments of pressure and a lot of things, I think a lot of people can really fall under that amount of pressure and a lot of that hecticness. But for him, he's used to it. He's been around these places for a while. So let's hope that he continues that same stride moving forward. Now, if we look back into the first round selections here, still, it's going to be a very packed out section for a lot of these areas of these players here. And I'm excited to see how these first 3 games are going to go in terms of our hero picks.
Like we've said, every single time we've seen solos, granted we only have 1 day of data to go off of, but every single time Zping has been quad picked in the first group pool. Is it going to be the same story? Like we've already talked about, Zping on Holoroth is insanely strong. You have the F1, you have the mobility with that extra dodge towards your bubble, you have the ultimate where immediately that Mortal Defiance of Sedated Soul kicks in to be able to keep yourself safe. So if you're going up against things like the Takeda with the carousel, that they're able to use the extensions off of their Furin shoves to immediately try and find that touch of death combo, you're able to negate and continue surviving.
Now, when we talk about a player like Tryhard, Tryhard is one of the top players from the NA region. Obviously struggled in his day 1, and obviously coming from his interview, he's like, you know, some stuff has happened, etc., but that doesn't give him an excuse. What does Tryhard need to do today to lock it in?
Well, unfortunately, he can't lock in either Feria or Zping. Both of those 2 heroes immediately banned out. There it is. Everyone in phase 1 picking that Zping. Feria getting 3 picks in group 2. Olaf's Polaris actually going to be locking in the Tessa, as we're going to see AOW's Mike onto the Tumult, DRG's Akuma on the Takeda, and Riemann and owns Zeldingt going to go on to that Acre. So a huge variety coming through from these players. AOW's Mike with the combo breaker on the F going to be really happy with his choice. The problem is he's not really going to be picking a Tumult into something like that Farrier. He's going to be able to try and use, however, the combo break as well as the fact that you can use that ult to lock a lot of players' mobility down to try and posture up into those Realm of Yanks, or even potentially forego them entirely and look to prioritize Morris Blessings. He's the only Tumult in the lobby, which means no other Tumult can come through, drop their ultimate on top of his, and make sure that he still has to win a fight.
Are we surprised by these hero bans? Absolutely not. Even the way that you were able to explain how this makes sense for our game number one, obviously giving the players definitely have to switch it up a little bit too into our first game here. So obviously could be some comfort picks, and it also could be a little bit of some struggles here for some of these players here, but they're all professionals. They're all some of the best in the world. So let's see if they adapt to the madness. We're about to get ready to lock in for our group and game number one.
Well, we're going to see where exactly everyone's going to be dropping, as well as the loadouts. Is it going to be this similar story? Yeah, F1, V3 for all of the Farriers, F3, V1 for all of the Takedas, F1, V2 for our Acuses. Polaris on that Tesla going to be opting for the, F1 V3. Do you know what? I'm really happy. V3 is such a strong ability for the Tesla because it means that you actually get that rage regenerated if the ultimate misses, unlike the V1 and V2, where yes, it costs 55% to throw out, but if the player dodges it, you lose the generation entirely.
Meanwhile, we got a decent stack definitely headed towards the very center of Plum's Castle. Inside of the Quail's Crest here. Now, surprisingly, in the last games that we had, there was no teams headed towards Quail's Crest at all. There was at least maybe one in the podium section, but that was before the reset. Meanwhile, Matab is definitely going to have a fair share of players as well, but it looks like nobody's going to head towards the City of Tang, nobody in the far right section of Emphreo Village, nobody even in the ice rink or the snow section of Yushan Ruins. WBG, it looks like AOW's Mike is going to head over to the Pinnacle Town, basically right towards this left side of Plum Castle, and it looks like Akuma's going to go all the way down towards that. Looks like it's going to be inside, in between the End of Dunes and Moonfall Pass. So definitely an interesting space for him to land, but there still is a decent amount of loot that could be very, very well picked over there as well. But it looks like one person headed toward Kira Center as well. That is a very small 0.01% of where people have chosen to land. I've never seen anybody land that far from the outskirts of the circle like that. So it's going to be interesting to see if maybe they get something good out of it. Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know. But all I know is this game's starting off pretty strong as Akuma sees Mike off the rip. Immediately is going to go right into him, though, with beautiful hits connecting and going to put him into a straight juggle fest. And just like that, Mike claims his first elimination.
Oh, that terrain! He started the uppercut confirm on the high ground, so he's able to get another hit off onto Akuma. That is so unfortunate for where the fight is kited to. KLA's TD5 now trying to kite around J-Team's action onto the cliffs. He goes charging up the RMB on the Halberd to try and meet the Tesla, but he throws it out again. The F1 going to be used to keep the Farrier alive. Double jumps over the Katana connection. Will be able to dodge that one. He has no armor and an absolute sliver of health as Polaris now goes for the staff, finds the kill. Polaris coming in with the Tesla F to be able to create that spacing, now trying to go up against action, but he commits the blue too. What is going on? We don't have any of the mind games coming in out of the crouch cancels, nor the baits of the one and then second focus hold into parry. Every single person is committing these focus strikes, Darby, and it's not turning out well.
Absolutely insane piece coming through as Wowie now has a chance to go for the heal here, and it looks like Action could be potentially trying to see where he could be, but he looks like he's going for the repair. Might give Wowie a chance potentially to push up, as Action actually might get a little bit aggressive, but if we look back here, Wang Li Hang is going straight airborne. Definitely is going to get chased, though, by IDK's Ryumin.
No. He doesn't have a weapon. He can't scale rush.
Oh, now he can.
Now he can, but unfortunately to pick that one up, he has to go directly into Ryum, and that's so unfortunate. Either he landed and couldn't find something, or he got parried out of his hands. To scale rush, you have to have a weapon equipped. And as a result, he has no choice but to try and find one. Wowie, however, with the pole sword, Action going to be creating a little bit of that space, a little bit of bubble coming on through with the RMB on the halberd. wanting to try and find this connection, doesn't want Wowie to be able to find the reset. Action is on that Justina, so rather the Z-Ping, so he's going to be able to use the F1 cycle back into to keep this fight competitive, as we're going to see the LMB cancel out to be able to find the grapple extension into RMB. Both of these Z-Pings going to be actually using that sustainability. We're going to see Wowie with the ultimate come through yet again. Action's able to find the grapple extension into blink off of that katana, and as a result finds the kill. Really good stuff coming through from him. Knows that that Z-Ping is going to be able to recover if he doesn't continue relentlessly hunting them down. Make sure she isn't able to slip away and save and cycle back into that F1 to get the full armor reset.
He's so good. That timing and absolutely just pulling him back into that over and over again with his grapple. The timing of that is just absolutely incredible as we look back at Ryum, and still going to be able to fight this out here with Light Hypernova. Finds him on the outskirts here. It looks like IDK still has that pole sword, but still has yet to find a better shield. So now he's going to have to work a little bit harder here to capture this elimination onto Light Hypernova. That depends on if he can find a better shield. Immediately loses half of his health off of one pistol shot here. Definitely gives him the opportunity here to push onwards to it if he needs to. Oh, nice hit coming through from the fan. Is able to pull him back. Nice F key. Going to be able to come through from Ryum in here. Question is he fully going to be able to commit to this? Probably not here, as he does need that moment here to find maybe a shield swap. It looks like he does here, waiting for the time being to be able to plant that off, and then hit some beautiful parry coming through as the pole sword becomes very lethal for Hyper. Now the energy is different, and just like that, Ryumin successfully turns the game around for himself. Originally, he was on the wrong side of the tracks, and now he's immediately got the shield, got the heals, and now he's able to pick up his rewards.
Hyper tap dodges backwards, and the pole sword has enough of a reach to be able to catch him as the iframe runs out. He wanted that fan back in his hands to be able to play the mind games of the overhold with how fast the RMB on the fan releases, and unfortunately it does cost him, as we're going to see Xu Sheng with a purple pole sword coming in with the right click, as we're actually going to see in the zone JOW's Mike able to find the kill onto Akuma. J-Team's Action, seeing that the kill is not going to be there to be potentially stolen away, decides to disengage. As look at this, Mike is leaving the Soul Bloom, but here's the crucial thing. Action saw that body drop. He knows where it is. If he goes into the realm of Yang, he can grief AOW's Mike out of that insurance policy by picking up the Soul Bloom himself, as we're actually going to see Zelendict get a lot of pressure coming on through, overholding the left click on that dagger to be able to make sure that he's going to survive that third-party potential coming on out from Xu Sheng, who sees the other player arrive, drops the F1, and this is what I was talking about, the Z-Ping with the F1 sustainability. You're going to turn on whoever the Zip was fighting rather than go after the Zip themselves, and that's exactly what's happened to this poor Akos. He's got that legendary pole sword he wanted to try and set up for the scale rush, but he sees himself going way too low, has to swap to the dagger, not to prioritize damage on the scale rush connection, but to prioritize how fast it charges up so that the movement can keep himself disengaging safely from all of these players in the area. The charge right click on the pole sword, he flashes into that red, doesn't manage to find the read onto Tryhard, however, another whiff on the parry. Zelendict still taking a lot of damage. Now the third party has been able to come through, finds that connection. Xu Sheng coming in with a skill rush of his own. Zelendict still not able to find any additional armor for a swap, has to back on off and take the shield reset, as Xu Sheng will cycle back towards his F1. Tryhard now in the area to try and keep harassing this Akos down. Might be able to ring the bell to actually get a read on where exactly he's run off to. No, it looks like Zelendict actually very smartly rang the bell to make sure that Tryhard was denied the opportunity.
Absolutely insane. I won't lie though, that definitely was a perfect definition. I wish you would. I wish you would try to push on me with all of that amount of confidence. Meanwhile, looking back on NTL's Tryhard here, 0 eliminations, was not able to get any pickups from that. Was trying to do that during that third party here, and a lot of those opportunities, he just came up just a little bit short. So he still has some opportunity, though, to try to see if he can do something here, as Mike is just sitting and waiting for Polaris. The amount of time he stood there and waited, as now it looks like it's going to be him and Zelendict inside of the realm of Yang here, as we're going to be able to see what's going on here. It looks like NJ's J-Team and OLF is going to be fighting this out as well in the realm of Yang. What a great start for them here. And regardless, AOW's Mike really has nothing to lose when it comes to this realm of Yang, knowing that he does have a Soul Bloom essence to pick up. That's in case if he ends up losing. So he does have that in the back of his head. So regardless of this, it's basically almost, I would say, a guaranteed win. But even with a player like Zelendict, you can definitely see how fast the game can change as he immediately pops the ulti, and just like that is able to go through the spread. Catches him on the outskirts, waits for the blue charge. The charge ends up doing the most amount of damage. Mike playing the game absolute textbook and gets rid of Zelendik.
Oh my goodness, that could not possibly have been a better Realm of Yang matchup for Mike. He's running into an ACOS and he's armored to mulch. The second he sees the ACOS ultimate come through, he drops the Temi ultimate, and every single time the ACOS wants to try and make that move and play aggressively off of the ultimate to find the lockdowns off of the claw resets, he just loses all of the stamina by going into the wind wall, and Mike can continue buying himself the space, throwing out the wisps. Zelendik really tried to make just a heroic effort play. He was getting chased by so many different players. He still had great armor. He knows if he goes into that Realm of Yang, he's going to get his ultimate back, so he can try and use the fact that he is that ACOS to go after some of these zips and lock the kills down. But it's going to be immensely hard, because when you try and find that zip kill in these lobbies, they just live for absolute ever. So if you don't have that insurance policy of a stashed Soul Bloom, it can be really hard. Even though 4 minutes sounds like such a long time, it disappears in the blink of an eye. And you can see he backtracked all the way to the center of Plumed, rang the bell hoping that he would run into a play. He's been able to find one. It's going to be Hypernova, who'd respawned after the last time we'd seen them. Now we're going to see that dagger coming on through. Zelendik hiding the fact that he does have that legendary pulse sword, looking for the RMB, but everyone has come out of the woodworks to look for this third party. Zelendik again able to find a parry, not able to capitalize off of the moment. However, there are too many players. It's getting a little bit too hot for his blood, especially when he only has that grey armor. Action, by the way, backtracking to where he knows AOW's Mike had potentially stored that Soul Bloom, because it does look like he lost a Realm of Yang.
Looks like it, as well as the rotations still are coming through. It looks like Wowie definitely moving out very, very well, trying to get out of the way of Zelendik here, but Zelendik definitely wants to get some form of elimination here and has to push onwards as hard as possible. Let's see if that opportunity definitely does present itself for him, though, if he has that opportunity to. As it looks like Zelendik's still in the same building as Wooey. Wang Liang looks like he might have moved out, but Light Hypernova still on that first floor. Could potentially come through as he does hit him with the dagger. Beautiful retreat section, and is able to get that nice flutter spin all the way with that dagger. And now Zelendik still has an opportunity here, but now it looks like there could be a chase. Wowie dangerously low here. It's going to have to be careful. Nice hits coming through from the pole sword. Could potentially be able to push this out, but he has to be careful. Oh, nice move to dodge out of the harm's way of that moment here. Gets some critical hits onto Light Hypernova. Hyper is going to be able to rotate this out as the cannon shots start to ricochet from the bottom all the way to the top section. Has to be careful. Definitely does not want to get caught up. Oh, as one ends up getting sent all the way off the rooftop, and he says, "This is my king of the throne. You better move."
Oh. He's found Wowie. He's found Wowie on the low ground. This is huge. The fight sign moved into a position where he can actually use that ACOS ultimate. When it was on those different levels, unfortunately you wouldn't be able to find the full value off of it because the players would drop out and you wouldn't be able to extend in. Unfortunately, however, Zelding still not able to find an isolated fight. He's almost down to 1 minute, but there are so many players. If he actually is able to get a player low, everyone is going to come along to grieve him. Ideally, you swap to a ranged weapon right now and try and chunk someone down low enough. The problem is Zelding is the one that's going to be the most vulnerable with that grey armor, and he has no way of really being able to turn these players onto each other, especially when everyone in the area is a zip. Now we're going to see the ACOS ult come through. Zelding trying to find, still has those 2 grabs, hasn't used any of them at the moment, as we're going to see Tryhard actually just push himself off of the cliff face. So Zelding is not going to be able to find the opportunity to be able to use them. He's so incredibly low. He now has to use the Tiger Pouncers just to try and carry himself out of the fight, as 30 seconds to find the Soul Bloom now becomes 30 seconds to deny a kill from anyone else in this lobby. Heals up behind the stairs. Really lucky that the player who actually ran right past did not hear that heal reset going on off to give the ACOS' position away, as again he pulls out that dagger just in case he gets harassed as he moves outside of the door frame for the potential scale rush. Now he's actually free into that space, can go for the pulse. But yet again, the 1-2 coming on out of the staff. F1 now going to be invested for the ACOS to have that defensive boost. And it's too little too late. 4 minutes runs out, and Zelding goes out to Yang depletion.
He had a few opportunities to really close out an elimination here and really get that going. Definitely unfortunate for him to go out with that Yang depletion, but that is the risk you take when you go into the Realm of Yang. Now, as we go back towards the top of the order here, Wang Liang still up top here with 2 eliminations. Xgen with 3 so far here, as we're going to slowly see this as an overall picture. If you guys see the red line, that is the qualifying round. That is the qualifying line. You have to be ahead on top of that red line if you want to see yourself qualifying. So currently, right now, Xgen is just out in qualification. If he ends up playing a decent game, maybe even getting a dub, he will definitely be a lot more higher into the rankings to where he don't have to worry about getting disqualified. Now, as for AOW's Mike, sitting and chilling inside of the realm of Yang. Question is anybody going to go in there and test the man of the hour? That's the real thing, as Wang Liang, it looks like he's going to go through his healing. Same with Light. Nice little bit of a reset here.
I mean, it's so risky, right? You saw what happened while Zeldinct was trying to just get a player low enough to be able to pick up that Soul Bloom. There were so many zips, there are so many Farriers that they're able to just reset a fight entirely. The zip off of the F1, the Farrier off of the fact that they have the F1 combo break, but also the V3 pillar drop, where
so
they don't
Mike
even
just gets
need
it for
to
free?
use the ultimate. Yeah, it does look like Mike might just get it for free. Every single one of these players, they know everyone is clustered up towards the center of Plumed. If one player tries to just sniff out a kill and look for that Soul Bloom, they're putting themselves in too forward a position and everyone's going to shark them down. And there it is exactly. Mike walks away with the Realm of Yang win. Action might be griefing Hypernova even though neither of them went through. There's the V3. Hypernova dropping the mech onto the Zip's head. Has to immediately get into it, however. He's going to have to use those boosters pretty quickly too, as Action wants to try and come in with the charge. Right click on the pulse, so there's been the absolute undoing of the Transformers. Hypernova able to find the jump splat onto Action. Now turns the attention as Mike, outside of that Realm of Yang, has the Mystic Might, knows where these players are, and has the damage reduction to hold himself steady in this fight and look for that third party. Action getting hit by all of these cannon fires coming on through from the new and improved Farrier mech. Action now also low enough that Mike feels like they have the opportunity. The 1-2 into uppercut extension off of those dual halberds, doing so much damage as poor old Action just having to hold on to the blue. Mike going to drop the Tumultuous ultimate to make sure that the Zip is trapped inside this center. Action with the hold on the blue, actually going to be able to focus frame through the wisp that Mike throws out, but now he's not going to have the F1 to be able to dodge away from any of the damage. Mike coming in with a huge chunk of damage coming off of the RMB, off of the 1-2 on those halberds. Will be able to take the kill, but here's the thing for Hypernova. He makes it out of the situation alive. The problem is Mike still has Mystic Might, and he knows exactly what Hypernova is, and he also knows that Hypernova does not have the V3, so he can properly commit into this fight knowing that he doesn't have to dodge around that pillar drop. And now Mike is just going to continue to hound this Farrier down. He's got 95 seconds left on the Mystic Might. He's going to know exactly what Hypernova is.
Absolutely here, as Mike's definitely looking and watching closely, trying to see if he can find him. As he ends up finding him, this is the moment that Light Hypernova has been waiting for. He's been wanting this fight. He was asking for it. So let's hope Light Hypernova brings that same amount of energy as we do see the third party come through from Wang Liang, catching him on the inside of this corner here and absolutely decimates him out of his shield here. So now he still has to figure out the rotation. Nice scale rushes to try to be able to rotate this around and get out of harm's way. Could have them both be fighting this out. Nice scale to go out from the outskirts just to make sure that he doesn't get caught. Sadly, he will get caught anyway. Gets juggled off of this nice backup reset. Goes for the puff. Goes for the outskirts. Ends up getting grappled to stop the movement. And now Light Hypernova still has to rotate this around if both of them are going to absolutely go for the chase. Definitely finds a Grace shield swap, but it's not going to be enough as AOW's Mike finds the next elimination. His 5th elimination of this game out of game number 1. And now we're down to our final 5.
Those Sandrisers. Those Sandrisers. They have the absolute most inconvenient time of activating sometimes. Hypernova, either he wasn't expecting the Sandrise to come up because he didn't go for the double jump, which meant that he immediately would have been able to put himself onto the high ground. Either way, he gets grapple cancelled before he can actually try and kite out as a result. And now we're going to see Mike with legendary dual halberds using the F, going for the skirmish to be able to avoid an out-and-out fight from Tryhard. And this is really good positioning coming through from Mike. He pushes Tryhard towards the outer edge of the zone. He swaps over to the bow. He knows another player's in the area. If the fight turns onto another player, it's going to turn on to Tryhard instead of Mike. And this is huge for the Tumult because he doesn't want to use his ultimate too early. He needs to wait for the very last zone to collapse in so that he can drop his Tumult ultimate right in the dead center of it, and everyone else is immediately going to lose the stamina if they want to avoid the zone tick damage.
Meanwhile, Tryhard just being an absolute movement king here, making it harder for Wooey to keep up in that situation here. Shazang looks like he's going to find a nice little crevice as well inside of this space. Could potentially find Tryhard in there too if he ends up keep going just a little bit further into that formation, but it's not going to be enough as AOW's Mike finds his next target. Looks like it's going to be Wooey, and it looks like he's going to close in on this gap here and make sure that he catches him. Right now, AOW's Mike is on the chase. I don't think he plans to do anything else for the rest of this game but chase, chase, chase. This is a golden retriever dream as he's going to be able to capture him. Goes for the grapple, ends up finding him, ends up getting hit with a long sword towards the back, and now the chase continues. But now it's Tryhard instead of Mike, as now he's going to come through on the other side. Both of them go through it like a ring around the rosy. And now Wooey just trying to rotate, just trying not to get caught up. Blue shield still has it, but obviously everybody else has purple shield. This is not the place that you want to be in this moment. Meanwhile, the circle spread is going, and now he has to find either some way to find either a better shield or he's got to have to fight.
Oh, I think, yeah, Mike did see. Wow, we tried to go for the backtrack, anticipating that both Mike and Tryhard would have moved to meet him when he rotated to the center around Plumed, and Mike actually goes for the backtrack, anticipating Wowie from doing just that. The Zip ultimate immediately going to be forced on out from Wowie. Mike again continuing to apply this pressure, trying to push onto the Zip, knows that there's only blue armor, going to be using that F ability. The thing is, we now have a Morris Blessing up on the field. All of these players on the blue need to be able to control that. Shusheng is one of them, but he's being griefed out of being able to get to this box because Wowie has had the exact same idea. Fan overhauled into Red Flash, now going to be coming on out. Mike throws a wisp on top of the box to deny anyone from getting an easy armor swap, and we're going to see him actually go to the bow to try and take advantage of all of the zips, taking this fight dead center. As Wowie's able to do it, he makes off with the legendary armor. Shusheng now in such a world of hurt, has to use the skirmish off of the top of that fence, using the Phantom Step to be able to tap dodge through all of the damage and iframe the hits coming on out from Wowie. Pulsar doing a lot of damage off of that skirmish as well. That Shusheng using the F1 now to get that little bit of reset while still on the move, playing around this fence, making it so hard for these players to be able to lock him down, especially when he has the help of Phantom Step with that additional iframe on your dodge. Wowie now taking a little bit of damage, but he's got legendary armor. Shusheng is still going to be the best target available for everyone else in the lobby. I don't think he can even look for an armor swap because unfortunately when Wowie traded up, he had blue, so it's not even purple tier that Shusheng would be able to get access to. As Mike now coming on in with a legendary pulse sword himself, there's the answer to the second weapon that he was able to take away from the win of the Realm of Yang. Legendary halberds and pulse sword coming on out from Mike, and he kept it in the back pocket for this very moment. Shusheng taking so much damage. Immediately he gets popped, and it's Tryhard with the kill.
Oh, but here we go, though. Wowie ends up getting that goal. Tryhard now is going to be able to push him on the outskirts here. Still has that heal, but now that circle tick is definitely going to start hurting a little bit more, as now Wooey is going to be on the backstretch. Mike going for the chase, goes for the grapple, is going to be able to push out, gives him time to go for the, not the heals, but also the repairs on his bow, as he's going to need it, though, for this final circle. 4 players alive still. I'm seeing 3. I'm curious, where's our 4th? As we see Wang Liang going for his heal. Doesn't have to necessarily use any of his stuff. He just goes through, hits him with the prey. Goes for actually entity.
Oh, but Tryhard might be checking up.
Tryhard might actually stop this. Hey,
he's seen the purple bush.
He's in the middle. Hey, listen. Hey, don't stop him in the middle of his yoga. You gotta let him focus. As now Tryhard ends up getting pushed off from the backstretch. Now Wang Liang might try to see if he can get his shots, but unfortunate though. As it looks like now Tryhard is gonna take that place as well.
Yeah, all of these players, like, they're playing for zone to collapse then. The Zips, they're playing so that they can stay out of sight, out of fire from a lot of these other heroes because they want to hold on to those resources, the F1 and the ultimate, for as long as possible. Mike is really happy with how this game is going because he's getting all of that additional pressure with the bow. He has the legendary weapons. He's got legendary nunchucks as well. Has he been able to make it to the Morris Blessing and pick up a weapon that was left behind by someone? It really does feel like it, because the last time we saw that Morris Blessing, everyone was just fighting for the armor upgrade, and because they were having to be so quick about how they actually opened that box, I'm pretty sure they just grabbed the armor and left everything else alone. As Mike now has 3 legendary weapons, and what he's actually done with those 3 weapons is absolutely crucial when you remember there's a Farrier still in this lobby. That Farrier ultimate is only going to be purple tier in the damage that it does. Wang Liang, however, a very smart player, knows it's not about the damage that you do when the zone collapses as a fairy, it's about the knockback potential. He just has to make sure that he has the ultimate. What a jump parry coming through from Wang Liang, managing to take down one of the legendary weapons from Mike's arsenal. Keeps himself safe as well and means that he doesn't have to invest that V3 too early. Huge play from him.
Nice little takeaway here from that specific space here as now Wang Liang ends up getting pushed by AOW's Mike. Cannon shots start to hit towards the bottom. The ulti comes out, and it looks like he's going to have to pop this as the heal and be able to maneuver this and get out of harm's way.
Oh,
but he still gets
early.
hit towards the top. A little bit too early to pop this. Definitely could be a detriment to him, though. As now Wang Liang is going to use this time to at least go through with his heals, make sure he pops it all the way towards the top. And now he puts himself at least in a better position as the rockets start to ricochet towards Wowie, but I think he's going to miss that one. As now...
Tryhard made off with the nunchucks.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, that's the answer to where Mike's parried weapon went. Tryhard slips in and steals not a kill, but the weapon.
Sometimes you got to let them know. Sometimes you got to do them with their own, right? And sometimes even with that, though, that just takes time to be able to handle it. As AOW's Mike is going to be able to go through with the heal. Has the bow, see if maybe they can connect them both. We're waiting on it, the blue focus, but it looks like Wang Liang is going to hit it a little bit too early. Both shots trying to connect it. Beautiful parry onto Wowie. The double team, not only that, but him watching it out and paying attention is doing super, super well. As now, AOW's Mike is going to claim his 6th elimination and knocks out Wang Liang in this game. Meanwhile, the third party coming through. He could easily come through in this third party and cause problems as Wowie fighting this out with Tryhard here, waiting for the heals to start coming through as he pops the F key. And now it's the same thing with Wowie. 4 seconds left for him to be able to pop his heals. Barely any shield to his goal, so this is going to be a very big advantage for him as he does pop it. And now he has the opportunity to stall, give himself a little bit more time to heal. But Tryhard is not going to give him that opportunity to go through for a peaceful heal here. He's going to be the problem. He's not going to be his piece. He's going to be Hispanic. Now back at it again as he comes through. Causes that amount of issues to come through. And now Mike has to be able to back this up. Wowie waits for it again and is able to hit the F key. And now they're still going to be able to resurface this in a different way. Almost catches him with that. Waits for the blue focus to come through. And then he goes through with the fake. Now, top 3 so far. It looks like it's definitely going to be AOW's Mike's game without any question as we look at it. But for Tryhard, if he gets these 2 eliminations in a first place, it could actually help regardless. But
well, here's the thing, right? Wowie and Tryhard were fighting each other, they did not realize there was still a tumult in the lobby. Now they see that there's a tumult in the lobby, entirely different story. Both of these Zips know if it goes to a heal-off, they can try and fight each other out, but they need to deny that ultimate coming through from the tumult, which is going to make it so much harder for them to be able to play around the spacing of that zone collapsing on in, and they do enough damage. They pressure Mike enough to actually invest that tumult ultimate before the zone starts to collapse in, and as a result, Mike has to use it for the reset heal rather than using it to sap aggressively the stamina of all of the Zips left in this lobby. Now the ultimate is gone, we're going to go back into everyone trying to deal as much damage as possible to steal away some of those kills. Wowie coming in with the staff overhaul to trying to find that zoning. Mike with the fan, however, mixing up the timings on when he's actually committing, going in with that Wisp, using it to be able to iframe through a lot of the potential threat on the low ground, putting himself aggressively forward as Mike wants to try and just build up enough time, enough rage to be able to get this ultimate back on through. Throwing out the LMB on the fan, just doing a little bit of damage, trying to push Wowie towards the edge of the zone, so Tryhard sees an opportunity, and Mike is able to trade that play for a bit of reset. Tries to take out that pulse, so unfortunately doesn't manage to find the opportunity. Throws out the Wisp to catch Wowie, so yet again he can get a heal off because Tryhard's attention is diverted towards the more vulnerable target. What a smart play coming on through from Atamulch, as yet again we're going to see Mike in the full health now, as Wowie the one on the back foot, throwing in the F1 to be able to try and get that reset while still on the move. Zone's about to start collapsing onto both of these players. Mike trying to find an opening, using that fan, throwing it out. Wowie wanting to try and find the spacing, going for the grapple to keep himself on the air as much as possible, away from all of the damage and potentials. As Tryhard goes low, the Zip ultimate going to kick in, bopping Mike back and allowing Tryhard's help to come back through, as we're going to see the F1 now being utilized. Tryhard, however, stuck in the Wisp outside of the zone. Wowie not going to be able to tap dodge into the center, has to go for the ultimate, and now it's going to be a sustain off. Mike, however, with the play, able to drop the ultimate, all of the stamina stamina gone. Wowie not able to tap dodge away from the follow-up of the pole sword, and Mike picks the lobby and the MVP.
Mike is focused. You see this man. This man came through ready to slay. He knew what he had to do. Obviously, he's already in qualifying, so in reality, he doesn't have to put up this hard of a performance, but he has to show WPG Spider it's the principle. It's the principle. It's important. I gotta show you that I'm just as liable and I'm just as lethal as you, and he clearly showed it in this first game.
He's such a smart player. He is such a smart player. He knows when he's in that instance, he's up against 2 Zips, he's the only Tumult. The second those Zips realize, okay, there's a Tumult here, we need to turn on this Tumult, we need to deny him any control of the spacing in this final zone, they immediately turn away from the fight that had been going on between them for a good minute and a half and turn on the Tumult, and every single time Mike gets low, he knows he doesn't want to use the ultimate. That is the absolute break glass in case of emergency play. So what does he do? He throws out wisps so that one of the other Zips diverts, turns on the other Zip in the lobby so that Mike is free to get a heal off uninterrupted, because every single time before that when he was trying to just take that reset, pop that Vitalia, pop that shield potion, everyone just swaps over to the bow and denies the reset. The second he starts using the wisps instead, he's able to find the full resets, keep himself healthy, keep the ultimate in the pocket. Really smart stuff coming through from Mike.
I mean, Mike absolutely comes through and he decimates the entire lobby here. It's going to be a great first game for him. The standings are definitely going to be very good for him as well. Knowing that he doesn't have to worry about Spider, at least currently here. And now he just has to worry about all of the other players here. And he's able to maintain, he's able to multitask, he's able to work on defense with one player and be able to go completely full offense on the other. He doesn't have to worry about certain things, even with timing. And even if he was in a tough situation, let's say he was in a similar touch situation like Tryhard in a space where he's low HP. He's trying to juggle both players, making sure that he doesn't get completely filed out of this conversation. This is an A and B. See your head that way. That's tough in those situations, and I feel like even if Mike was there, he would have found a way to somehow handle it.
I mean, honestly, Mike just played it perfectly. The fact that he was pretty much gifted a Realm of Yang on the first run, right? He goes up against an Akos. Tumult into Akos is the best matchup for Tumult into the Realm of Yang. He's also going up against a player who was pressured by being chased by everyone else in the lobby to take that Realm of Yang to escape in the hopes that he's able to win that 50-50, even if you lose the Realm of Yang, right? You do still get the 4 minutes. You do get that second lifeline, as opposed to if you go out of the lobby, well, you go out of the lobby. You don't get that second chance. You don't get the 4 minutes to try and find yourself a kill. But it means that Mike gets to go up against a player who's not only on the best hero to match the Tumult into, he's also up against a player who has incredibly low armor and incredibly low reset opportunities as well. The Vitalia and shield potions had been long burned through as he tried to survive all of the attention coming out on that fight in Plumed.
And obviously still going to be a very strong one, as it looks like we're going to be headed back to our OG map in our game number 2. So hopefully there's going to be some switches here. Definitely an expected lobby here. Do you think there's going to be any crazy changes in game number 2?
Well, we're still going to be on Holoroth, right? So we're still going to have everyone probably picking Zip in phase 1 and banning it out for everyone else in the lobby. It very much is a rotation. If you're in group 1, everyone quad picks Zip because she's just that strong, that sustainable. You saw what happened when we went into those final zones. The Zips went low, but the fact that you can drop the F1 and even the ultimate as well means that you were able to survive a heck of a lot of attention coming on out, which is crucial when you remember as well, you're not just playing up against the players left in the lobby, you're also playing up against positioning, namely fighting around how you position around that zone collapse coming through, right? So if you want to try and tap dodge, normally it does cost the stamina, but as a Zip with your F1, you get that additional movement to be able to get onto where your bubble actually went. So a lot of the time, if you get pushed towards and into the corruption tick damage, everyone who's out of stamina is going to be taking so much damage coming through from the corruption, which ignores shield entirely and goes straight to your health bar. As a Zip, you can use the F1 to not have to worry about that a single time. Speaking about not having to worry about things, I don't think Mike is going to have to worry about qualifying, like you said, after a game like that. 8 kills picked up by him, but honestly, really happy to see Tryhard coming in that second place position. Lives all the way to the end, also comes in with a nice chunk of kills to make that kill multiplier count.
Definitely going to be talking about that intro too with that data that we had earlier, because right behind him is Wang Liang. That 4.1 to eliminations obviously is still going to be showing out very, very strong. And a 3.8 in our top 4 with Exgen coming through with that 4th place. So obviously both of them still trying to figure that out and feel it. Tryhard definitely locking in, making sure to get some eliminations, getting some decent picks, and then just lasting to get some of those placement points is going to be very important for him. As we look back at the replays here, let's just call this the Mike highlight reel. Is this what we gonna do? Like, we might get 1 or 2 people, right? Let's get some Exgen clips in there. Let's make it at least feel like it's fair for certain people, right? Completely fine. Exgen absolutely comes through, dumpsters Wowie in this moment here. Barely gives him really a chance here to try to maneuver, rotate, the dodging, the timing, the grapple, both of them being able to pick it, and obviously that blue focus right click with the katana is one of my favorites. And even with Ryumin coming through and surprising Light Hypernova and saying surprise, and comes through, shocks the world, gets that gray, but it ends up beating the blue shield. Now let's go back to the Mike extravaganza. That beautiful first elimination here coming through. Tryhard trying to be able to rotate this around here. They're trying to make sure that it's fair for everybody, which is fair. I completely thought this was going to be a whole Mike replay reel. I thought we were going to just see nothing but Mike eliminations, to be honest with you. As Wowie's going to be able to hold that strong for as long as possible. Still rotating this and doing such a good job, but that ulti still being able to slow it down just enough for him to be able to catch it with the pulse sword. The pulse sword being absolutely dangerous. But to mulch is going to be able to show his amazing animation, as we're going to be able to see our MVP of game number 1, his second MVP, 26,000 damage, 8 eliminations, dual halberds and pulse swords, putting it up a very close amount of damage overall. But with the Hepta Detach, Desperation, Thunderstorm, Juggernaut, Fire Arrows, and Target Lock, and a Soul Shatter, yeah, Mike came to play.
He did have target lock. I thought he did. Wang Liang actually goes down to target lock. He gets hit by the bow shot with target lock from Mike when he's in zone corruption. If you don't know what target lock does, it literally locks your ability to be able to tap dodge.
Wow.
So he can't tap dodge out of the corruption tick damage. He has to just try and run for it.
So Mike was really thinking like 4 or 5 steps ahead.
Target lock is insane, honestly. Target lock is really, really smart. But speaking about being smart, you would be incredibly smart not to miss your opportunity to answer this question in chat for treasure. Which hero did NTL's Tryhard use in this match? Was it Takeda? Was it Feria? Was it Tumulch? Or was it Z-Ping? Get your answer into chat and keep an eye on your whisper box, because you do not want to miss.
Absolutely insane. As we're able to put that together here, he did such an amazing job overall. Man, Tryhard, 2nd place. What a great start for him. Let's hope that he keeps that same energy for the rest of these games, so that way he will stay in qualifying and that he can keep going it. But let's also show a little bit more about Tryhard.
I'm pretty disappointed. I wouldn't really evaluate myself very well. I think I played poorly today. I think there were some things that were on my mind that shouldn't have been on my mind, but I don't want to make any excuses for you guys. I think that I definitely could have played way better, and I made a lot of mistakes. I feel like the competition this year is a lot stronger, just because I feel like everyone who qualified for this year's J-Cup really worked for it. But I think that I'm ready for the level of competition and just need to fix a few things on my end in order to do well. I think Spider definitely impressed me the most. I mean, I kind of expected him to do that well, but it's always amazing to see how well he performs and how little mistakes he makes, and kind of how just good he is as a player. I think the next few days I just want to be more confident. I know that the way I am right now and the skill that I have right now is definitely enough to make it, but today I kind of just played I was very nervous and not how I usually play at all. So I just want to build my confidence back, I think, and get myself to where I know I need to be.
Listen here, young blood, okay? Let me tell you something, okay? Tryhard, you're a great, phenomenal player. Absolutely amazing. What you need to do is lock it in. You did well in your first game, okay? You did amazing. Now it's time for you to come through and do that same type of energy. I need you to steal the book from Mike and go, hey, let me nab some of your ingenious skills so that way I can put it together. Speaking of that, let me tell you something else. Which one of these following 2 players will achieve the most kills in this next match? Is it going to be Xgen, JT, that's A, or is it B, KLA's T225? Put your answer in chat, and let's see who is walking away with something nice. Now, like I said before, Tryhard is an amazing player. He has some time. He knows what he's doing. And obviously after yesterday, not yesterday, but game 1, he was like, you know, I need to put in some more work. He can't make no excuses, which that's the Mamba mentality. We love that. So he's coming into today absolutely trying to prove himself, and prove himself he is doing in this gameplay.
Wowie, there up on the screen. Wowie was honestly really smart. He was one of those players, one of those E-Pinks who was running on blue armor, and he's able to make a way from the Morris Blessing with that legendary armor, and as a result, the attention that was on both zips with blue immediately diverts onto the zip, still with that blue, still that blueberry, as a lot of us casters do like to call them, because of how easy they are to pick out of the lobby that late in the game.
Ryuman's got some work to do. He was able to get elimination though, but for Light Hypernova, very excited to fight AOW's Mike. Finally got a chance to, but he definitely had some players around him that made that 1v1 a little harder.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, you don't traditionally see 1v1s in pro NARAKA play purely because looking for third parties is just such a good way of being able to guarantee not just kills, but making sure that you're in fights for as short a time as possible, because the longer these fights go on, the more players are potentially going to be running onto the scene, getting drawn in, and I mean, too many cooks in the kitchen, that kitchen is going to get pretty hot indeed.
Absolutely hard here. If we're going to look at Polaris here with sadly 0 average kills and a 0.5 average ranking, 7k damage. Polaris, one of the newer players as well, he's going to have to put in some work and some effort if he's going to see himself in qualifying. He is very far down towards the bottom. What does he need to do?
I mean, I think, again, you just need to pick yourself up. You need to tell yourself, okay, it's just one bad game. We saw yesterday and the day before as well that these teams, these players who do have those bad games, starting off in game 1, they can still recover. There's still 5 more games to be able to play. Something that Tryhard has actually been doing very, very well. Like you said, he did struggle game 1, day 1 of solos, but he also didn't get any downtime because he was playing yesterday in trios too with NTL. So the fact that he's able to come in with that new mentality, with that refreshed sort of attention and just decision to go into solos with a new clean slate has been working out absolute wonders for him, as we can have a look at Xu Sheng, one of our NBPL regulars, a very smart player, very clean, very good at their combo extensions. Unfortunately, isn't really able to make it towards the later parts of those zone collapses where you find so much value in solos, considering there are so many different players in such a small area. The kills that you're able to put on the board become a lot easier to put back to back, as opposed to through the rest of the match where everyone is so spread out, and it can become really hard for players to actually run into fights early on so they can add to their kill tallies.
Somebody said I look like Maxwell in chat. That's crazy. The R&B singer? That's crazy. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Speaking of compliments, Akuma, one of the favorites. Definitely one of the most entertaining players that we get a chance to watch here, and we love watching Akuma with many of troll antics. But
he said the Karumi in the Trash Talk video. He said, "You can't catch me if I'm on my Karumi." We're playing Holler off. I'm really hoping, here's the thing though, Akuma only does those shenanigans when he knows that he's guaranteed to get through. He's a very smart player. He knows how far exactly he can toe the line, and he makes sure that he doesn't toe it too far where he falls off the platform.
But sometimes he tolls it in his advantage too, to be fair.
True. I mean,
I've definitely seen a few times where he's trolled a couple people enough where he's like, wait, I can actually use this and win, and it's happened before. So let's see if maybe he throws a couple more troll antics in his direction.
I don't think we'll see the troll antics come through just yet. Again, these players, a lot is on the line, especially with all of these other players having specific pop-off games. You want to make sure that you're playing for consistency at the moment. Maybe if you know that you're guaranteed, like Spider can get away with it, Mike can probably get away with it, but for some of these other players, those points are just a little bit too close to try and cut it. As we can have a look at which heroes are going to be locked in. KLA T225 is going to be able to get first pick of the litter in terms of those hero choices. Wang Liang as well. What exactly are they gonna go? Is it going to be traditional history repeating itself yet again, and a quad zip pick coming through with everyone else and having to play around not getting to sustain?
Let's see how this is going to change the game, as we're going to be able to lock it in for another Holleroth game. But on top of that too, Light Hypernova definitely had his opportunity, and let's see if he definitely gets another one here. But Wang Liang definitely was able to get at least 1 or 2 eliminations during that fight, but sadly was not able to clock out in the top 5 for this first game. Wang Liang definitely has some work to do. I think he's done an amazing job to get so far to this point, but now it's time for the first round selection and the bans.
Well, there it is. Triple zip immediately locked on in. Xisheng a little bit later. Maybe we're gonna see something different coming through from him. Time will have to tell. Either way, that zip is immediately going to be off of the table. Speaking about Wang Liang, however, he was in a really good position. The problem is that he had to use that V3 incredibly early. This is what's going to happen. These players, they're going to look at the heroes that are left when those final zones start collapsing in. They're going to look at the win conditions, how likely these heroes are going to be able to hit that win condition as the zone itself collapses. And if it is as the zone collapses that your win condition comes to fruition, you're going to be the one that everyone turns on to the first time. Things like that Farrier, things like the Tumult, the Takeda as well, all of those you want off of the table before they get the opportunity to start stacking up those kills and make it immensely harder for you to be able to recover. Okay, now we can see KLA's T25 on the zip, Hypernova also opting for it, Polaris also going for it, with Wang Liang deciding to actually throw in that Farrier. Zip already off of the table. We're going to see Mike coming in with a Hardy. We do traditionally see double Hardy picks coming through from some of these players with how strong he is going to be. Riemann going to be opting for this Tumult, and we're actually going to see Tessa come through as well. We've got 2 Takedas now coming up with everybody else locking into this barrier. This is really smart stuff coming through from Mike. Normally we see players hold off on the Hardy until they go to Morris, especially when we have the increased Fireflies, which means you're going to be getting your ultimate up far more often, but that also means that we're going to see the more traditional Hardy counter getting picked on those specific maps of the Justina. By opting for the Hardy now, he's not going to be running into any Justinas. He doesn't have to worry about being frozen and locked out of his ultimate.
Not playing checkers here, we're playing chess, and we're playing a long game of NARAKA BLADEPOINT for the J-Cup as we're about to get ready to lock it in for our game number 2. It's a little chilly in here. Go ahead and put that jacket on, Action. It's all right. We're all a little chilly. We're going to make sure we're going to warm you up as we're going to knock it out and get ready for these hero picks. Take it away.
Okay, we're going to see the V2 from Zeldane come on out. So that is the Bite version, where instead of the enchantment, you immediately take a chunk of damage as opposed to being stun locked. It's not the V3 though, Darby, so if it does get dodged, it is going to be not getting that regeneration refresh of the Rage. Mike running the V1, so he's going to be actually getting more seconds of flight and foregoing the fire tick for that Hardy is, oh
this
my
is going to be a nice spread. So many players landing towards Plum Castle. There is not many of other open areas. Everybody, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. AOW's Mike is going to be a little bit down towards, it looks like Moonfall Pass. Nobody's going to be landing in City of Tang. It looks like 2 players are at least headed in between Cinnabar Valley and the trenches. But everyone else in that center section, a lot of people are going to be fighting at Salvation Podium. Let's see who's going to pick the puzzle together and who's going to get that golden charm.
It is going to be a race for Ballista, I am telling you right now. 4 players landing Salvation Podium.
Somebody already got eliminated.
Someone did already get eliminated, and that is going to be Wang Liang. J-Team's Action going to be able to take down Tryhard with the longsword as we're following along with Mike on that Hardy, looking to try and loot up as quickly as possible. KLA's T25 also finding a kill with the spear onto Wowie, as Mike trying to find purple. He's not running early generate of those rage glyphs, so we're going to see him just trying to find any purple that he can before he tries to take this fight. F2, the combo break version of the Hardy. Zeldinct coming in with a nice scale rush connection off of that greatsword, looking to try and chunk some of these players down. He's still, again, only been able to find himself great armor, and by taking that scale rush and turning that attention onto Polaris, he has bought himself a disengagement as Mike coming on in with so much damage. Polaris had purple armor, and it's immediately reduced to absolute nothing, as we're going to see Polaris using the zip F1, getting the heal off. Zeldinct having found blue, now returning to the scene of the crime, finding the uppercut confirm into follow-up of the dual blades, as Mike now looking to shark the kill away with how fast that fan is thrown out. Polaris able to stop the grapple connection from Mike by going for the focus, but he commits the blue yet again, and Mike's able to read into it and finds the parry as well as the kill off of the riposte. Zeldinct now having to back on off and take that shield reset as Mike pulls him back. The Tesla V2 now coming into the mix. Mike not going to be able to interact with the urn. Sees that it's pink, knows that it's the V2. So smart, disengages, lets the tether go through, lets the snap hit, knows that he's not going to be CC'd, and instead is only going to take a little bit of damage. By putting himself out of distance of the fight, there's no follow-up, and now he can continue to try and move in onto that kill. Cancels the F2 early on from the Hardy, as Action looking for the uppercut connection. Mike wanting to try and find this kill as quickly as possible. Zeldinct also looking for that third party as Mike now with the Hardy ultimate. It's only going to be scaled to blue, but the triple charge is going to be a golden focus that Mike is going to be immensely happy about. Gliding around, finds the connection onto Action. Action hopping into the V3, immediately going to try and find the turnaround. Wants to find the cannon connection onto Mike, who's going to put himself onto the low ground and find that reset opportunity. Vitalia's being popped. Action going to actually get hit by the Tessa, as we're going to see Mike now trying to find the third party, and Zeldinct is able to find the kill. Action goes down to the damage off of the Tessa V2, and now it's a 1v1. Zeldinct going to be a little bit away from having that next generation of ultimate. 4%, 2% remaining until he's going to be able to come on in with the 55. There he does. He gets it with the damage done from the dual blades F1 to knock Mike back. Zeldinct putting himself behind the wall to disguise when he throws the urn out, finds the connection onto Mike, who's going to use the F2 on the Hardy to move away, but Zeldingt's able to chase him down, coming in with the dual blades and finishing off the kill.
Mike got a little greedy there. Definitely was playing that super well too. Ended up getting one elimination for that, and obviously him trying to push for that second definitely cost him a little bit more here. If he would have backed off and potentially maybe hoped to try to find a better shield, maybe even a shield swap, he could have stole from that that purple shield here, but was not able to go back and find it, as he immediately caught through and immediately just got caught into the next one. Now, speaking of shield swap, T225 ends up going for the shield swap, and Akuma is going to be able to keep the same energy right back towards him here, as he's going to be able to catch him on the juggle. Goes on for the top section, catches him up, and the pull from the ulti comes through and snags away the elimination. What a beautiful time coming in from Akuma, playing that super, super well. This is one of those time things we're saying about. Akuma definitely has a lot of amazing moments, but when he locks in, he locks in. Don't think all the jokes and the funniness fools you. He can use that to lure you in and be like, oh, ha, 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 psych! So don't get caught into that, as Akuma is going to be able to rotate this in, and so is Ryumin. Now, Ryumin is a little bit past on top of the qualifying. So he has a chance. He just needs to play a little bit more, and he has to be careful, especially if somebody like a Zeldinct, who already has 2 eliminations, can actually keep this going here. Definitely can be really tough. Meanwhile, Akuma and Shazing back on the fighting tracks. Beautiful kicks coming through there from Shazing, going to be able to connect it, but now he's going to be able to hit that with the pull. Shazing with a beautiful reset here. Nice back shots coming through as he almost gets hit, and it looks like he does. Now Akuma's on the wrong side of the tracks here, as now he's going to go through with the ulti here, and now he ends up getting caught, forcing himself to end up getting pulled here. Zeldinct might use this as an opportunity, but it's not going to be that much. But now the ulti comes through, the pop comes in, he gets stunned, and Zeldinct is able to capture his 3rd elimination, and he's 1 point behind Extion and 1 point behind qualifying.
Zeldinct more than happy to keep himself in the fight as well, because at 55%, he's going to get that V2 back. There it is! Off of the damage that he takes, Xusheng with the V3 pop. Zeldinct honestly just looking to zone the Farrier away from being able to get into the mech, using the F, knocking them back. Even if Xusheng goes into the mech, he's in such a bad position, because Zeldinct is going to be able to use the opportunity to throw the ultimate out. Xusheng immediately going to drop into that mech. Zeldinct able to find the connection, and unfortunately Xusheng not going to be able to interact with the urn because he's in the mech. As a result, Zeldink now trying to play around those cannon shots coming on through. There's potentially an armor swap as well on the blue behind him, keeping himself aerial with the uppercuts, not letting the Farrier find the connection. Baits a potential scale rush, and the Farrier mech falls for it, swapping off of the cannon onto the primary. As Zeldink, an absolute sliver of health, finds the armor reset into a gray, hiding behind the pillar right there in the center. Shushen gonna have to be careful he doesn't get caught by the 40 roller!
Oh!
No!
Gets caught by the fire roller as he does try to rotate out. Even Zeldink laughs like, where were you going? What were you thinking, bro? Are you serious?
It's so funny because literally it was either yesterday or the day before. I was like, okay, I have a checklist for Holorov. Where's my phony roller kill? And I've had 2 so far.
Oh my goodness. What hasn't been checked off your list yet?
Hardy F1 into phony roller. But we're never going to see it because F1 isn't, it's not an immediate gold focus, so you can't use it to combo break. Everyone's always going to run the F2 for that reason alone.
Unfortunate, as it looks like we're still going to be able to come through with this one as AOW's Mike trying to see if he can get away, but T225 comes through. Even though he's dangerously low here, he's at the disadvantage currently here, but AOW's Mike is still going to find a way to make it his moment as he goes through with the scale rush. The timing comes through, but T225 is a little bit faster in that moment, pops the ulti, and now here he comes with the nice swings, and now he's coming through fast. He has to be careful here. T225 could get eliminated from this if he's not paying attention, and he's still going to be able to find the moment to do it. Goes for the heal, gets the aggression onto it. He's going to be able to push onwards with this entirely. Beautiful defense coming in as Mike trying to see if he can close in this gap little by little. Almost hits him with the nice flare, and he does, as Mike is going to be able to get his finish and get the elimination onto T225 as we look back and we see both Transformers fighting this out. This is absolute madness. Roll out, ladies and gentlemen, as both of them are going to... I feel like a kid in the candy store. They're both absolutely ricocheting outside of this one. And down. You have to be careful in this moment here, as now it's both pistol shots coming through. Nice scale rush coming into it, but Wang Liang is going to hit the longsword into that space. Gets the finish, and he gets those rewards in the realm of Yang.
He gets the legendary weapon to scale the damage of the Farrier ultimate as well as that purple armor. It's actually really strange that Mike forewent the realm of Yang fight in favor of looking in the overworld for a couple of those kills, but maybe he wanted to try and shark down some of those players that were a little bit low, playing towards the outer edges of the zone in the hopes that they don't get run into either by the players who win the realm of Yang and therefore get the buffs. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Darby. Someone went into a realm of Yang and took Mystic Might. Do you know what? This is the second time we've seen it happen in J-Cup. Mystic Might, an incredibly good buff. Yes, however, Vermilion Bird's Might, you only get the opportunity to be able to choose it in the first instance of Realm of Yang. And if you go down when it's active, you get to survive in the lobby and retain all of your loot loadout. Mystic Might, on the other hand, it gives you players' locations on a window-like span of time. It also gives you a 25% damage reduction. So if players really want to play aggressive, they can use that damage reduction and the fact that they know players' locations to try and take as many fights as quickly as possible. And it's actually kind of smart coming through from DRG because this early in the game, you do not expect Mystic Might to be active. So some of these players, if they do get chased and they get shocked down low enough, they're going to try and hide in really weird locations. Mystic Might's going to stop any of that from going through unnoticed, as J-Team's action having to take this fight inside the Tumultuous ultimate coming through from Riemann, who's able to find the 1-2 uppercut conversion to push action through the wind wall. Stamina entirely removed from the Farrier, but action still able to find the conversion off of that fan. It comes out so quickly as Riemann goes down in the blink of an eye. Will be also in a very dangerous position. Does have 2 of the shoves left on the Takeda. Going to burn one of them to push Zeldink far enough away. Tries to come through with the 180 turnaround on the LMB of that staff. Does actually push Zeldink far enough away that they're both able to take the opportunity and use it as a reset, but this far benefits Zeldink, as Wowie now outside of the ultimate does not have the shoves to be able to set up and regain control of any of the spacing if he falls low. BF going to be invested, Wowie not going to want to throw the blues. while it's active. As a result, we're going to see Wowie come in with the focuses, knowing that Zeldin cannot possibly clank into it, otherwise he's going to get punished by that Cicada ability, as we're going to see the ultimate go through, but Wowie is able to dodge it, and Zeldin, because it's the V2, does not regain the rage. We're going to see Wowie coming in with the juggle, Mike getting the uppercut conversion off of Zeldin's opening, taking the kill. He might be paying for it, however, as he has to use the Hardy F2, cancelling it yet again early, to try to make sure that he does not get punished by an uppercut chase. Does get hit by the V2 in air, using that Hardy ultimate, trying to move away as quickly as possible. He'll take the hit, but here's the thing. It does not cancel the ultimate. You still get to retain that high ground position up in the sky, and as a result, even though it hits, Mike is untouchable.
Being able to heal while flying is crazy.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. Not only did he get stunned in the air, he's still full-blown floating and absolutely ricocheting. He's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
I can still get the
the
heals.
only thing that actually grounds a Hardy is if he takes enough damage, and even then it doesn't full out cancel the ultimate. You just get locked out of flight for 3 seconds, and then you can hit your F again.
Wow. Even then, you can still get right back up in the air just as fast as a Delta flight. Now, as we're going to be able to rotate this right back into it, still going to be able to rotate this in. And Wang Liang looks like he's going to get some rewards here. Hopefully get something decent and a decent amount of heals and shields. Nice little bit of repair as well with that gold pistol. Definitely something very, very useful in this moment here. Surprised he's not been able to pop that bell, but as we look through for the rotations here, the question is Mike going to be able to potentially go in and get himself a free Realm of Yang one more time, or is somebody else actually going to come through and maybe use that as an advantage? Because surprisingly, no one has come through for that second Realm of Yang. Everybody kind of lets that thing go. It's been a very interesting observation.
Mike already used the ultimate, is the thing, as a Hardy. So you don't really want to position for a Realm of Yang until that ultimate is available. So that does mean he's probably not going to be making that play. Action could potentially make the play, as we do see Wang Liang is also wanting to go into the Realm of Yang. Both of these players wanting to wait till the last possible moment, because if they wait for the last possible moment, they could potentially get put into the second portal, which does mean that they could potentially get a Realm of Yang for absolute free. But Mike is able to deal enough pressure that he actually pushes someone into taking that portal, and it is going to be a fight. Akuma
No way he bullies
up against Zeldin.
No way Mike bullies Zelentik into the portal for him to go fight somebody. That's a little rude. I'm going to be honest. That's a little rude here as he's going to drop down on the scale rush here. Beautiful time strike. Both defenses playing this very, very well as Akuma trying to see if he can dish this out. Comes through with the beautiful F key to try to see if he can maneuver this out. Nice grapple to the juggle. Is able to hit them with the fan. Beautiful blue strike. Just trying to see if maybe he can run this around. Oh, misses out on the advantage here as Zelentik ends up getting destroyed by Akuma in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Tessa's really strong in Realm of Yang, but unfortunately it isolates the fight. It pushes out a lot of the noise that Tessa can use to disguise throwing the ultimate out, and as a result these players are able to dodge it a lot more easily if it's the V1 or V2 version. Action and Wang Liang now going to take that second Realm of Yang, both of them inside that Fairy Mech trying to find these connections. Wang Liang with the cannon shots dealing so much damage to Action with that legendary scaling, but Action still able to retain a lot more armor, using the boosters to dodge around the cannon shots coming through from Wang Liang, who now drops out of mech. Action still holding onto their ultimate a little bit longer, trying to find the cannon connection, gets the splash AoE to land onto Wang Liang, swaps to the primary to deny any of that reset potential coming on through. He's got the fan, he throws out the R&B, looking to try and clank it off of these nunchucks as Wang Liang with that zoning potential is going to try and push Action into holding that back step, throws out the focus, doesn't find any opportunity to look for the red flash as Wang Liang has not been able to find anything at the moment. The grapple cancel connection stopped by the focus hold from Action, and as a result he's able to mind games the competition and comes out on top. Fan yet again proving to be the most superior weapon currently in the solos section, as we're going to see Zeldin now off of that loss on the Realm of Yang with the Yang depletion. This is a statement that he has unfortunately seen before. 4 minutes, now down to 3 because of the distance he had to travel to find a soul altar, ticking slowly down and no soul bloom in sight.
Unfortunate for the no soul bloom, as it looks like Mike doesn't necessarily need one, as he's in the middle of absolutely trying not to get caught up by 2 to 3 players here. Let's hope he doesn't get caught by the roller, or at least anyone else here. We've already had 1 elimination. We don't need 2 for the Thorny Roller himself. As now, Mike getting caught off the backside from Akuma. Is going to be able to hit the F key and go for his quick flight, just so he can try to surround this out and not get caught in a bad situation. Oh, as Akuma gets hit by the Thorny Roller. I need y'all to pay attention. The Thorny Roller goes from southwest to southeast. I don't know where y'all looking, but y'all need to understand the timing. That Thorny Roller is quick, and it's gonna hurt. Don't end up like Tom and Jerry. Now, as we come back towards the top of the order here, there's still a whole lot of advantages happening. You just have to be careful, because inside of there, it's going to hurt, and it's going to rain. As Zelendick's still fighting this out with Akuma. Akuma, it looks like he's going to go through from the back, and it looks like he finds the face of Wang Liang immediately coming through with that aggression, pops the ulti, ends up catching him, about to hit him with the stun. Not before Wang Liang is going to deplete the shield from Zelendick, and now that third party starts to come in as well. Doesn't end up popping it with the shield, but the reset coming through from Wang Liang is going to be very helpful, as Akuma is going to continue the same amount of monstrosity that Wang Liang just finished earlier. As now he's going to try to see if maybe he can do it. Wang Liang comes through with the shield, trying to hold it together. That nice F key is going to be able to catch him on the outset. Beautiful ulti timing here, but it's not going to be enough as Wang Liang is going to catch him inside his corner. Beautiful parry coming in from Zelendick. The defense coming through just as strongly. And now Akuma was able to get the elimination onto Zelendick. The question is, can he continue that onslaught and be able to keep that going as Wang Liang also gets eliminated from Action. Both of them ending up catching free eliminations from that, but I know Akuma is probably pissed because that could have been 2 eliminations for him.
I mean, speaking about not very happy, Zelding is 100% not happy about the fact that he got third-partied. Because he's running that V2, when it actually hits with that tether snap, he gets the heal, but unfortunately, because there's another player in the area, he still goes down, even though he's able to find that little window of sustain, as Mike, seeing that he's going to take pressure from Akuma, decides to throw in the F2 to be able to disengage and wait for his opportunity to try to push in on a player at a different time entirely. Mike, knowing he's the only Hardy in this lobby, he does not want to get spotted out early. He's going to go for the 1-2, pushing this barrier outside of that zone yet again, making sure that they're not able to hug the edges, stay out of sight, and hold on to that V3 for when it's really going to come into handy, as Mike with the F2 is immediately going to force Akuma into using that mech, turning the attention away from him and potentially onto Akuma, but it does look like the other player in the area who was looking for that entrance for the third party thinks better of it, seeing that it's a barrier, seeing that it's a mech, not wanting to go around that corner, not knowing if Akuma was in the cannon form, and waiting to find that connection as they rounded the side.
Can you believe that the Thorny Rollers have more hits and more damage than some of these players? Which is crazy. I can imagine so. He's already got 1 elimination. That'd be kind of insane to see if he ends up picking up another. So let's see what happens here as we're back right near the Roller. The Roller definitely being the MVP of this game so far, as they're both caught on the inside. Don't get caught by another Thorny Roller moment. As Mike waits for the timing here, trying to see if maybe that opportunity does come, as Akuma is going to be able to go through the rotation. Nice scale rush to try to see if he can time it back, waiting for the outscale push. And it looks like he finds him inside of the corner here. The timed upscale, beautiful timed by Akuma just to try to bait him into it. And now he has to rotate this outwards back into the Thorny Roller section. Now seeing it, they do have that space, and they do have a little bit more timing in order to make that happen, so that way they don't get hit by it. But here we go again. There's going to be able to try to close in this gap here. Akuma going for the ring around the Rosie. Has to be careful here. But now, Mike going from the ceiling pop. Oh, almost gets hit by it at the very last moment here. But we know his maneuvering speed is just as good. Akuma. See, here's this trolling again. See? He's trolling him. I'm telling you. Akuma is trolling Mike right now. He doesn't really want to fight. He just wants to see if he can catch him inside of the Thorny Roller. He is trolling this man. Akuma, don't get caught inside of it. Same with you, Mike. Don't get caught by it as well. Oh, I'm so scared.
Well, that's scale rushing, right? You can actually move around the Thorny Roller as long as you scale rush up either onto the wall or on the ceiling. You're able to keep yourself above where the Thorny Roller is. Akuma yet again trying to hide behind the rocks where he doesn't think Mike is going to check. Does get caught out by 2 massive hits from the nunchucks. And as a result, he actually went for an armor swap onto the Grey just to try and survive all of that damage coming on through, since he doesn't have the opportunity to look for the shield reset and fix the purple. The F1 going to be invested. Scale rush up from Akuma. Another armor swap onto the blue to be able to keep himself in the lobby. He doesn't have the F1 anymore to be able to use to buy himself the time and safety if he does take a couple of hits and lockdowns from these players. And J-Team's Action also in the area now, seeing that this barrier is low. Akuma able to find the armor swap off of the purple, sitting on the box, going to be able to walk away with his life intact a little bit longer. Frozide, the RMB, finding that connection onto Mike, that purple armor now making him a lot less valuable a target for both of these players to try and shark down, especially when Akuma is so close to getting that V3 up and running. There was a window of opportunity to take the Farrier down, and it just closed shut.
Meanwhile, back on the outskirts of this circle here, as they're still trying to skill rest this in, Action finding this out with Akuma. Akuma making it a lot harder for him to try to get this elimination. Nice jump shots, trying to see if maybe he can hit it, but it's not going to be enough here. But he does have that gold shield on him, so that advantage is going to be very, very helpful for him. Going for the repair on the pistol. Let's see if we can go through it, as we're going to look at the replays here from a fight that was happening from earlier. It looks like this is when Light Hypernova ended up getting caught by Action right beforehand. Beautiful parry, gets the strike. Those dual halberds putting in a dangerous amount of work and absolutely hits him with the right click. It looks like a parry just happened a second ago here. It looks like that came from JDG's Shazing, as Mike ends up the one hitting the parry as well into that one. Beautiful strike coming through, as now Shazang is on the offensive, trying to see if he can catch him. It looks like Action is just waiting for the opportunity and the moment to strike, as it looks like he does here. Not enough of a strike, too much, as he does end up heading the Q and starts to fly away. That character being very viable in so many great situations, just being able to get away. What a beautiful strike! The nice boomerang coming through from AOW's Mike. This is why he is one of the best in this game.
No, that was onto Mike. That was the RMB from the fan onto Mike that actually forced him into using that ultimate to be able to disengage safely. Otherwise, he would have gone down to a lot of players looking to steal that kill onto a very low health Hardy without maneuverability. As a result, however, Mike, I think, cancels the ult early to be able to hold on to that rage for as long as possible, as well as making sure he's not going to be a humongous target for all of these players to be able to see. As yet again, now we're going to see everyone backing on off, as it looks like we can hear from what a smart player Mike is from Mike himself.
也不会出现那些意外游戏，很多英雄都有这样的情况。我觉得哈迪的表现，包括他特色的话，就是哈迪由于在防区里的追人能力也是不逊色其他英雄的，然后并且在防区也不会很笨，然后他的特色，他的表现的话，我觉得也是让我非常的就是感觉很夸张，因为我觉得哈迪的这个英雄的这个数值啊，包括可能一些东西，可能是没有像神庙那么夸张嘛，也没有像神庙那么 OP， 所以我觉得他出场应该可能就是拿来当一把过渡，但是没想到他的那个表现会如此的优异。一开始的话，我是有过提前的这个预知，就我觉得这个笑容这名选手是可能会比较有手腕，因为我在 rank 里也是碰到他的几次，然后也被他淘汰过嘛，然后我觉得他在比赛上这个表现，我觉得也非常的优异，然后有点让我没有想到。
It's very interesting that Mike was actually pointing out that Hardy is not clumsy moving in from those houses, and it's really helping him out here as he's able to find so many rooms to be able to look to try and disengage these players in the area. 4 players left. Whoever goes down low is immediately going to be shocked out, not just by one, but everyone else in the lobby, as Mike going into the zone voluntarily to get out of sight, so everyone else turns onto another player, and it is going to be Akuma, the target of focus. Scale rush with the fan off of the wall, finding one connection onto Xu Shan. Unfortunately going to go down in the meantime, as Mike fully healed up with that blue into purple now. Going to be coming back into this fight. V3 from Xu Shang, trying to buy himself the space. The RMB on the dual halberds coming on out from the other Farrier in the lobby, pushing Xu Shang into actually using that mech a lot earlier than he wanted. It's not the pillar drop, it's the full reset as he hops on in. Now looking to try and find the third party as Mike with the ultimate legendary weapon picked up from him. Someone wasn't looking, and that Hardy got his hands on that Morris Blessing to scale this damage off of the ultimate. The V1 going to be lasting a lot longer than the V2 as well, so Mike more than happy to use the mobility and find that reset, and I look to try and pressure J-Team's Action out of being able to hold the damage with this Farrier mech. As Mike, with the F2, going to reposition himself, dropping into a position where he can chunk down Xu Shang the second that the Farrier loses that ultimate, trying to find the overhaul. Xu Shang able to find the parry on the reset, however, able to kill Mike, but it's J-Team's Action with one last cannon shot that's able to secure the kill, taking it into a 1v1. Both of these Farriers already having invested that ultimate, not going to have the pillar drop for the reinvestment, as Xusheng able to find another huge parry. The RMB on the halberds dodged away from Xusheng with the F1. Are we going to see the reset opportunity? Xusheng with 1, 2 focus strike cancels, not going to be committing into that third trap, as we're going to see Xusheng trying to overhold and buy as much time with the hyper armor as possible. J-Team's Action coming in with that range, just absolute poke. Pressuring that barrier down. The RMB on the halberds finishes the job, and we're going to see J-Team's Action walk away the last player standing.
That timing was effortless. He knew, and he was waiting for the moment for him to either pop that ulti or decides whether to pop the heals at all, giving him just a little bit of more time for him to push. I think he was also waiting for him maybe to bait that out too. So he was waiting a few more times, and obviously he saw the opportunity, he took it, and clearly was able to knock out the #1 player expected to win, and just like that was able to steal that away. So whoever picked Action in that questionnaire, congratulations, you're a winner. Because I also thought that too, and I also answered the question in chat too, so I'm also a winner. Yay. Being able to lock that down here, look at that smile. We know how you feel coming into that game #2, but got to give it up to Shozeng. Shozeng played a heck of a game. He played well. He did his thing. Sadly did go out just a little bit early in that final circle, but he still played very well nonetheless.
I mean, it was a gorgeous parry on the fan. Absolutely gorgeous. We actually talked about it yesterday, where the RMB on the fan, like, it has 2 hits, right? It has the initial, and then it has, like, the boomerang back.
Right.
So, honestly, the best thing you can do to try and parry the fan with how fast the RMB is, and also how weird the hitbox can be, since it does sort of go through terrain and disguise where exactly the fan is traveling. At that moment, you can just dodge the first hit of the fan, and you know it's returning, and you know exactly where it's going to be returning to. It's going to be returning to the player who's holding onto the fan. So you can be in the absolute best position possible to be able to find the parry on the throw back, and as a result, that fan goes out of the hand, and immediately we see that just continued pressure where they just don't allow the reset opportunity to come through.
And that was an incredible effort held down by Action. Action really coming through here with a massive amount of eliminations and that first place. Really going to put himself already super strong in that top 7 at least, because some people have been struggling in general here, but what I will say is that MVP will definitely go to the Thorny Roller. Definitely was an MVP. A decent amount of damage, at least 1 elimination. That's sorry, Action, you know, sometimes MVPs come out of different ways, different ways to roll. Anyway, over time, the game definitely gets more intense over time, and even with some of these players, sadly, Light Hypernova ending up getting caught by a gold player. Not only with a gold fan, but also with gold shield. Absolutely comes through, beautiful parry towards that, gets that finish, gets that elimination, and sees that he ends up popping that ulti and ends up snatching, gets that elimination, and also comes through with that final elimination.
I mean, fan is just a nuisance in solos. A nuisance in trios, but definitely a nuisance in solos, because a lot of the weapon meta is about trying to find, really fast moving weapons. Dagger has a really good one where we're able to use the LMB off of the dagger to go into the uppercut confirmation, and then you can chase with the soul break, so you can do even more damage, especially if you're on terrain. You can get a couple extra hits in if you're fighting on a slope, so that when they start at the very top of the slope, you get more hits in off of those horizontals, and can even drop in a vertical towards the tail end if the terrain allows. Fan, on the other hand, it comes out incredibly quickly. It does a whole lot of damage. It's in the exact same weapon family as the dagger, so not only that, you actually get this same weapon ability as the dagger, where you do get the ability to be able to just tap dodge in and out after you use those moves, so you can continue playing into the spacing and harassing. You can use it aggressively or defensively if you so choose. And it has a lot of mind games because it has overholds, it has that 0.9% charge of the focus, which is the fastest focus attack in the entire game. So if you're stuck with something like a pole sword, a great sword, or a staff, you're not going to be able to clank. You have to be able to play into the overhold meta.
Hey, you said it was a nuisance, and a nuisance it was. It definitely was a very strong weapon to see overall, and seeing some of the best players be able to use it. Hopefully people are doing their homework. And speaking of homework, some of these players down at the bottom are going to have to do some homework on getting some eliminations, because a 12.8 game score with 7 eliminations is definitely what you need to do to get yourself in that top placement. Meanwhile, it's a tie of eliminations between Shozeng and Akuma, but get this, it's literally a mirror. 7.6 game score 5.4 for Shazing and 6.7 for Akuma. It's a full-blown mirror. You look on the other side, and it's a different score. That's kind of crazy. As you look at Mike closing out the top 4 with 3 eliminations, and Zeldink coming through with 3 eliminations and a 3.8. Zeldink definitely coming through, being a problem for some of these players here. I think if he gets a couple of decent early eliminations, and maybe he gets one really good, solid elimination from some of these top players, we could see him possibly get a really good score.
He really impressed with the Tessa. And that's like something that's really big because Tessa's a very niche pick in solos. We don't see a whole lot of her, especially towards the top tier of meta because of how easy it is to dodge around the V1 and V2. And at points, you did see that, right? He would throw the V2, he wouldn't be able to find a lot of value of it. Other times he would be able to find value of it. And he worked really, really well off of just the Tessa being able to use the combo breaker on the F1 as well. Speaking, however, about these players working off of things, all of these players are going to be working off of this leaderboard. These points really starting to become a point of pressure for everyone in the lobby, especially if it's your second game of play.
Let's also talk about that as well here as we look at the overall points here. Still playing very well. Strong points coming in from JDG Shazang with that 10.9 and 8.6. So he's going to have to put in a little bit more work here, but he's still in that qualifying region. But also Akuma with that 6.7, definitely closing it out a little bit more here. And Tryhard still got some points on the board. We didn't get a chance to see him a little too much in this game, but that 5.4 so far is looking pretty decent for a top 6 contender in his standings.
He had a really unfortunate opening to that game. We actually don't see it on camera, but he's the first kill in the lobby. He goes, and I believe it was to J-Team's action with the longsword. I think either he wasn't able to find a weapon fast enough, or things just went a little bit poorly, as we can have a look at how exactly that last game played out. KLA C25 able to find a kill, Mike able to find a gorgeous parry, and riposte follow-up damage to take Polaris down. Here's Tryhard up against Wang Li, and 1-2. Oh, grapple extension into RMB.
Please put the Thorny Roller.
It's not the Thorny Roller, it's the pistol swap.
Oh wait, here it is, here it is. This is that moment. DRG Zakuma puts him on the outskirts. Oh no, this is the one where he throws him down. I actually got really excited. Oh no, here it is! Yes! JDG Shazing comes out and then ends up getting screwed by the Thorny Roller. Unfortunate. Thank you so much for putting that Thorny Roller elimination in there.
You know what's really tragic? He does the hop. Like just before it hits, I think he realizes that it's coming and tries to go for either a scare rush or a grapple jump.
He froze in that moment, and that's what cost him the games. That's so unfortunate. As we see the last bits of eliminations here, Shazing was actually going off here in that moment here, but the timing coming through to snatch that elimination away. Action with that timing, and obviously JDC Shazing trying to go for the kill, and Action comes through and gets that finish. Action putting in an amazing amount of work. I said it before, I knew that he was at least going to get a dub today. He's one of those players that can adapt so well in so many different instances, and once he's locked in, he's going to at least secure one, and he always does. But our MVP is going to be the Thorny Roll. I'm sorry. The 23,007 eliminations. J-Team's Action does it yet again with a Dreadful Whale, Nether Step, Blind Kick, Firearm, Fire Arrows, and a Target Lock, Whirling Slash, and a Long Handle Weapon Sash with those dual halberds putting up the most damage for 78, almost 8k damage.
You know what? J-Team's Action has my respect, not just for being an absolute amazing player and picking up an MVP, but look at the Soul Jade setup and look at the weapons that he decides to use. He has Dreadful Whale, Darby. Do you see any dagger damage that's there?
He didn't do no dagger at all.
He didn't use the dagger. He has Never Step, he has Dreadful Whale, he doesn't use it.
You know why though? Because nobody else should have the Dreadful Whale. So he said, you know what, I'm gonna hold it for myself so that way nobody else can have it. Nobody else can use it. Guess what? I'm gonna be doing something else because I'm better than that. But do you need it? No. And then you gonna have to eliminate me in order to get it. That is some smart, that is some confident movement on top of that. But let's get into some other confident too, and let's hope you're confident to answer this question. Which player will earn the most score in this next match? Is it gonna be NTL's last match, sorry. Is it gonna be NTL's Tryhard? Is it Ryoman? For B, is it gonna be AOW's Mike, or is it Team Action, a part of J-Team? So make sure to answer your question in chat. I hope y'all been paying attention. Really, please, please pay attention in order to get this right. That's all I'm saying. As we're going to be able to lock this in, Game 3 should be just as good, because so far, the timing and the combos have been so graceful. The confidence for some of these players are coming out, and they're showing in droves. Hopefully some of these other players will capture a little bit of that spark. Maybe they'll get a phone call. Maybe they'll get something. I don't know. They need something in order to really pop off. off, especially a player like Tryhard, like Light Hypernova. Sorry, I had a brain fart for a second. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to see them spark up as well, hopefully, in game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be the last game, however, played on Holoroth, so that does mean it's probably going to be Group 3 immediately banning out that zip, but we'll be ready for Game 3 after this video.
Teacher, the water here is also contaminated.
The contamination is only a symptom. To find the cause, we must look elsewhere.
The sunset and the skies look so good here in Shanghai, China, and so are some of these amazing games as we've done 2 games deep so far. We have 1 more game before we get to the half, and so far, XJin secures the dub, and so does AOW's Mike. The question is, who is going to be our third to lock it out for our first half?
I mean, the question is, what heroes are we gonna see before we lock out our first half? We have 1 more game on Holoroth. Yet again, the pools of players have been rotated, so all of the players who previously were in pool 3 now are in pool 1, which means they have all of the power to be able to pick out which players are going to be able to access which heroes. But speaking about accessing, if you're accessing your game right now, make sure that you go into the events page and click on the answer to this question to get your hands on some lovely cosmetic goodies. And I mean, when we say cosmetic goodies, we do mean exclusive cosmetic goodies. These are exclusive J-Cup cosmetic goodies. And that opportunity to get your hands on only rolls around once a year.
So make sure to answer that question, and hopefully you guys will be able to get something really, really nice, which we're going to be able to mosey on over into our game number 3 for solo. So far, not only am I impressed, I called it. I knew XJin was at least going to get a dub. I know he's been playing super well. He's very focused, let alone the fact knowing that he doesn't have to worry about both top players, which is WBG Spider and Mike. He only has to really worry about Mike. And obviously, the timing, him being able to pop that ulti in that game number 2 to secure that elimination on Mike. Meanwhile, Mike is fully focused on Chezeng. He's not even paying attention to the fact that there's a massive mech that's like, target locked right to his face. Gets the elimination, gets the finish, and then times it perfectly and waiting for the heal for Chezeng to get caught slipping.
Well, I mean, to defend Mike's objective that when he's taking that fight against that Farrier, he knows the Farrier mech is about to disintegrate. He knows that they're going to be dropping out of it, and that's when you're incredibly vulnerable to be caught out as you drop out of your mech and onto the ground. In fact, we have seen time and time again, Farriers who are dropped out of their mech are incredibly punished for it. It's a huge reason why we see Farriers actually mixing up the timing that they stay inside that mech. They will cancel it out early to make sure that players can't read into that time window that they have the muscle memory of being able to punish. It's the exact same reason why when Mike is running Hardy with the F2, he cancels it early so that people aren't actually able to try and use the F2, the distance they know it can pick up, to track him down. But speaking about keeping a track, we are keeping a track of the support rate for all of our players. Who's in the lead? Oh my goodness, it's the close one. J-Team's XJin coming in with 3.3%. Light Hypernova also being shown some love with a 2.1.
Oh, we gotta get some love to the brothers. Come on, Light Hyper! Let's get it going, baby! I need to see some little bit more energy. Meanwhile, actually, 3.3% on the support rate, though. Curious to say who is really at the top when it comes to support.
Spider.
I'm not.
100%.
To be honest, I thought it would have been Mike, since Mike is more of the content creator. You know, he's the one, he's the live streamer, right? He's the one who really has the experience live streaming. Obviously, if you can tell, guys, if you guys have seen some of the videos and the vlogs and the behind the scenes of them being able to hang out and do some stuff, Mike is very much a content creator. He's used to a camera. We're doing the whole selfie where he's like this and he's having conversations and people are around. He doesn't care. Like, you can tell he has that amount of confidence. I'm kind of surprised that he's not.
I'm not. Every single time we have an MVPL broadcast, everyone in chat's like, where's Spider? When's Spider playing? Spider's not playing today, guys. Sorry if you tuned in just to see Spider, but hey, don't worry. Spider's probably already qualified considering he's almost put together 60 points in one day. All of these other players looking to try and take placements alongside him. And obviously, we really can't go without Spider and Mike in the same sentence. These two players are absolutely inseparable. They are going to go down in NARAKA history alongside each other.
Absolutely, here. Even with that, too, they still have to play this well with Chezeng, with his average kills of a 1.4, average damage of an 8,200, and average ranking points of a 0.8. Playing pretty decent in his game number 2. He still stayed alive within that top 3, getting that second place. So obviously, those placement points were going to be very, very helpful for him. So now he's going to have to do a little bit more work if he's going to see himself in that qualification. But I know XJin is waiting and jumping at the anticipation to grind out game number 3. So far, he has definitely improved so much over time here. So he is feeling really good as we're about to get ready to lock this in for our game number 3. Look at the podium, look at the stadium, look at everything here, and let's get through the rounds of selections and its bans.
Yeah, look at the stadium, look at the podium, look at the 4 zips that are about to pop on your screen right now. As we've said, the groups of players who are able to pick their hero first have been rotated. It's now going to be 4 new players who are going to be able to pick theirs first. It's going to be DRG's Akuma, IDK's Ryuman, Owen's Zeldinkt, and AOW's Mike, all locking in their favorite heroes on this last game of Holorov. Is it going to be the 4 zips? I think it's going to be the 4 zips. Mike might throw in a curveball. He did play Hardy last match, but again, he wasn't able to access that zipping, so he's probably been holding off on that pick for this very moment.
They really don't like the zippings. I mean, completely understandable, though, in terms of the zippings, but still, it's like, man, definitely going to be a little bit of a split, though.
Zeldinkt with the Hardy. This is interesting. Zipping not immediately banned on out. The problem is everyone else who comes in the groups afterwards, they've already played Zip. You can only double pick a hero once. And as a result, we're actually going to see, Group 2 opting to deny a Zip pick entirely. Feria is actually going to be our first hero banned on out. Wang Liang going to actually go for a Zip pick of their own. Polaris onto the Hattie as well. We have 2 Hatties currently in this lobby. Hypernova onto the Tumult. KLA's TTD5 on his staple Takeda. I wasn't sure whether or not he would hold off on this until we got to the Fireflies, but it looks like he knows he's behind in that leaderboard. He wants to have a pop-off game. This is his best hero. He's always performed incredibly well on Holorov on the Takeda. This is when he turns things around.
Definitely the turnaround could be for T225. He does need a really good turnaround game, and so does Tryhard. Tryhard also needs something to pop off as well here, so he definitely might be going for a Brave pick as well into this roster here. So let's see if that opportunity becomes that way for him, or if he could use his advantages so far, because it's definitely been a definite struggle. Same for him and Light Hypernova. I know Hyper has been very excited to fight some of these players here, but he's not been able to get the fights that he wants. Definitely has to juggle through a lot of different things here. And look at Mike. Mike's tired. Mike is tired and he's still putting up points. This man's like, let's just get it over with. I'm trying to take a nap. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of being tired. Meanwhile, we're about to lock in for our game number 3, our halfway mark for these games, and for some, potentially could be their last half of these games. So let's see how they're going to be able to lock this in. And yeah, let's talk about it.
Oh, there's going to be so much pressure. Like you said, some of these players, it's going to be their last day of play. Some of these other players, because of the way that these picks have gone down, it's going to put a lot more pressure on them being able to perform, considering the fact that by going for something like the Takeda now, you take it potentially out of rotation when you get the increased ultimates on those Firefly maps. T225 and Wowie both fielding the Takeda, both hoping that they're going to be the only Takedas in the lobby as a result of not having to play into the mirror Takeda and baiting the ultimate out from the other before they can properly commit into these fights. They're going to be looking to put themselves into Realm of Yangs, as too are our Hattie players in this field. Polaris and Zeldinkt both fielding the F2V1 variation.
Meanwhile, back for Holoroth here. Definitely a different section here. Almost everybody was landing in Plum Castle, and it looks like we're going to get something very, very similar as we see JDG, we see LT, we see Ryuman landing in that very center here. It looks like KLA's Akuma is going to be a little bit past the city of Tang on top of base camp. Looks like he's going to have that free section to himself, and Xgen is going to take over Cinnabar Valley by himself. Nobody in Matab, nobody in Yushan Ruins, and nobody in Emphreo Village. This is basically going to be a massive, massive fight happening inside of the very center. And it looks like there's at least a team headed towards the Quarry, which, by the way, gotta be careful. There's another Thorny Roller. The question is, can Thorny Roller get another elimination? Let's find out in our game number 3.
AOW's Mike landing very far away from the pack. Not far away, however, is all of our players on Salvation Podium. Akuma and Wowie immediately opting for that engagement underneath the ballista so they don't have to worry about being sniped out by the third party. Akuma going into that Takeda F will be able to find the parry. However, the turnaround damage, Zeldinkt just, I believe, hopped onto that ballista, not able to grief them out. Polaris getting hit into the uppercut. Mike able to find the connection with the longsword. Going to be starting things off incredibly strong. He's going to be happy to take this fight up against Wang Liang with that katana. The overhold onto the blue. Mike reads it out, is able to find the parry into the uppercut. Into such a huge chunk of damage. 1-2, we're going for a ride. Grapple connection onto Wang Liang as well. Holds him in position. Mike with the skill rush, continuing to apply this pressure, not allowing the full disengage and reset opportunity for Wang Liang to be able to break through. He has been able, going through that building, to find a gray armor reset, however, as Mike denied hitting the bell, and the information on where Wang Liang went now has to turn on to the intruder instead. Action coming in with the R&B on those dual halberds, keeping this pressure onto Mike, shredding what little armor there is on the zip. The terrain, meaning that Mike takes another hit of damage before he lands on the ground and is able to recover. And now it's going to be onto Mike to go into the building and find the gray armor reset.
But look at Mike, steady, alive yet again. He's able to go through with the retreat and able to play it well. Meanwhile, Light Hypernova, caught in a tough situation here, is forced to pop the ulti just so he can stay alive, so that way Ryumin does not push onwards towards that fight here, as he's going to be able to scale rush this around. Tryhard's going to be very, very close by and nearby, as now Light Hyper is just going to try to dip out as much as possible and get some resources. He has barely any shield, and he has no heals at all, so he has to try to see if he can rotate and get some decent amount of resources. Meanwhile, Tryhard sees the desperation of Light Hypernova in the way that he's rotating. Could see this as an advantage. Meanwhile, Wang Liang and Action caught in a tough situation, finds a gray shield, is able to get the shield swap and dip out and keep moving. Definitely gives him an opportunity here for him not to get caught up as he sees Wang Liang. Wang Liang is going to be able to catch him in the corner here. Definitely teaming him just to make sure he doesn't really gap that much. And he hits him with a nice hit. Beautiful hits as Action is going to hit them with the dual halberds, crushing them. Barely giving him much time to be able to come back towards it as well, as the juggle almost starts to come by where Wang Liang gets right in the middle of it and says, I'm going to start some problems. Meanwhile, Action trying to time this beautiful hits coming through here, and now he might be forced to pop the ulti here as the robot might potentially come out. Action with a beautiful hit and a beautiful parry comes over, corners Mike. Mike has to force the weight of him to back off here as he has to be able to take the time here. Realizes that what he can do here, goes for the shield, is able to do exactly what he needs to. Action is so good. His timing was so flawless. To see that moment, goes for the parry, doesn't necessarily fully engage that, decides to go right behind, knowing that somebody's right behind him, and continues that as Action does it again, as Wang Liang ends up getting caught by Action, and Wang Liang literally goes back and retreats, trying not to get caught up. Meanwhile, Action stuck with a gray shield!
Well, yeah, that's the reason why Action doesn't chase after Wang Liang. Even though he knows he was actually winning that fight, Mike is still in the area. And Wang Liang is a zip with blue armor, which means that all of that attention from the third party would go onto Action instead. Wang Liang now more than happy to let Mike go up against J-Team's Action and look for the third party himself. Mike with the nunchucks gonna be able to come in with that parry. That damage absolutely detrimental to Action's health bar, and he is going to go down. Wang Liang not able to find the third party kill steal because of getting stuck on those rocks. Going to be able to find a shield reset, getting the hit onto Mike. That's what we were talking about, the terrain, where you're able to find the uppercut confirmation, putting the players into the air for so much longer to be able to get so many more of those hits in. As we see a third party come on through, Takeda from KLA's T225 in the area, flashes the red. Mike going to use the opportunity to create even more distance between himself and the Takeda. KLA T25 avoiding the death trap, able to find the jump parry onto Mike, but he stands on the grid. Mike had already activated it, and as a result, it's going to be KLA T25 having to invest the Takeda ultimate, using the activation to push Mike far enough away, and Wang Liang with the drop down vertical, able to steal the kill away. T25 still with one more shove, going to overhold the nunchucks, try and harass Wang Liang, uppercut confirmation into extension off of that V1, and we're going to see it immediately being invested into the meter dump coming through from T225. Tap judges to the side to avoid that grid coming up yet again. Grapple cancel onto Wang Liang to stop him from being able to disengage T225 with the activation. Going to make sure that the Zip is not able to throw out that blue. J-Team's action also
Salty
in the
run
area,
back.
looking to try and find that kill steal. T225 incredibly low, now getting turned on. He does have so much bar of the nunchucks, but gets hit into by the opposing Takeda's F. Does have the meter dump, he tries to throw the blue, and he gets parried out of the nunchucks, and his life is action. Dropping the pillar, trying to bait Wowie onto the grid, not able to find the connection, however, and goes directly into the R&B from Mike from behind. Has to immediately drop into the mech to look to reposition. As you can see, Mike using the F1 on that Zip to keep himself ahead of the situation. Wowie still on the left side, going to get hit by the cannon shot coming through from Action.
Oh,
that pushes
no.
him even further into the zone.
Oh,
Another
no.
one lands on him right from downtown. As Wowie is just held in the zone. He is so lucky that this is not later on in the game. Otherwise, he would be dead to that corruption damage.
That is also a really good aiming coming in from Action as well here. Action taking that time and really hitting those shots here. Like you said, if it really was any other circle, this might have been a game over for Wowie here. But Wowie being very lucky that this is a very early game and knowing that the tick damage isn't really as lethal as it should be, as now he's going to try to rotate this out. But Action knows there is an advantage here. And I knows that he thinks he's probably playing this at least a lot better than how he feels here as he's going to scale rush this out. Wowie just trying to rotate this around, just not getting caught up as Action steady going to push onwards towards this as well. And it looks like Wowie's going to go in a different way, which means it looks like Action trying to get away. Starts another challenge as well. And it looks like Polaris and Action fighting this out in the realm of Yang. Meanwhile, Tryhard and ALW's Mike fighting this out in the realm of Yang as well. Definitely going to be an interesting fight to see how they're going to be able to hold up for that one here. But here we go. As they both go airborne. Well, at least Mike does. Trying to see if they can rotate this. Nice trying to see if they can hold it for the parry onto it up top here. Both of them missing out on their opportunity here as the ankle breaker starts to come through from Tryhard here. And the spear waiting for the connectivity on each side here. Dual halberds waiting for it as both focuses come through. Nice defense on each side. Beautiful reset from Tryhard as now he pops open the ulti here. Waiting for the opportunity for him to use it here. Unless Mike absolutely gives him no chance and no timing to do it. Beautiful hits from the halberds. Able to put in work. Beautiful time to be able to move her away from that here. And now it's time for Mike to be able to try to see if he can maneuver and get out of harm's way. Definitely struggling here as he's going to wait for the ricochet, but it's a little bit too far out of reach. Same thing with it, doing it again. Mike just baiting out the way for him to try to see if he can shoot it from one section here, but it's not going to be enough here as he waits it out, times it, and then now he's just juggling it away as he ends up hitting the pole in front of him here, completely whipping his shot. As a tank, it's definitely a lot harder for him to do exactly what he needs to here. Just waiting for his moment, and I think now he's just focusing on getting those shields off. And it's like, oh, come on, try hard. Meanwhile, Mike be able to hit him beautifully. Both dual focuses from the Alberts here. Tryhard dangerously low, playing with his food.
Time.
Nice hit. It's not going to be enough time. They're both going to be able to rotate this around, and both of them lose out on the Realm of Yang.
Welcome to Feria versus Zip inside Realm of Yang. No one wins. Two people enter, no one wins. Both of them going to have their Yang depletion to their name. Mike, by the way, taking a Realm of Yang fight on Grey Armor. You have to have some confidence to take a fight on Grey Armor, and that's the reason why he went aerial to try and push in with the R&B to start the fight off. It looks indeed like the fight is immediately going to be starting off as Mike respawns right next to Akuma, who's going to be in the exact situation. Mike wanting to take the opportunity to see what exactly was in that Morris. Kaylee's T225, oh no, pushed into the no-ult zone by J-Team's Action. Not going to be able to use those Furin shoves to buy himself back the neutral. Action incredibly happy with that, and that is going to be Kaylee's T225 out of the lobby early, I do believe.
Out and early. Unfortunate, though, for him, though. It looks like Nye's going to try to see if they can go for the rotation as Tryhard. Trying to see if they can rotate this around here. Definitely does not want to get caught up, but he needs to get an elimination here as Zelending. Not going to make it easy for him. Pops open the pole here just for the opportunity for his ulti maybe to come through. Nice hits, though. The retry parry comes through. Zelending reads that like a book and claims the elimination on Tryhard. And Tryhard is out, sadly, with no eliminations.
Really good parry coming through from Zelding. Really nice stuff. The longsword, when you parry it, as long as it's max range from the connection on the R&B or LMB, you don't lose the weapon, but it does still give the opportunity for that strike to be sent back directly to your face and the stun to come off as a result. And he's immediately able to close up the distance with that katana and unleash the first stage of focus, as we're going to see Mike now on that Zip with that Yang depletion, going to have to take this fight up against Akuma. Both of these Zips really not wanting to say in the fight long, though, as they're going to see Wowie come in for that potential third party. The dual halberd allowing him to try and close up the distance as quickly as possible. Mike with the scale rush sees the third party, decides to immediately move away and back on off. He's not going to disengage entirely. He wants to stick in the area because he knows the fight's going down and he needs to be able to slip in and pick up one of those soul blooms. Otherwise, he is out of this lobby. Wowie with the Takeda ultimate going to try and move on to Mike incredibly low. Mike having to actually invest the F1 as we're going to see the R&B on the halberds coming through from Akuma, looking to chase onto the Z-Ping, not able to find the connection as Wowie still incredibly low, has not been able to back on off. Mike charging up, wanted to try and actually find the connection of anticipation on where Wowie would pop off, charging up the blue and then dropping down. Doesn't manage to find that opening, however. Oh no! Wowie gets stuck on, unfortunately, the side of the wall looking to set the scale rush up, but he doesn't have a dagger, and as a result, he is not able to avoid the damage coming through the R&B on the halberd. Dreaman using the V3 to create that zoning space. Will hop into the mech, having lost so much of that health. Mike, I'm not sure if he was able to pick up that soul bloom. Looks like he's actually rooting through the Takeda's body, and nope, there it is. Mike was denied picking up the bloom. He's still having to keep himself in the fight. 1-2 grapple extension into R&B from the longsword we go. Akuma chunked down incredibly low. Mike using the ultimate to be able to frame through the throw out of that fan, turning it around. Both Akuma and Mike incredibly low, but Mike's able to find the uppercut confirm, managing now to try and find the damage. The parry goes out. Mike incredibly low, going to get that ultimate, kicking on in and saving him, keeping himself in the fight a little bit longer. 54 seconds remaining. He cannot allow Akuma to be able to find the full reset. Akuma with the gray armor swap will be able to find a little bit of reset off of the back of it. Mike now looking to try and deny the heal. He's got that assault smolder as well, wanting to try and connect that fire tick damage onto the zip for the heal cut reduction to stop the F1 from being so good for Akuma to look for the reset. 30 seconds left. Mike knows he needs to lock the zip down, using the assault smolder to hold the zip in that lobby for as much as possible for the corruption tick damage. Yet again, we're going to see the grapple extension into R&B, into vertical shot hop come through from Mike. One more hit will do it, but unfortunately he has 16 seconds left, and Akuma with the fan is so fast on his feet. Akuma makes it behind the building. Mike needs one more hit, but it's so hard to pin the zip down. He gets the F1 reset, and Akuma is going to be able to stay standing. Mike's going to fall directly in front of him, and yet again, Yang depletion in a zip-heavy lobby is a player's undoing.
Listen, one of the craziest. Can I say this? Watching two Z-Pings fight is like looking at an infomercial. But wait, there's more. Just when you think they're about to get eliminated, but wait, there's more. Immediate heal, immediate heal. They're fighting dangerously low, immediate heal. And then just like that, I don't know if you noticed, but I literally looked at the face of Akuma. Akuma has that look like, you can't catch me. Once I'm low, you can't catch me. I am gone. See you later. I'm like Bolt. I'm fast. Boy, you cannot touch me. And clearly he was fast enough where Mike barely got a chance to catch up to him. By the time he did, it was already too late. Meanwhile, back up top, action. We're about to start going airborne, ladies and gentlemen, yet again, as the defensive clangs come through here for the Realm of Yang. Hypernova's got another shot. Let's see if he has the opportunity to do it. He's been struggling here, has a little bit of a sickness here, so please feel better, Light Hypernova, as he's going to try to see if he can maneuver this through. Action, just absolutely reading him super well. The right click comes in, reads him like a book, gets the finish, is able to sharpen his katana, and says, let me get that gold, baby, because give me the gold, give me the gold, give me.
Hypernova used the F really early in that fight, and as a result, he doesn't have the combo breaker to dodge out of the grapple extension of that katana, which is an absolutely lethal combo. As we can see, Polaris looks like he has a bounty on his head currently, trying to keep himself safe. He's on that Hardy. He has the F2 V1 variation. Akuma still in the lobby, starting to lead the pack. 4 kills to his name, as we saw him just kiting around Mike. Will he be able to kite this next fight, however, as he is in danger of getting third party, still holding onto the ultimate, putting himself into being able to take this fight on side the cliffs to be able to use the scale rush tech of that fan and keep himself moving as fluidly as possible. Look at this movement coming through from this player. Really smart stuff from Akuma. One of those dagger gods has since moved his attention onto the fan, gets hit into the uppercut confirmed, going to actually have the ultimate kick in to keep himself alive as everyone sees that zip incredibly low. Everyone knows the ultimate has already been popped, the sedated soul alongside it. Akuma is now incredibly vulnerable with the F1 still being on cooldown. Kites into the building and around the walls to be able to use the scale rushes, and we are right back to that exact scenario that it was Akuma and Mike. Are you going to be able to catch the zip? No! Akuma cycles back into the F1 and is able to use the additional dodge to keep himself ahead of all of his chasers. Darby, we haven't changed the channel. It's the exact same message as Akuma with that zip mobility and sustain. Might be able to survive even longer, especially with the F1 cycling back into play. There it is. Akuma gonna run himself under Salvation Podium to be able to scale rush off all of these walls. Thorny Roller does come into play, potentially! There it is! He was trying to scale rush into the middle, and he gets hit on the Thorny Roller as it comes around and just breaks his ankle.
Thorny Roller, again, with an MVP of the 1 elimination and about a few thousand damage. That's actually insane to see as he's able to close that out here. The craziest thing is, it's crazy that the Thorny Roller probably has more damage than this insane Ballista, which is crazy to me as Zelending actually ends up getting shot out of the sky. Excuse me. That was absolutely insane. Listen, we've been able to see it before here. You've got gifted with 2 Thorny Roller kills. That's insane. 2 Thorny Roller eliminations in each game. That's kind of insane. Now, if we see 2 in one game, I'm losing my mind. That's all I'm going to say. Zelending is going to be able to absolutely put in work towards that hit. And he actually sends Ryumin punching back here. Top 4 players alive here. Zelending and Ryumin basically in the qualifying slot here. It's definitely the place you do not want to be in, as Polaris all the way down at the bottom. 2.5 points. He needs to get some eliminations on the board too. But Ryumin having the opportunity here. Beautiful right click onto Zelending. As he's going to try to see if he can rotate this in. X-Jin trying not to get caught in a bad situation here. And now he's going to scale rush it up, and he's going to scale rush it out. Meanwhile, Ryumin is going to catch him here with the cannon. Going to try to see if maybe he can do... Actually, sorry, that's the pistol. As now he's even trying to find any more of a splice to try to see if he can get caught with it. And now the rotations come through just as much. Definitely interesting that we don't have a... Yeah, we don't. Do we have a healer? No, we don't have a single healer now. I think all of them are eliminated. We have 2 parry. Oh, beautiful parry coming in as Ryumin stuck, caught. Gets caught with the parry, trying to see if they can rotate this around. And now all 4 players inside of this squabble and trying to see if they can hold on to it. Ryumin now just trying to see if he can dip out of here, but it's not going to be enough as X-Jin is going to claim that elimination. Definitely does not want to get caught in the kerfuffle of a madness of what's been going on here. You definitely don't want to get caught in this one as Polaris is going to try to see if maybe he can pop up out of here. Same thing with Zelending, trying to fly, not getting caught in that rough situation here, as now the scale rush coming through. And now Zelending is just on the chase.
So both of these Hardys can actually keep taking this fight against each other, considering the zone is not yet collapsing, which means the Farrier mech isn't really something that they have to worry about, especially because of the way that this terrain currently is. There are a lot of different levels that you can actually use to be able to block line of sight for that Farrier, and we're going to be seeing both of these Hardys try and prioritize capturing that Morris Blessing, considering just like the Farrier, all of the damage they do in their ultimate scales off of the weapon tiering that they have, and as a result, there it is. This could potentially be final fight territory. Zelending wanting to move forward and take that legendary weapon action, wanting to deny it. We're going to see the Ferry using the F1, keeping themselves surfing away. The legendary armor goes to Zelending, the spear as well. This is going to be a Hardy scaled to absolute monstrous proportions as Zelending makes sure that no grapple, jump cancels out of the grapple connection so he doesn't get hit by the Bane's Breath. Good stuff coming through from him as we're going to see the clanks come out from the nunchucks into those light attacks from the halberds. Zelending just denying Polaris any opportunity to rifle through that box and pick up some of those resources when it's going to be coming into that potential sustain off. And the Hardy, without those vitality, without that shield potion, could potentially be forced into using their ultimate a lot earlier than they wanted to, especially since you can see Polaris already reduced to just 3 Vitalia. F2 now being invested from Zelending, making sure this pressure continues to be applied onto Polaris, so action with that third party turns onto that Hardy instead. We're going to see the bow shot attempted coming through from Polaris. He's able to use the gold focus frame to make sure he doesn't get staggered out of it. Zelending charging up those nunchucks, not going to throw out the blue, overholding, managing to catch Polaris without allowing him the opportunity to clank. Oh my goodness, no ult zone getting popped from J-Team's action to make sure the Hardy is not able to use it to keep himself in a disengagement, and now it's a 1 versus 1 action with the V3. Zeldate with the V1. The F2 gonna be invested. No combo breaker now available for Zeldate. Action going in for the uppercut extension, trying to find that shot off of the range. We're going to see Zeldate now having to use that Hardy ultimate. If he really wants, he can potentially cancel it early to go for a stutter step. He's going to be canceling it now as he's able to find that block of line of sight, move away, disengage, get that heal off, and look for the full reset. But this is really smart stuff coming through from Action. He's been able to force the Hardy into bringing that ult far earlier than Zeldate wants to.
You know what they say? 2's a number, 3's a crowd, 4 is a stadium. And clearly, Akuma was the headliner of this one, and clearly it looks like it might be stolen from either Xjin or Zelendig. This could be amazing for both players here, especially for Zelendig. Zelendig being close to the qualifying here definitely does not want to be in this space. He gets this elimination. Those 3 eliminations plus the 4 points for number 1. First place will be very, very helpful for him, but obviously that won't happen because Xjin, with those 6 eliminations, regardless, is going to be very, very helpful for him with that second place. But still, this is going to be a very great game, a very strong game for Zelendig, to where he could definitely put himself a little bit higher on this list so that way he doesn't get caught inside of it. But he ends up getting caught by the fire. The fire tick damage coming through, causing issues, making it so much harder for him to be able to get out of that space. Xjin, beautiful defense claim to do what he needs to do, but it's not going to be enough as Xjin claims the second game, 2 back-to-backs in a row. Xjin feeling it in this game number 3 and closes out the half.
Assault, Smolder, plus Barrier F1 to be able to break out of that combo and continue applying that pressure. He knows the Hardy doesn't have the ultimate. He knows that he's going to be able to keep that fight going as long as is necessary. He's even got the V3 on site in case he takes a little bit too much damage and needs to hop into the mech to be able to heal. And as a result, he gets played a lot more aggressively with how he's using that weapon, not really going for the full mind games aspect, as in like you go for blue focus cancel into throw in anticipation of someone actually thinking that it's going to be a focus strike and parrying. And as a result, we're going to see, like you said, Action coming in with the back-to-back MVP. Great stuff for him, because this is huge. He is so used to having Morris Isle being that game number 6 where he has to pop off. Now with 2 games back-to-back where he's able to find the kills, put up a good score, he doesn't have that additional pressure of needing to perform on the last game of the day.
Definitely no pressure for the last game for Xjin for sure, as he throws up the peace sign and he's like, yeah, I'm chilling. I ain't got to do too much here, as he's going to be able to round it out and end the half with 2 dubs already. J-Team definitely coming through amazingly with that back-to-back. Definitely going to be strong. The question is, can he do 2 more and match the same energy like Spider? Only time will tell. But, got to give it up though. Exactly what I'm going to say. Thorny Roller with the MVP again! Gets another elimination! Absolutely insane. We got to see the stats on that one. Chat, I need production. I need us to make an MVP of Thorny Roller. We need to put the roller in the middle. We need to have no stats on the bottom. He has to have at least 1 Soul Jade, like 1 melee resist or something, and have the thorns be like part of the, like, you know how they do the dagger, and that's the point, but it's just thorns.
I mean, Thorny Roller wouldn't have melee resist. They'd have attack.
That's true. He would have a massive attack. Would he have any special Soul Jades?
Do you know what? Model Defiance.
Oh, see, that's just dirty. That's just dirty, but I like it though. I like that. See, that's what we need is 1 nice stat for it. I would love to do that, please. If anybody in production listens to this, I need y'all to make a Thorny Roller MVP slot. So that way, when we get a kill like this, we can start off with Thorny Roller and then cut to the player. That'd be great.
What would the camera be though? Would you just get like a rolling pin?
No,
it would
like
be a couple of needles into it.
It would be just the roller itself. Now the question is do you put it on its side or do you stand it up? That's the real question. Do you have it like a player? Maybe they put like the little, like, you know, the little blush emoji, like.
Oh, Davy, I really sometimes wish I was just like sat in a corner of your mind trying to figure out what exactly goes through it.
There's a lot going on up here, but that's why I'm here, because when I see a lot of rapidness going on in these games, I can somehow be able to follow it. I don't know how. Sometimes it gets so crazy and somehow I'm still able to check just and see how everybody's going from piece to piece. But so does players like AOW's Mike and Xgen, because clearly they can handle this madness. Same with Akuma. Akuma's the type where he can fight 2 to 3 different people and then run. And guess what? You can't touch him. You can't chase him. He is that good where you might be on your last leg and he's like, don't care. And he's just, Meanwhile, Xgen, 12.8 eliminations, 7 eliminations in total, 12.8 game score. Zelendik ending that second place, finally gets himself in that top 5 with a 6.2 and a 4.2 for his kill points. So very good for him. He definitely needed some decent points to at least get him at least away from potentially not being able to qualify. But for Akuma, rounding out the top 3, are we surprised? 4 eliminations, 5.8, even letting AOW's Mike, he watches him with a sinister smile as he slowly drops to his knees from that Yang depletion. He's like, and he walks away victorious. Crazy! It's crazy. And I love stories like this. I love making up stories like these.
I mean, like, the one hero you do not want to run into when you have Yang depletion is Zip. If it's trios, then it's a team that has a Wu Chen or Sun Siphon, because they're just going to teleport out with the Wu Chen, or they're just going to sustain through with the Zip. If it's solos, it's the Zip herself that you have to worry about. You saw how hard it is to be able to lock that kill down. She can be incredibly low, but if she has that F1 to cycle back into, she's going to be running for a lot longer than 4 minutes, as we can have a look and see where exactly these players are going to be running up the leaderboard heading into the second half of the day. The players in Group A, it's looking pretty pressured to be able to start climbing up fast.
Definitely going to be interesting climb for them to be able to make that happen. With Zelendik in that 10.5, that player 11, definitely is going to have to put in a little bit more work, but at least he's getting some points. That's all that matters truly at the end of the day. As long as you keep climbing, you definitely have a much higher possibility. Meanwhile, Tryhard trying to do the same thing here, but struggling, not really getting the points, not really getting the eliminations he wants, getting eliminated very early, struggling in that space, not really doing the best for him. Meanwhile, in the top 6, definitely players that we're used to seeing in these moments here, as we see Wang Liang 8.5, ending it out with that 25.1, Xgen with that 29.4, starting off super strong. Could he potentially pull a 50+ point elimination game like Spider, like AOW's Mike in his first day? It'd be very interesting to tell.
I mean, speaking about very interesting things, I do have to talk about the fact that Xgen, he sees the two Hardys, he knows Hardy's best bet at trying to disengage is that ultimate if he gets into dire straits, and he actually pushes away from where the fight is to be able to pop that no ult zone, which entirely screws over the Hardy's escape plans. We can have a look. Talking about Hardy's, unfortunately, losing a fight. Immediately we're gonna see AOW's Mike coming in, gorgeous parry onto Xgen, going for the full meter dump as well. He hears that third party player coming in behind him, commits into the gold focus, so he's gonna be able to deal the damage and also deter the player from jumping in and potentially stealing the kill. And then he comes along and we see XCT going in for a third party of their own. Really nice stuff coming through, because I do believe this is where KLA's Team 5 does indeed go down. He's able to survive a little bit longer, but unfortunately when the spacing is pushing onto him with 2 players on one side and the death trap of the spike grid on the other, becomes a little bit precarious for Takeda to stay standing. But hey, Darby, it's your favorite moment.
Oh, there goes the thorny roller moment. Even Xgen's like, that's crazy. Even with the falling step here, still being able to do what he does. And obviously, Xgen absolutely coming through, getting that finish here with Zelendik, really putting up that pressure here. Zelendik did play that, even with how low he was, he still tried to balance that off as best as possible. There was that opportunity, but obviously, you guys know who is going to be the MVP for this game. Number 3, he's got the back-to-back. He got the elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Thorny roller, I'm sorry, it's actually Xgen yet again. 24,000 damage, 7 eliminations, 18,000 damage with melee weapons. Dual halberds and nunchuck putting in work. Very close to each other here, but Soul Jade's coming through strictly with that Dragon's War, Assault, Nether Step, a Starfall, Soul Shatter, and a Rupture Gale Orb, and burn.
Yeah, that Assault Smolder, you really want to have a soldier that gives fire tick damage when you're going into these Holoroth matches because you're anticipating a lot of zips that you're going to be running into. And the thing about zips that we talk about, right, because she has that massive amount of healing available to her off of the F1 and V1, that all goes out the window if you give the fire tick, because fire tick not only does it do little ticks of damage over time, it also brings alongside it a heal reduction, which makes a lot of the zip kit entirely redundant.
Definitely going to be heavily hectic in these moments here, but obviously that burn tick being a very big asset to him towards that final fight. As you can see, that burn just absolutely ripped through the heels of Zelendik, barely giving him much time to really recover or do anything in that final moment here, but still have to go back to that Thorny Roller doing his thing. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you love to see it. But in terms of everyone else, though, definitely has been some very surprising games so far, especially with how some of these players have gone. X yet again is just feeling it out. By the time he locked in on his game 2, he was already feeling that confidence. He's literally jumping ready with anticipation to lock in for that game 3, and obviously it showed how well prepared he was.
Yeah, Zeldink is definitely a player that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. It is
Same.
his first day that he's actually getting to play in these solos, but he's really impressed. He's been coming in the Tesla pick, really impressed. Did incredibly well for a very niche hero that we don't see a whole lot of value from. In solos, in truth, it's a lot better and easy to be able to find value with the test because of the amount of noise that is going on in these fights, right? It's not a 1v1, it's a 3v3, and sometimes you also have even more teams coming along for the third party.
Fourth parties,
so being
fifth
able
parties.
to figure out that the Tester ultimate is being thrown in becomes a lot harder to be able to dodge, especially since we're seeing the Tester and Trios being paired up with the Viper. So sometimes you can get staggered by the Viper kid, and then you don't have the ability to be able to dodge the Tesla. In a 1v1, in a clean situation, especially inside Realm of Yang, it's a lot easier for these players to be able to tell and predict a Tester ult is coming their way and dodge around it. But fair props to Zeldink. He ran the V2 and he found value with it earlier on, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly he has in the back pocket, because if he's got Tesla stored up, you know he's got something else up the sleeve too.
Curious to see what some of these other players have stored up their sleeve, because we still have 3 more games left. Those are going to be in Morris Isle. We're going back to our OG map. We're going back to some of our old ways, our OG thoughts, with hopefully some new ideas flushing out for an amazing last 3 games. But that's going to be a wrap for you. And I'm going to still be here as our boy Roomkeeper's going to come by here and continue to close our last 3 games. So far, though, overall, what do you think you got actually just dominating this game?
Oh, do you know what? Fireflies are gonna be out.
You love your Fireflies, like that's your thing!
I love my Fireflies.
You love the Fireflies!
I love my Fireflies. I think we're going to see a lot of people try and feel towards Takeda, Akos, and Justina, and I think, especially because TD5 already picked the Takeda, unless he double picks, he's going to have to run Akos into either Akos or Hardy into those Takeda heavy lobbies, where he's going to be able to use the golden focus moves off of the Akos to be able to frame through a lot of the Takeda shove pressure, or he locks in the Hardy and just disengages a fight entirely. And I think if he does that, he's going to have a really good opportunity. The question is he going to be able to live long enough to make it into that old state?
So what you're saying is that for these next 3 games, it's already been aggressive as it is, but do you think it's going to get even more aggressive in these next 3 games?
Oh, it's about to dial up to 11. When Fireflies are increased as a raid on these nighttime maps, there are set specific Firefly drop locations, right, on the map. So a lot of the time in Holoroth, we're seeing a huge spread on where these players want to drop because they're going for all of these different loot pathing. When it goes to Firefly increase rates, everyone knows where the Fireflies are going to be increased and popping on up. So everyone is going to be dropping on a Firefly location, which means you're going to run into another player who wants the same Firefly as you need to pick up.
I am ready, but before then, we gotta throw you guys to a post-match interview, and while that's happening, I'm gonna go change, because I'm sick of y'all talking about this mess. I put in so much time and effort into this mess. You know what, let's just go to the interview. Just go to the interview, okay? I'm sick of it.
Darby's gonna move away. He's gonna go for a night for change. Jaeger, take it away.
Thank you, Moxie. Thank you, Darby. And hi, everyone. This is Jaeger, and welcome to Post-Game Interview. And now I'm standing here with Nova, and let him say hello to our audience.
Hey, guys.
Hello, Nova. And we know it's the first day for you, the matches. So first, I would like to know anything you want to say to your family or the people who support you.
I appreciate the support that you guys give me every day. So
you know, I'm always hearing you guys in the back of my head, so I'm gonna keep going strong.
Okay, really want to thank you to everyone who support you. Okay, let's back to the matches. Also, we have already done the game 1 to game 3. So, how's it going, Nova?
Well, it's going a little slower than expected. You know, some little mess-ups here and there, but I mean, there's still 9 more games to be played, 3 more today, so there's still anything that could happen.
Yeah, I know, it's the start, okay? So let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Where is GZ AOW Mike now is total points standing? Okay, so you know the answer? I think don't tell us, okay? Okay, just let us start counting, okay? Ready? So let's go.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so please Nova, just find out the correct answer for us.
The answer is A.
Yes, the answer is A. How do you think Mike is?
Oh, well, I think today he's doing better than he was doing the first day.
Yeah. And I could see like he improved a lot. And for you, I think after the game 1 to game 3, maybe some adjust you have imagined about that?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna, you know, since it's the Firefly days and everything now, gotta start getting more aggressive. Gotta start taking a lot more fights, so you know.
Wow, like I'm looking forward to your performance at the rest of the game. And we know that compared with the Jacob last year, we know now in the solo game, we have the BP. So how do you think about BP?
I think the new ban system is really good because it prevents everyone from playing the same hero, and it stops things from getting stale in matches where everyone is playing the same hero, like a 12 zip lobby or a 12 Temi lobby, you know? So it just keeps things interesting.
Yeah. So now we can see like more characters appear in the solo game. And I'm also really looking forward to your performance at the rest of the game, just because you communicate with me and like you still have a lot to show us, right? Okay,
Indeed.
so at last we still need to say cheer up, okay? Cheer up, Nova, and good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Yo, Light, is that you? Hey, man.
What's up, Duncan?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
And John, is this your father?
Yeah.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
you. How you all doing?
Doing all right.
Enjoying the day?
Yep.
Do you guys mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Is that all right? We can go have a seat over there, perhaps?
Okay.
So how was your flight?
It was all right, I'd say.
It was all right. Long?
Yeah, pretty long, 15-hour flight.
Wow. Well, it is what it is. You're flying halfway across the world.
Yeah.
Well, no problems, all comfortable?
As comfortable as I could be.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. What did you do first thing you arrived in China? What was your first meal, perhaps?
Oh, wow. I ate some fried rice.
Some fried rice and some beef? Do you have the same? Yeah. Wow, very nice. I have to say the food here is incredible. What do you think is the biggest difference between China and Singapore from last year?
Well, it's the hot weather, the tropical weather. Here, the weather is cold, but I like it. It's all right.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I have to say it's been pretty breezy. Very nice. What would you say is you enjoy the most about China so far?
Well, so far for me, that's the building.
The buildings?
Yeah. The way it's all structured and everything, and a lot of bicycles around, people on motorbikes and stuff. Reminds me of back home.
So, what do you look forward to doing in your free time while you're here?
Well, for me, I would say it's more of electronics and stuff.
Dad, this is my interview.
I know.
Right. Move over.
Get over here. Hey, well, speaking of electronics, I see you got your keyboard there. Do you mind showing us what keyboard you have?
Yeah, I got myself a Wu-Ting keyboard, and brought along my mouse pad with me.
Yeah, it's always nice to have your own mouse pad. Who would you say are your biggest supporters in NARAKA?
I'd have to say that definitely like my friends. My friends always encourage me to keep on going, but I'd say that my parents, especially my dad, My dad,
Old dad.
always tells me to try my best, you know, and as long as I give it my all, then I can make it work.
Yeah. So, hey, what, have you got anything to say to your dad?
Well, I mean, I appreciate it. You always tell me to keep moving forward, so, you know, I appreciate the good advice, and along the way, all the steps that I've taken, they've just been there for me, so I appreciate that.
Very touching. What's your anime do you enjoy the most? Or animes, what kind of animes perhaps do you enjoy?
I'd probably have to say that my favorite anime right now is a new one that actually came out last year called Eminence in Shadow.
Hey,
Yeah.
I've been watching that too.
It's a really nice, the comedy is just, it's so
it's
good.
jokes.
It's, all I can say is this is pure gold, man. It's like, if you know, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've been watching it too. It's good fun. I'm assuming you don't watch anime, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, wow, great.
Witchblade, High School of the Dead, what, D&D. I watched a whole bunch of them. So.
Well, that's amazing. Well, it's been lovely talking to you both, but I think that's all we've got for today. Thank you very much for taking the time to sit with me and answer a few questions.
Yeah, thanks for having
Appreciate
us.
it.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2023 J-Cup Solos Day 2. I'm going to be hosting your caster for the second half, the Runekeeper. Staying with me is going to be my boy Dobby Air today, and we're getting ready to head into our last 3 games of solos. And man, these first 3 games kicked it off with a bang.
Absolutely, not only with the bang, but a nice little bit of some rolling action as Thorny Roller ends up successfully getting 2 eliminations. One in game 2, one in game 3. Definitely almost got another elimination, I think, in game 2. Definitely had a little bit of some scares here, so at least now they don't have to worry about it, but let's hope that they don't get some other crazy eliminations like that in Morris Isle.
Well, heading into Morris Isle, the only thing we really got to worry about in that direction is, of course, gonna be the water wheel. But you know how these boys like to fight in Celestra, so there's always a possibility for that water wheel to come tumbling down, Dobby.
Absolutely. Even with that, too, there's still a lot of terrain and there's a lot of mistakes that players can make in this situation. Obviously, they still have a lot of space to be able to do exactly what they need to. But for players like Action and Mike right now, I don't think that's going to be the least of their worries. Action is going crazy. 2 MVPs already, game 2 and game 3, and Mike actually securing one of his first game.
Absolutely. And I mean, here's the thing. We can expect to see a lot of crazy coming out from the bottom half of these players, but if you're a player like AOW's Mike or Action right now, you know for the most part you're qualified. You're not going to be dethroned from that top 12. You're heading to Chengdu, so now would be a great time if you're somebody like AOW's Mike. It's your day 2. You know you're going to qualify to kind of try something a little different, see how it's going to play out, so when it counts the most, you know if it's going to work or not.
You also have to read that as well over time, too. Like I said, the more that you push onto certain players, the crazier that it can get, especially for players like Akuma. Akuma is the last player that you want to be trying to chase and get eliminations when it comes to the realm of Yang. And speaking of any of these type of things, we still have another question to give you guys, so that way you guys can win some cool stuff. Which of the following 2 regions will have the highest score total in this match? Is it going to be the NA, or is it going to be the U? Lock your answers in now, and let's see what happens towards the end of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you head on over to the website or your in-game client to get this answer put in. And again, there's some goodies on the line that you're not going to want to miss out on. So make sure you get your answers locked in. But speaking of getting locked in, Dobby, these players are definitely going to have to get locked in, because heading into the second half, like you said, we're heading to Morris Isle, and the big difference this time around is those first 3 games of Holoroth are all daytime maps. That means there's no fireflies on those maps, but heading into Morris Isle, the kitty gloves are off, so to speak, as we're going to be hot dropping straight into those firefly locations, and players are going to be looking to get into it from the very get-go.
Yeah, it's going to be a very aggressive next 3 games. Y'all thought first 3 games was good. These next 3 are about to be wild. I fully expect immediate fights off the rip. I expect for a lot of teams to be probably landing in very similar areas. Zest Winery is the first one that comes to mind. There's usually a lot of players that land in that specific space. That small little hut, the big section, but then also that stairs leads to that other section where they can just absolutely go in and out, in and out. There's a lot of terrain for them to be able to scale rush and get in and out of tough situations. But that is a very popular location that I definitely think people can try to take advantage of.
Well, look, you've got your key Firefly locations, right? You talk about Zest Winery, but just to the northeast of Zest Winery, where there's the bridge that goes across that gorge, there's a ton of Fireflies that spawn through that area. You also, of course, have Secret Tunnel just to the northwest of our lovely Eventide Temple that is full of Fireflies for these teams to be able to take advantage of. You have Waterfall all the way down to the south middle side of the map that goes into that
very
cave.
Popular location.
That cave full of Fireflies. I expect to see a lot of drops in those areas and players fighting over those Fireflies, utilizing those ultimates almost immediately off of the rip, and then once they've picked up an elimination, looking to loot up.
Definitely looking to loot up in a lot of different ways here, as we're going to be able to lock in here. But let's talk about XGen real quick, though. 12.8 and a 3.8 coming in from
Fix my hat.
The other characters as well here. Doing a fantastic job so far. XGen really putting in a lot of effort here and absolutely dabbling together here. And let's see where they're going to be able to put this together here. But for Wang Liang is still in a decent position here, but he's going to have to do more if he doesn't want to get kicked out of qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Wang Liang's going to have a lot to do here. I mean, you know, this is a player I expect a little bit more out of, Dobby. Coming in our Season 1, he was absolutely dominating all the way back after the very first J Cup. When we talked about some of the top players, it was Wang Liang and AOW's Mike who were constantly going head-to-head with one another. You know, this year he looked to be making a comeback to form just a little bit. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough. He was able to qualify to be here on the group stages, but like you said, he's in danger. He's got to pick it up in these next 3 games, or he's at risk of not heading to Chengdu.
Well, it's definitely one of those things where Wang Liang has definitely proven himself in those final games. We've seen it before, and we've seen it to the point where his last game is what got him here in the first place. So he's done it once. He can do it again, 1000%. But I definitely have to give a quick conversation to JDG Shazang. JDG has definitely been in the heat of battles with a lot of the top players, from XGen to Mike to even Akuma. He has played in those top 4, top 5 sections. He's been getting some consistent points, maybe not double-digit points, but at least something to get him a lot higher and a way to where he doesn't have to risk it, but he's still in that contention. If he gets a good, like one really good game in, I think he'll be safe.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of these players that it's going to be very tight to the end of the day. The problem is for these players that it's their second day playing right now. It was WBG Spider who on day 1 for them took the lion's share of the points. So for them to come in and not have a good day today, or at least find an MVP today, is going to put them drastically far behind the players who haven't played their second day yet. You know, and WBG Spider could come in on day 2 and do the same thing, right? He could take a huge lion's share of the points. But if day 2 for WBG Spider doesn't pan out the same way day 1 did, these players who are having to play their second day today are going to be at a massive disadvantage, Dobby.
Speaking of a massive disadvantage, we talk about Tryhard. Tryhard, definitely one of top NA's players here, definitely having a struggle in getting those eliminations and even getting placement. What is he doing?
Look, Tryhard in game 1 was absolutely locked in. He didn't get to take it all the way, but he needs to look back to that game 1 for a similar performance. He knows what he needs to do here. There's a couple little mistakes it feels like he made here or there that cost him pretty heavily, and he just needs to get out of his head. He's got the skill. We've seen him do it. He almost walked away with the entire tournament last year, Dobby. We're talking about a player who in the last 3 to 4 kills of the final game of J-Cup could have very easily taken it all and raised the trophy above his head. So it's not a question of skill. What it feels like to me right now is that Tryhard is in his head. He's letting it get to him. He's letting his performance on day 1 bog him down. He needs to just think about these next 3 games, forget about everything else that's happened, and play Tryhard's game.
Play Tryhard game is the name of it as well here. Also, college student trying to put it all together. Obviously, his life's still forming little by little here, so he still has a lot left in him. So let's hope that he can really put that together in these next 3 games. We're about to lock it in for our game number 4 here, and let's get through our round selections and our band picks.
Looks like it's going to be Tryhard, Chuzhang, Wooey, and Action heading back into that Phase 1 selection. That's going to be very interesting for them being here on these Firefly maps. I'm expecting to see some Justina picks here, Dobby.
Really?
Absolutely. Justina is one of those heroes that excels on Firefly maps. She's been slowly making her way back into the meta. We saw some Justina picks on day 1. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't see some on day 2.
Let's see what happens here as they will be able to go through their first picks. Not only that, but also trying to go through the ban phases as well here, like you said before. And like Moxie said earlier, this is going to be a very, very aggressive next 3 games here. We're expecting to see some high caliber action, a lot of deadly combos, and a lot of really good momentum here, especially for a lot of these players here. As we see the first picks coming through, let's see what they've been choosing.
This is exactly what I expected to see out of Tryhard. Tryhard was one of these people who immediately picked up Hottie, gravitated to them as a hero, and started learning them before they came over here to CN. He was a little ahead of the curve. It's going to be a Firefly map. This is a hero that excels in combat when they have their ultimate. No reason why he shouldn't lock this in when he's at the top of the food chain here. And sure enough, look at this. Hottie doesn't get banned out in the first round of hero selection, and we're going to go to 6 Hotties in this lobby, Dobby. And now we're taking a look as we head to round 3 of hero selection. There's the Justina I was looking for coming in from Polaris as well. Another hero that exceptionally does well here on these Firefly maps. The Viper pick coming in from OWN. This is going to be quite interesting. Another of these Justina picks coming in from DRG Zakuma. Now, this is surprising because DRG Zakuma typically saves this Justina pick for Game 6. He likes to pop off in Game 5, turn back around into Game 6, where he's had a pretty decent Game 5, and then Game 6 pulls this Justina pick out and absolutely dominate the lobby. He knows it's going to be a Firefly map, but instead of waiting for that opportunity, he's taking it now, Dobby.
And obviously with that coming through as well here, he still will have that opportunity to do what they need to. So let's give them that chance and that opportunity to make that happen. So now, as we're going to get ready to lock this in, let's make that go for it. And we're going to lock it in for our game number 4. Let's see how they're going to be able to put that together and string it all together 1 by 1 here. A lot of aggression, and we're fully expected to see an absolute aggressive lobby here with not only their picks, even their bans. And it looks like, well, it looks like some people have definitely converted and switched up, because there was definitely a half split when it comes to the Hottie picks. And it looks like a lot of people are a lot more welcoming to this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested in seeing how these Justina performs, but I'm also looking at Zeldinch right now. He really impressed me in these first 3 games, Dobby, and he's coming through with the Viper pick. He's going to be running F2 V3. Wait, he's going to be running V3. The only reason I can think of somebody coming in and locking in the V3 Viper is the potential to eliminate some of these hotties before they have a chance to take flight, Dobby. If you can lock them down into the double silence here with the F into the follow-up V3 and kill them before they take the disguise, you just completely eliminate the problem.
Definitely going to be a problem indeed if Viper can time it out well, but it looks like Eventide Temple is definitely going to be your choice of this, and it's immediately going to be very aggressive because there's 3 teams on each section of this rotating circle from Eventide. So we got Hall of Penitence immediately coming through with 3 players. We have 3 coming out towards the front near Wayne Shrine and Sunwell Dwelling. We have another team to the left heading towards Servants Grounds and Lake Yellowleaf. Another fair section of circles as well. Meanwhile, it looks like IDK's Ryuman is expected to land probably near Bamboo Grove on that far side, or Emerald College, as it looks like one other player is going to land towards Moonlit Courtyard by themselves, and hopefully, most likely, they'll probably get a decent amount of picks and some good stuff here. But let's lock this in for our game number 4. This is where things get aggressive, and I'm expecting some fights immediately out the gate.
Look at this, DRG Akuma with double Firefly already going to initiate the ult right off the rip here, turning on to Light Hypernova here. He knows he's got the ultimate, he can make something happen here. He just needs to get in the position. There we go, Hypernova completely locked down. He's got to look for the second freeze here. Hypernova already going to invest that F2 here. So Akuma just needs to find the refreeze. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why you locked Justina on Firefly maps, Dobby.
Unbelievable. Immediately gets the ulti, starts to use it immediately towards their advantage. And look at that, just because they got the elimination, already up to 70% immediately off the rip. And now they're about to, they're expected to get their ulti yet again. Meanwhile, Polaris immediately chasing this out, trying to see if they can capture, at least maybe get this elimination if they can here. But they got to be very aggressive here, as they are going to continue that aggression here. Looks like they had an opportunity here. Goes for the freeze, goes for at least the shield swap. At least Akuma trying to see if maybe they can time it. Nice defense plays coming through. Just trying to stall a little bit longer to keep the game alive. Goes for the shield, waiting for it. Actually, no, doesn't do that at all. Pops the ulti. Most likely, probably going to use this in order to freeze them. And it looks like they will be able to do that as Polaris stops Akuma dead in their tracks.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Both Justinas that we have in this lobby hot drop in the same place. Both of them find an elimination. This is exactly why you lock this Justina early. That ultimate, regardless of what weapon you have, if you're able to catch somebody out with those double freezes, is just so oppressive this early into the game, especially into heroes that scale into late game. Justina doesn't have to worry about any of that scaling. She just brings all that power straight to the forefront as we move now up here to good old Eventide Temple, and we've got a lot of these players looking to start throwing hands.
Throwing hands indeed here. Let's see if they're going to keep that same energy, as they will be able to work through the maneuvers. As Akuma, all the way on the outskirts here, and it looks like Light Hypernova might be using this as an advantage here. Maybe they can try to see if they can capture some hits. Doesn't end up hitting him with the musket, trying to see if they can get some shots connecting onto that, and sadly missing out on the opportunity to, as he will be able to close in the gap here. He needs to get some points on the board. Nice hits to collide it onto Akuma, giving him some pressure, and obviously the ulti comes through, and now he's going to absolutely try to dip. Hits him with the grapple, though. Does give him the opportunity to try to scale rush and at least get closer. But oh no, Light Hypernova ends up getting caught by the rooftop, making it harder, as now Akuma has the opportunity to possibly get rid of this gap. And it looks like Light Hypernova might have the opportunity to, as he does pop the ulti and goes towards the next chase. But Akuma, like I said before, just like how you did before, you're trying to chase Akuma. Good luck, because that man is fast. And he's like, you can't catch me, son. And clearly, he cannot.
Akuma said, look, by the time you even think about it, I'm in a different area code. You know what I'm saying?
I'm already gone. You can't even see me. You got to call me.
Turn it on over now to Wooey here and Ryomen going head-to-head. Both of them look like they're coming off the soul altar here. We're going to see Wooey with a little bit of advantage, does have the blue longsword here, while Ryomen with that white pole sword. Both of them about equal here. The F already invested on the side of Wooey, but Wooey does have the ultimate, but he doesn't pop it. Why wouldn't he drop the V right there to save himself? He could have easily combo broke and stayed alive. Unfortunately, Ryomen picks up the elimination. Wang Liang, though, coming in for the third party, is looking to send them both back to the lobby. Unfortunate for these two players. Ryomen finds the point. He gets parried here. There's nothing he can do. And Wang Liang says, thanks, boys and girls. I'm going to go ahead and send y'all packing.
Not only that, but I'm also going to celebrate, too. He's in 6th place here. 27.1, definitely putting himself a lot higher on this roster here, so that way he doesn't have to worry about at all being close to getting bumped out of the qualifying section here, as it looks like Action all the way up top as well, 4th place, feeling great with that 30.4, that confidence stemming up being so well done, as Action going to fight this out with Wellendig, waiting for that opportunity strike here, and obviously he's going to pull him back and says, come here, boy, with that fan. Fan able to put in a massive amount of damage, both of them waiting for the parry, and one of them is going to be able to connect it, and that's going to be Action causing amount of damage on it. Zellendig breaks open the shield, and now both of them are going to split off and go for the quick reset. What a play coming in, as Action's going to be able to feel it, but it looks like Zellendig is going to be able to pop it just a little bit faster. Comes through and maybe waits for the opportunity here, as Exion's going to try to see if he can separate it just a little bit further away from Zellendig, trying to close out this gap a little bit more. But it looks like we're going to go straight for the heals, goes full heals, and goes for the full reset. Here we go yet again. Both of them waiting for the parry strike to come through, waiting for that blue focus. As the parries connect, and so does the focus. They're waiting for which one is going to strike, and it looks like it's going to be Zelendik first, as Zelendik ends up getting destroyed by Extion with the spear. Spear coming through. Nice grapple to try to see if he can close this one out here, and it looks like he's going to pull himself a little bit closer here, trying to time it, and so does the longsword. Zelendik waiting for the opportunity strike to commence, and obviously the F key coming through as he comes through, pops open the ulti here. Nice hit to collide that as well onto him as Extion. Still going to try to fly this out here, and it's going to make it a lot harder for him to try to hit him as he's waiting for the scale rush here, maybe to potentially connect this. And it looks like Zelendik is not going to make it easy for him, as he's going to try to take that flight and just try to close in that gap. Now he goes for the straight shield swap. Not for the shield swap, but goes for the heals. And now he's going to try to close in this gap little by little. Oh, Zelendik actually ends up getting caught by the grapple. A nice aim coming through as well here. Zelendik on the wrong side of this one here as the shield actually ends up coming through. Zelendik destroys Extion, and now he's on the advantage. Just like that. And then here comes that V3, the stun, the grab, the hit, and the salute from Rune to say, see you later, buddy. Beautiful time coming through as the Viper ends up winning that fight.
Look, Zelendik takes this engagement in a poor position where they don't have ultimate, and they're not sure where that hottie is sitting in terms of their own ultimate. They go into that engagement, they miss the F, and they try to play at range, which is very smart. They're trying to utilize that range to keep them away until they can get the cooldown back from their F so that they can then hit the silence and try to lock them in a combo where they're not able to break away with the F2. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way. They miss the F again, but we are heading into the realm of Yang, so more time to talk about that later as we're getting ready to see Tryhard going head-to-head here with T225 from KLA. Tryhard in the air will land the grapple, isn't able to land the follow-up hits there, though, is looking for those musket shots. T225 going to use the pillar here, trying to utilize some of the movement on the fan there. Oh my goodness, Tryhard with the overhold gets the F2 for free from T225. The read comes in. T225, 15 seconds remaining on that cooldown, is going to be vulnerable. Tryhard has got to find the window while he can. T225 doesn't have the ultimate. Tryhard doesn't know that, so he's just waiting it out here. T225 trying to land that charged R&B. Will get it on the second throw there. Tryhard going to lose his shields in this trade. Looking to find anything here. He's just not able to make it happen right now. Forced to use his own F2. Will find the scale rush into the conversion. T225's got the F back up. Tryhard going to land the ultimate here now. He's got it up, but it won't be long before T225 returns the favor. He's going for the charge. He catches it. He just needs one more. T225's going to go airborne, but it leaves him vulnerable. It locks him in the animation. Tryhard knows it. He sees it coming a mile away, and he's more than happy to take advantage of it. And then because of that, he's going to come out on top in this realm of Yang.
I think we're finally going to start getting a chance to see the switch up, as now has that Vermilion's Bird Might, which means he's going to use that free get out of jail free card, and he's going to use that to his advantage. He's going to push on and give somebody a taste of some medicine. He needs this if he's going to really get himself out of that tough position right now, because he's not qualifying with the numbers that he has, especially knowing that we still have solos tomorrow. So that bump is not going to be tough for him, as we're going to see Akuma again getting chased. Again, you're not catching this man. Look at the smile on his face. He's like, haha, that's real funny that you guys think you're going to chase me, because you're not. You're not. As he keeps going here, Akuma just absolutely the movement king. At this point, he is the movement king, because he knows how to be able to maneuver. Now, as we go back to Zelendik and Shazing, they're in the middle of the fight. Dual Halberds absolutely shredding the shield of Zelendik here, as he's going to be able to try to find it again. Beautiful hits to connect it as well. Shazing going to try to see if they can close this out. Nice hits to connect it, and Shazing is going to be able to collect that elimination, as Polaris was so close to try to steal it, but he just needed a little bit more from that bow to do exactly what he needs to here. Those Dual Halberds are putting in work for Shazing here, and getting so much damage and eliminations here. Nice slam coming through from the F from the A-Coast, as now he's going to try to see if he can capture him on the corner. Nice grab and a nice hit coming through from that one here, as it looks like he's able to find a shield swap here, but it's not going to be enough, as he immediately loses the shield swap yet again. Pops the ulti. Justina trying to see if he can go for the freeze, as he does, but it's not going to be enough here, as he does end up catching him. The Tiger, the grab, the slam, the mauling, and Shazing is able to find his next elimination. He's 5 eliminations deep. You have to back out of that, Shazing. You don't want to get caught with another one here, as he's slowly going to be able to push onwards. He goes for another slam, the grab, the Tiger putting in a lot of work, and he's putting in the pressure onto Akuma. Akuma trying not to get cornered out of this one. Nice slam to be able to counter it, but it's not going to be enough, as the Justina ends up catching him on fire and sends him back out.
Akumi here able to clean up that elimination, but now the follow-up coming in from Light Hypernova, looking to make his way into qualifications here. It's only his first day, but he needs as many points as he's able to put onto the board after a poor game 1, 2, and 3. And Akuma, you know how he is. He's got a fan in hand. He's going to find a way to get away. Light Hypernova locked in, though, trying to make something happen here. Mistimes the scale rush just a little bit, gets forced under the side, and Akuma is just about out of here. There he is. Unfortunately, Hypernova doesn't have the grapple distance, misses out on the very end of it, and Akuma is going to slither away yet again. Turning now our attention to the other side of the map here as we take a look. AOW's Mike and J-Team's Action trading blows here. Action going to take a moment for a quick reset. Zone 2 is collapsing onto Zone 3. We have 8 players left remaining alive, and that second set of Yangs is getting ready to come forward. Will they full commit to this fight, knowing that Yang is just around the corner?
Absolutely insane, and what a push onwards is Mike. Just trying to see if he can keep the maneuvers going here. Definitely does not want to get caught in a tough situation here. The AOW Mike is getting parried and sent down to the ground. What a good reflection and a good read coming through as he was able to see that happen. And now Mike is on the other side of this. Now he has to try to see if he can rotate this around. Doesn't want to get caught by that repeating crossbow from T225. Almost gets hit by the spear of Action, but he does get hit by the grapple. And now he's going to try to see if he can keep that momentum going, trying to separate the space here as he does go through, ends up catching him on the backstretch. Both of them are going to be able to get some nice hits on him right in between here. Definitely does not want to get caught in between both. Nice defensive claim, but it's not going to be enough as T225 comes up from behind and steals the elimination and eliminates AOW's Mike in the middle of all of this madness. Now, still coming through towards this, T225 still has the opportunity. 2 eliminations deep. He's feeling it. He's finally able to capture some eliminations on the board. He has been struggling. He hasn't really been able to capture these moments here, and so hasn't Tryhard. Tryhard finally was able to get a first elimination here. So let's see if he can keep that same momentum moving forward. So that way, the higher he goes, he doesn't have to worry about getting bumped out of qualifying.
Tryhard here with a legendary spear in the back pocket here. Looking to make something happen as the second set of Realm of Yang comes through. He won the first one. No reason he can't head back in as he's playing Hottie here on this map and take it again. He sees Action waiting for the mirror match here. But this is where Tryhard excels. He knows this matchup so well. He's had more time to play the character. So let's see if he's able to win the mirror match a second time, as it is going to be J-Team's Action going head-to-head with NTL's Tryhard, Dabi. We're going to see Action immediately go up. They're going to find a Clank airborne here as we see Tryhard trying to come in from below. Action trying to utilize that charged R&B off of the dual halberds to catch him off guard. Hasn't been able to find it. A little bit of value there is going to force the F2 out early from Tryhard. Tryhard coming back in. He's confident in the neutral. He doesn't want to go too far away. Whoa. Oh my goodness. He's going to get picked up by the charged LMB there coming in on the purple dual halberds. He goes for the Dragon's Rush, but it's just going to go to the Clank. He times the parry. Unfortunately, he missed times it. There's no way for him to get away. He doesn't have a combo break, and unfortunately he doesn't win the mirror match back to back as J-Team's Action picks up another elimination and continues to find another powerful game under his belt, Dabi.
We love the aggression, and especially Tryhard really going in there, giving it his all in this moment. But now 4 minutes on the clock for the man himself, Tryhard. He's got 4 minutes to get himself a Soul Boon Essence at least, or to capture an elimination in order for him to get that Essence. And now, even with that through, still going to be able to rotate this in. Wang Liang also to try to rotate this in towards this as well. I mean, look at the movement as well. Beautiful stance here. Now he still has a little bit of an open area here to do what he needs to here, but let's hope that Tryhard does not get caught up into that, as it looks like he's going to rotate around. Doesn't want to get caught into that base threat. That's tough. So far, these games, yeah, very aggressive. 6 players alive. Definitely a very hectic game happening so far here. But Shazang, 5 eliminations deep. That A-Coast right now, definitely becoming a favorite. You still think you got some confidence in your Justina?
I mean, absolutely. Look, very unfortunate that Polaris has gone out, but Akuma is doing what Akuma does best on Justina. Look, he's got 2 eliminations right now. He's going in, he's picking up eliminations, and he's getting away. Justina's very capable of closing games out, and I don't see Akuma slowing down anytime soon, Dabi.
Absolutely not. Not a lick of slowing down here, especially with the momentum that he's been having, especially Action and Akuma, both of them playing this so well. Their retreatfulness, especially when it comes to Akuma, has been so glorious to watch here as Wang Liang gets caught inside of the pit of a amount of madness happening in between here. But Shazang caught on the wrong side here, is able to get himself a little bit of a heal, but now he has to back off here because Tryhard's going to come through and try to corner him into the space, ends up getting hit and mauled by the Tiger. Shazang has to be careful here. This really could not be good for him here as he is able to scale rush out of there. How was he able to do that in such a decent amount of time? And Shazang might be able to get a free moment here to go through and get his real reshield and heal back up. Akuma with a same movement and showed us JDG. Trying to see if he can close this out well again. 26 points overall for him, and 5 eliminations in this game. This is going to be huge. Oh no, I take it back as Akuma searches for him, finds him, and gets the elimination. Shazang is out.
Yeah, I still definitely have faith in that Justina pick there, Dobby. Oh my goodness, as we turn back to Tryhard here, 1 minute and 40 seconds left remaining on his Yang depletion. He almost picks up the elimination on Chu Zhang, but he gets griefed out of getting it at the last possible second. So now he's got to find another elimination, and things have been made even harder for him as he was parried on the rooftop. The player who parried him actually goes arse over tea kettle, doesn't get the opportunity to pick up the spear, and another player slides in and picks up that legendary spear and dips out. So Tryhard now on a blue staff. The time to kill on this is going to be much slower than that legendary spear, and he's got to make something happen. He's locked in onto Hypernova right now, but Hypernova with a clean jump parry coming in. Tryhard forced to invest the F2 just to break away from the follow-up that ensues. Nova going to do the same here now as Akuma looks to give chase here. Nova with no armor here. The ult still under his belt though, and it looks like he's broken the ankles of both Tryhard and Akuma. He's in a good position. Tryhard coming back down though now, and Akuma going to see exactly where Nova is. Nova trying to keep it moving as both of these players desperately chase him down, but Tryhard has got to find something here soon. Unfortunately, I don't think he saw T225 just to the edge there in an even worse state than Hypernova, so he's continuing to give chase here with Akuma. Nova gonna find one of those pots off, and Tryhard here with 21 seconds. There's T225. Tryhard's not even gonna go for it here. He's decided there's nothing left he can do in this game. He doesn't want to give somebody else an elimination, but there's a grapple. He's gonna use the F2 to try to break away. Action coming in, and now T225, unfortunately for Tryhard, he will give an elimination away here. There's been too much damage dealt. As soon as that Yang ticks, there it is. DRG's Akuma will go to 4.
Unbelievable. Unfortunate, though, as that beautiful parry comes through at a decent time here. Ends up catching the stun for Akuma here with that grapple. Now, Xjin might be caught up in between two different spaces here as T225 is going to keep that same aggression as he's going to try to see if he can maneuver this around and back. Even though he does have a decent amount of heals here, K225 has a little bit more. So let's see if maybe that collide will still work towards him as he both hit them with the defensive flank here, both waiting for the RMBs to come through here. The time strike coming through with the parry. He was waiting on it. He calls for a head, trying to see if he can get in the air, but it was only a fake just so he could separate himself just a little bit further away from T225. Now, T225 still working towards a beautiful headshot from the bow to connect that, losing the rest of Xjin's health. Now he's going to close in this gap, and he pops open the ulti as Xjin is going to be able to pop open his ulti and dip out. Now, up top, Light Hypernova still is trying to see if he can hold on to any sort of opportunity here to get an elimination. T225, same thing. He has 2 eliminations. He has a 4.4. This is the lowest score that we've really seen out of T225 right now. He is definitely one of the top contenders, so it's very surprising to see him struggling this much.
Look, a lot's changed. The meta's changed up a lot. If he's not been able to adapt, he just hasn't been able to adapt. Speaking of not being able to adapt, unfortunately, Light Hypernova wasn't able to adapt his way out of that situation as T225 finds his 3rd elimination of this game and is able to send Hypernova back to the lobby. But now T225 is on the run here. He's got to find an opportunity to look for a reset and hopefully not spend too many resources here as both Akuma and another player continue the hunt here for T225. T225 just looking to get away here. Akuma going to go a little above and waits for him to be chased up by the other player. Wang Liang will chase him up and over. Akuma's going to find a pot here. T225 sees Akuma waiting in the wings and decides to turn things back around, but still hasn't been able to find the reset that he's looking for. There is a box here. Unfortunately, no armor for him to swap back into here. So continuing to try to utilize this fan for movement, looking for any opportunity to scale rush away here, break line of sight, get a pot off if he can. But these players are going to continue to dog him down. He's going to come inside here, and it looks like nobody wants to chase the little froggy to the bottom of the well.
Definitely a tough call, but definitely the best move he could make here in this situation, just to go for a good reset. As Akuma down at the bottom with that gold shield was able to find the swap for it here, and it looks like Wang Liang is going to be up top here. 3 eliminations with a 30.5, so he's doing pretty well overall here. And Akuma trying to see if they can fight this out with T5. T5 decides to go for the back off here. Still has his ulti here as he goes to the pistol, trying to see if he can connect it. Looks like he misses out on those shots. Going for the scale rush. Try to back off this as well. Definitely looks like this could be a vertical circle potentially.
Yeah, Akuma looking to close this game out. He does have 4 eliminations to his name right now. He is on Justina, a hero that can very easily close out games. It's a lower player lobby here towards the end, and that's exactly the sort of lobby that Justina is able to excel at closing out. But Action has chased him down here to the bottom of the map here, and Akuma just wanted to find a reset, but he might have put himself in an even worse position as Action hungry for the chase, but another player shows up, and this could be exactly what Akuma needs to get away. T225 going to stay on the hunt. We're going to see Action wanting nothing to do with this, is going to back up, and Akuma going to try to rotate yet again back down below. Going to take a little bit of zone tick here. Player's going to come in. He's looking for an opportunity to go through. Unfortunately, Akuma will find himself being the one on the end of the scale rush. Now he's locked into the zone. Unfortunate. This is all about positioning. Akuma wanted the guaranteed cover for that pot, and it cost him dearly. He went to the bottom of the well, and these players were more than happy to make it happen, but no, Wang Liang just gets obliterated. No, sorry, obliterates T225 there out of nowhere. That legendary pulse sword doing absolute work as Hadi tries to activate his ultimate. What an interesting final zone it is. It's Wang Liang, ladies and gentlemen, versus, wait, who are we just left here? They're moving so fast I can't tell. Is it Action? It is J-Team's Action versus Wang Liang. Could this be where the demon himself, Wang Liang, wakes back up? We're going to see the Overcomer come out. He's using that legendary pulse sword, trying to make some distance. He does have the ultimate here. He's got the armor swap, ladies and gentlemen. Wang Liang had an ace up his sleeve.
What an insane find, though, to be able to capture that in that moment here. And now it's both about the same here for Action and Wang Liang. But obviously, that is going to do the exact same thing, and so does that fan. That fan putting in an insane amount of damage, closing out the gap here, making it to where he has to pop the ulti to fly, taking the time to do it, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to hit him with the bow, gets the finish, and gets his 3rd dub. Ladies and gentlemen, Action going back to back to back. Dubs coming through for Action.
You know, Dami, Action living up to the namesake. He's bringing the heat today. Man, you can say there's a heat wave coming through, and it's by the name of J-Team's Action. And you know what? I got to give it to J-Team's Action. There's a lot riding on his shoulders, right? We're talking about the only member of J-Team, the defending world champions for trios, to make it here.
Wang Liang actually ends up winning.
Well, he had a lot more eliminations, right?
I was not paying attention to that because I actually thought it'd be JD. I was actually not paying attention to that because of how well he was playing and how well he was maneuvering around these players. I completely forgot about the number of eliminations because I was thinking about JD's just saying, but sadly, he got eliminated a little bit, probably more than halfway through the game. And if he would have probably lasted a little bit longer, he probably would end up in the top slot.
You know, congratulations to Wang Liang, but the point I was trying to make is J-Team's Action has a lot to prove here. He has his entire team's hopes and dreams riding on his shoulder. They're not here to defend their title, so it's no wonder he's out here putting on a show for us, Dobby.
I mean, putting on a show indeed. He's about to match the same energy that Spider did in his day 1 as well here, and this is technically his day 1 here. But for XCG's Wang Liang, we cannot sleep on him. Never have, and hopefully we never have to.
Look, Wang Liang is one of those players that no matter what, you cannot count him out. This is a man who came in his first season and was an absolute demon Dobby. And sometimes, you know, it's like he's put the demon back in the box. It's like he's Takeda, you know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, he opens that box back up and lets the demon out. And clearly in this game, when we cut back to him, there was a hottie that's popping an ultimate and is at like full health, no armor. Wang Liang comes out of nowhere and just says, hey, while you're stuck in that ult animation, bop, I'm gonna eliminate you entirely. No, he comes in with a pole sword. He just uppercuts that man into oblivion, says, see you next week.
Absolutely insane to be able to watch that go down here. As so far, these teams, like I said, we definitely said it was going to be very aggressive, but we definitely saw some heavy aggression in our game number 4. Action putting up a decent amount of elimination. Wang Liang closing out that game, getting that dub. Shazing putting up a very strong first half of that game, and then sadly going out later on. Akuma just being the chase demon, the meme artist, the whoo, like always.
Akuma does very well. He plays Justina exactly the way he needs to this game. The unfortunate mistake for Akuma is Akuma has a tendency where he doesn't want to try to heal up in the open, right? We see a lot of other players who are like, hey, if you're going to stop chasing me, you're going to play from range, I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to try to get a pot off. I'm going to hit you with my little crouch dance, my little shuck and jive while I'm doing my healing, right? Akuma is a player who's not confident in doing that. He very, very often tries to duck away somewhere where he has complete cover to take his little heals. He had a single tick of his gold armor removed, decides to go all the way to the bottom of this circle because there's that one little sliver of that hut where he can have absolute cover. The problem is the way this final circle pans out, everybody can see him. Everybody sees him move towards that bottom, and as soon as he goes up in the hut, they're like, well,
everyone else follows
yeah,
suit.
there's only one way in and out of
there.
Get
out of my corner.
Let's just go ahead and head down there. I was very surprised when T225 went down there that he didn't immediately get blitzed out of there. But it's a death trap, and Akuma makes a mistake and heads on down there. But as we take a look at the leaderboard here, it is going to be Wang Liang in first place with 5 eliminations and a game score of 9. J-Team's Action continuing to keep it strong with 3 eliminations and a first place finish for a game score of 7.2. And Akuma doing what Akuma has done best across his 2 days, still in the top 3 no matter how anybody else has done. Takes 4 eliminations, goes out in 4th place with a game score of 6.7. And this is the thing, man. Akuma don't have to be flashy during the group stages. He's been in top 3, top 4 every single game. And that consistency alone, even if he doesn't walk away with an MVP in group stages, just because he's always in top 4, will qualify him to go to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, easy. I think the thing that's interesting is the fact that he chose the Justina in his game 4. So the question is what does he have up his sleeve for game 5 and 6 if he takes his favorite and pops it early?
So here's the thing, is he can run it twice, right?
That is true, but is he going to choose it twice?
He might, absolutely, because think about this. He was in phase 3 this game. So if he can pick it phase 1, why would he not pick his favorite hero in phase 1?
That is true. It does have a very well-rounded kit, especially if you know how to use those versions. It definitely does give you that opportunity to be able to go, you know what, I'll throw in, I'll get a second one because why not? But as we look at the list here for some of the players here, the numbers are definitely starting to show a little bit more. And also, this is one of the only games where almost everyone got at least 1 elimination. The only person that sadly did not get one, I think in this game, was Polaris.
No. Polaris was the other Justina who killed Akuma after Akuma picked up the elimination on Light Hypernova at the very beginning of the game. Taking a look here at some of these scores, JDG, Tryhard, Shop, Handyman, Zeldinch, and Ryomen in interesting spots here. JDG's Chuzhang and NTL's Tryhard currently in probably the riskiest space. They're in the middle of that pack, but they're at the top of the middle of the pack. But it is their day 2 Dobby.
Right.
So they're going to have to be watching tomorrow quite stressfully if these next 2 games do not go the way they want them to go. Obviously, nobody's going to be able to dethrone WBG Spider after his performance in day 1. Mike, in a very similar situation right now, having an extremely good day 2, just like he did in day 1. DRG's Akuma right now, again, look at this. consistency for him, man. He's been in top 4 every single game for both his day 1 and day 2. There's no way Akuma gives up this 3rd place position. And even if he shifts down to like 4th or 5th, again, as long as you're in that top 12, you're leaving group stages, you're heading to Chengdu where all of the points reset. And man, then all bets are off.
All bets are off with some of these games here, and so far, the bets have definitely been off for the first 2 already. And now as we're going to look back at it, we're going to see that immediate aggression come out here as Akuma is going to absolutely bully Light Hypernova using that ulti, creating that space, and then is immediately going to be able to use that opportunity to come through with the final shots to get that first elimination of that game. Very well timed using that Justina and popping it in this game. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike playing that very, very well. Beautiful time hit for the parry. Gets the shutdown with the fan and now has that as his next reward. Meanwhile, Ryumin trying to capture this elimination here. Rui trying to back off this, but it's not enough as Ryumin's going to try to close that game out. Meanwhile, Wang Liang does the exact same thing. Closes in that gap, gets that finish, and we're back inside of this little hut here as Zillidik and Mike was fighting that out, and he knocks out AOW's Mike inside of this game. Now, this was the fun circle right here. JDJ Shosek fighting this out with Zillidik. Captures that elimination onto Zillidik immediately, and then back at it again to try to come through and gets the finish on Polaris with that gorgeous hit. Sadly, that does cost him his life as he does end up getting a little bit too greedy, but that also means that Akuma comes in and gets that sweep. This is that corner play that you were just talking about. Everybody kind of comes towards that right placement. Everybody's there because one person goes there and everybody starts to get a little nosy. It's like some nosy neighbors. You don't want to get caught in that. You don't want to see a carrot coming through like, what's going on here? And that's exactly what happened, and that's how he ended up getting eliminated. But MVP, 5 kills, 11,000 damage. Stanchion rises Scar Pillar, detonating rounds, the Overcomer, dual ring, attack Soul J2, and a melee resist Soul J2.
Look, Wang Liang coming in, an excellent game from him. Happy to see the MVP coming out from him. Happy to see him picking up Hottie, making it work for himself there. The Overcomer on the side of the buttery rocks was beautiful. The escape, he's like, I'm just going to get on my horse. Look at my horse. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? It comes in. Unfortunately, he doesn't clutch out that fight, even though he has an ace in his pocket, right? He has that purple armor stashed topside. He knows it's there. As soon as his armor goes low, he just immediately zips back up, gets the re-pick up on the armor, makes it happen. But speaking of picking up stuff, here's your opportunity to pick up one of those lucky chests if you're watching from Twitch right now. Which player had the most kills in this match? Was it A, DRG's Akuma, B, XCG's Wang Liang, C, J-Team's Action, or D, NTL's Tryhard? Lock your answers into Twitch now and make sure you're watching your whispers because one lucky viewer is going to walk away with that lucky box, and there's anything from Tay in there to some very, very nice skins.
You guys definitely should be paying attention overall with these games because these games have been absolutely explosive and incredible as can be. They've done such an amazing job so far of really keeping it going here. But in terms of keeping it going, we've got one boy that is steadily trying to keep it going, so hopefully he can qualify. We're going to hear from Light Hypernova.
Hello, my name is Light Hypernova. I'm from the NA region, and I qualified for solos this year. No, this is my first time I've ever been in China, so it's a new experience. Well, I mean, it's not really anything that I've experienced before, so I think there's a lot of new things. I think it's also pretty cold given the time of year. I think the player that impressed me the most was Xshin because he understood the most English out of a lot of the NVPO players, and I think the second person that impressed me was Mike because he was also making an honest effort to try and understand and speak English. Well, I think Mike is the strongest player, I'd say, but it's pretty hard to differentiate between Mike and Spider because they're both really exceptional players, but Mike has been pretty consistent this year and it's shown in his performance for the NVPL splits, so I said he's probably the strongest player as of this moment. Well, I like Justina and the nunchucks the most because Justina offers a wide range of mobility, and nunchucks I can block focus attacks. Well, the one thing that I would say to hype myself up is extraordinary things can happen if you believe in yourself. To the other competitors and players, I would like to say that I look forward to competing against you all, and I hope we all have a good time.
Man, look at that beautiful shot of Shanghai, Dobby. Speaking of which, we are live from Shanghai right now with your 2023 J-Cup solo group stages, day 2. We're 4 games deep. We've got 2 games left to go. J-Team's action has been tearing up the battlefield, but it was XCG's Wang Liang who was able to walk away the victor in our last match, Dobby. We've got 2 games left to go. What are your predictions going into games 5 and 6, Dobby? Who do you think is going to walk away with the dubs?
I definitely think I have a lot of confidence in XGen. I think XGen definitely is going to keep that same momentum. But in speaking of players that's going to have the most, let's talk about who is going to be the following players that achieve the highest rank in this match as well. Is it going to be A, TRG, or is it going to be JDG? Make sure to go in app.
You can either go into the app or to the website. Make sure you get your answers locked in. This is a prediction. Let us know who you think. And Dobby, this works out great because I literally just asked you this question. Who do you think is going to take it in the next match? Is it going to be Akuma or is it going to be Chu Zhang?
Well, they're both playing exceptionally well. I mean, obviously, if we're to talk about Akuma is absolutely going hard at it. So I got to say Akuma in general. But I won't lie. I can't sleep on Shazang. Let him know the fact that he got those 5 eliminations. He's playing very aggressive. Definitely had that aggression early on, but I think he got a little too bloodthirsty, and that's what cost him that game. So I think if he starts to pull back a little bit and tries to last with that same amount of eliminations, if not more, he can definitely see himself surviving towards the very end.
Oh, absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see the phase changes coming through, and it's going to be KLA's T225, LT's Hypernova, XCG's Wang Liang, and OLF's El Polaris here, moving into that phase 1. I'm expecting to see some more Justina picks come through, Dobby. I mean, especially given how well Akuma actually did on the pick here. Again, this is a hero that on these Firefly maps really excels so well, and it was so nice of DRG's Akuma to show us exactly what I was talking about from the get-go in that last game.
Immediately. It's like immediately showing why that needs to be banned off the rip, and if it's not banned, then he's going to use it every single time. To be honest with you, I think when it's time for Akuma to choose, I'm going to be honest, I think he might get into his troll era. I think he's going to try to see if he can get something crazy, man. I don't know what, I don't know how, I don't know what he's going to do, but I feel like he's got something up his sleeve.
Here we go. By the way, Light Hypernova, another Justina enjoyer, so no surprises to see him locking that comfort pick in on these Firefly maps when he's in phase 1 and can take control of it. No ban's going to be coming through in this phase. 4 completely different heroes already off the rip as we head into phase 2.
Definitely going to be seeing something probably the same here as we see 2 off the rip here, and we see the Viper, but that Flighter boy, I call him Cosmo, being chosen as well here, but it doesn't look like we're going to get caught with another ban here, as it looks like they're still going to be able to figure this out, but so far, still playing this very well here. It's still a very open split, but it looks like, ooh.
Dobby, I got to talk about this. I kind of get the Viper pick once, right? Zell
twice?
Yeah, it's very interesting. The confidence Zell has to have in this Viper pick to be able to counter Hottie has got to be huge, especially considering it didn't work out quite as well. He was able to win his fight against a Hottie in the last game, but he really had to lengthen that fight out because he missed a lot of those Fs and kind of messed the engagement up. For this pick to really work into Hottie, you have got to have that timing down packed. You've got to know that when you hit them with that F2, not only do you have to hit them, but you have to know how long before that silence goes away so that you can start channeling the V3 silence so they do not have the opportunity to escape. Here we go, Dobby. We're getting ready to head into game number 5, and we're going to see how well this Viper pick works out for Zell with the back-to-back. I love the level of confidence that they're bringing here. I'm just not sure I would have picked it twice, Dobby.
It's going to be interesting to see how that second pick goes. And it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to do something different and change it up, because they have to in these moments here. But let's go for the picks. Rune, what do we got?
I mean, same thing here. We are going to see a Takeda coming in from Wang Liang. This is an interesting pick. Takeda does work very well on these Firefly maps. Wang Liang, when he was being an absolute demon, it was on Takeda in Season 1. So this is a comfort level pick for him. It's on a Firefly map. This could excel very well for him. We, of course, Zell going to be running the F2V3 again, specifically looking to try to come in and counteract some of these hotties. Hypernova, I'm excited to see Nova. This is his hero, right? When you talk about Light Hypernova in the NA region, you talk about the #1 Justina. This man comes in and is able to make things happen.
Meanwhile, if you look at it here, it looks like Welfar is going to be one of the main picks here outside of Celestra. Doesn't look like any of the big places are really going to be taken up, except for KLA's Akuma is going to have this whole space up top left to himself. It looks like J-Team, it looks like AOW's Mike, and one other person is going to be heading towards these huts here, not away from some of the main sections here, so no one's landing in any of the big roster places here, as it looks like it's just going to be immediate fighting off the rip. Probably some fist fighting if we actually see it coming through here. So the timing couldn't be any better. But it looks like we're going to have another very, very aggressive game off the rip.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I mean, these Firefly maps are going to be nothing but aggression from start to finish, right? If you've got that ult charge early, it means you can use your ultimate more times in the match, and that's exactly what you're looking to do here. We're going to take a look here at J-Team's action, doing a little bit of looting here, and already a fight breaking out between DRG's Akuma and Wui, who both have already clearly got some Fireflies as this fight goes airborne. Akuma looking to bait out. There it is. He's able to bait it out, but he takes a little bit of damage from the collision there, and Wui decides he just wants to go ahead and get away here. Both of them going to decide to go ahead and end that ultimate and go back to the loot path here. Akuma able to find some white armor for himself, but Wui in the background with the blue armor coming up, and now the third party looking to come in here. It's going to be XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang doesn't quite have that ultimate yet, but he has seen both of these players expend theirs already, so we know he can confidently push into this fight. But the fourth party shows up, and this time around, it's going to be Hypernova, and I'd be willing to bet he's got that ultimate in the back pocket here. We're going to see Wui here taking a lot of damage. No, sorry, that's DRG's Akuma put into the corner by Wui. Akuma, no place to go, no ultimate, no F available. This could be disaster for Akuma. He could be heading back to the Soul Altar very soon, waiting for the grapple to come in. There it is. Wang Liang's going to get the hit. Who's going to get the elimination, though? The repeating crossbow, the scale rush, the F2. Akuma literally nothing left in the tank now. He was able to get the F2 again, break away, but he's got a scale rush and keep moving. These players are going hard. Wang Liang is hungry for it, Dobby. He wants the back-to-back MVP. He's coming in. He finds the scale rush, and Wang Liang is on the board.
Beautiful time place here. He was still finding his moment here to be able to get that away, and now he's going to be able to close that out. Same with this F on Wui, trying to see if he could dip out of here as well, but that aggression coming through from him is still going to be able to hold very, very strong as the ulti comes through. Takeda trying to see if maybe he can clutch this up and get that elimination, but Wui's going to try to see if he can retreat this and get out of harm's way as fast as possible. Great play coming in from Wui. Sadly, does have to use that ulti, but that's still enough. It's better than being out and having to go back to the resurrection for a second time. Meanwhile, Akuma doing something similar here, knowing that both of them are going to be able to go for the chase here, but obviously when it comes to a hottie, you're not going to chase him, you're not going to make it, and especially if it's Akuma, yeah, good luck. This guy can run, this guy can go. Look how fast he is. He gets up high, he gets low, he gets around, round, and around. So, listen, even with that though, still going to make it a lot harder for everybody else if they need to. But for Light Hypernova, he has a lot of work to do in 2 games. He has to be able to put this together here. Ryumin trying to put the pressure onto Polaris. Polaris struggling to try to keep up with Ryumin. Is Ryumin trying to figure that out? Beautiful parry on both sides here. Is going to be able to cancel that out, but Shazang's going to come from the back, goes through with the fan, steals it from him from right below him and says, thank you, I appreciate you. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for that. That means a lot. Make sure to rate me on my customer service, and yeah, just tell me how I did. As now Ryumin's going to try to push in, going for the upscale. He's going to be able to scale rush right towards him. Ends up getting caught by that bark, and now he's going to try to see if he can caught it again. Beautiful parry, though, to be able to do it with that right click. Best grab to be able to find it. Goes for the ulti here, waiting for that time strike. Beautiful parry to find it. Nice reset. trying to see if he can close this out. He's going to have to call up his ulti, but it's not going to be enough as Chu Zhang is going to keep that same pressure and go for the choke.
Oh my god, Chu Zhang played that so well there. If he hadn't landed the parry, that Feria easily able to just take the mech back. He gets the parry, knocks them away, and then just continues to play the neutral right there. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see the famous money spot in action as we talk about this here. All of these breakables going to be dropping those Dark Tide coins there for JDG's Chu Zhang. And because of the number of eliminations he's already picked up, that's going to be quite a bit of cheddar in the back pocket. Speaking of in the back pocket, as we turn back to AOW's Mike, who just cleaned up a fight here, you can see he's leaving a body with the Soul Bloom, chilling out in the zone here, meaning he's got one in the back pocket and plans to be heading straight for that Realm of Yang, because ladies and gentlemen, it is Zone 1 starting to collapse onto Zone 2. He's going to head over to some of those known Fireflies, get his ultimate back ready so he can head for that Yang fight. As we head over to Celestra, we're going to take a look here at Zeldrick here on that Viper. He comes in, he threatens the space with the F2. And this is very, very interesting. We see him throw this F2 at such a long range so many times now. I'm kind of wondering what's the thought process there, if he's just kind of threatening the space or what's up. Unfortunately, he does seem to miss it more than he does land it. But Polaris here, happy to back away. Zeldrick looking to come in now, though, knowing he's going to have that F back very shortly here. Polaris going topside up the roofs. We're going to see Zeldrick just back away here. Doesn't want to overcommit. The third party looking like it's getting ready to come through as we turn our attention to J-Team's action and NTL's Tryhard. Tryhard trying to make something happen here, but it looks like it's going to be a little hard for him as J-Team's action continues to keep the pressure up. He will get clipped there by our boy Tryhard, but Action able to use that F just to hold the space. He's going to take the full charge there from the V2. Quite a bit of damage coming in onto Action. That burn tick a little negligible given the number of Hell Soul Jades that Action has put together for himself. Unfortunately, Tryhard, literally 1 HP in a dream, will find an armor swap into a fresh blue here. Action loses him. He finds him in the bush though, and that armor he just swapped into is immediately gone. There's no place for him to go. Action's not going to let this one go, ladies and gentlemen. Tryhard on the move here. Nothing in the tank. He's going to pop the bell so that it can't be used against him. The scale rush trying to come back through, trying to break the ankles. Unfortunately, the charged arm B on the fan comes out a little bit too fast, and J-Team's action sends Tryhard back to the Soul Altar.
Unfortunate for Tryhard here. He was playing that so well, and he was trying to time that just beautifully, but Action was just a little bit faster and a little bit more ahead of anticipation, waiting for him to be able to push onwards towards this, and that's how he was able to get that dub. Now, for Light Hypernova currently in the middle of his chase. Struggling not to get caught up in a bad situation here as he has to dip out in different ways. He still has the time and still was able to find himself a safe space to do what he needs to. Meanwhile, JNG and XCG, Wang Liang is going to fight this on the Realm of Yang. Meanwhile, Action and Akuma fighting this out. I can't wait to actually see this one. This is going to be a good fight right here in terms of the Realm of Yang. But right before that, we're going to show IDK's Rehuman and AOW's Mike for their chance in terms of when they're fighting, and it's out in front of the Realm of Yang here, and seeing who's going to have the opportunity for this one, as it looks like Mike is going to be caught with the pull, and Rehuman is going to decide to keep that same pull there as he comes for the shield. Looks like they're going to go for a quick reset.
Yeah, look, Mike here clearly wanted to go into the Realm of Yang. He stashed a body for it, but it looks like these two griefed each other out of making it into that portal in time. So here they are fighting about it, Dobby. They both have the ultimate. They're ready to make it happen. Unfortunately here for Mike, no, he's able to reposition between the pillar and Akuma. He's got to keep him there. He lands the parry. No, he throws it in the wrong direction. He could have absolutely locked Rehuman down, but Rehuman is going to get the pillar because of it. Was it a misinput? Was Mike just not thinking? What just happened?
That's unfortunate to look the other direction in the middle of a fight, giving him the opportunity to be able to. He got away with a get out of jail free. He got so lucky. He got so lucky. If he would have turned, that would have been a wrap for Rehuman. Rehuman better count his blessings, and he got to be like, thank you, I appreciate you for keeping me alive during that moment here, because that would have been a wrap for him.
The only thing I can think is that he was worried about the parry, but the possibility of it coming out is so low. The timing for that on stand-up is so tight. But Mike in a good position still. He still has ult. He can still chase this kill down.
He's not gonna let it go.
He's not gonna let it go. There it is. He's gonna clean it up. But wow.
You know what? It happens to the best.
Look, a dub's a dub at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It happens to the best of us, okay? You could be the best in the world and still do a right-click, blue focus, and then turn the other direction and be like, that is not the direction that I was going to try to do this in. I don't know why. I look like I'm cutting up some spaghetti right now when I should be cutting up him. Sometimes it's just unfortunate. You know, some days you're absolutely slicing and dicing people, and then on some days you're cooking. But not cooking in the way that we usually say in a good way. You're literally cooking, like you're in the kitchen. Like, it's just, one of those things. So, sometimes you just got to go, hey, listen, it is what it is, but obviously that redemption is definitely not going to go unnoticed.
Well, speaking of cooking, AOW's Mike is cooking right now. He's at 4 eliminations, Dobby, before Zone 2 ever starts to collapse onto Zone 3. 10 players left remaining in this lobby. Right now, it's J-Team's Xjin and XCG's Wang Liang, who currently have that Vermilion Birds Might. We're taking a fight here between JDG's Chu Zhang and KLA's T225. T225 feeling forced to go ahead and use the V2 here on Akos. Wants to find some value out of it. Is going to give chase here. Is able to catch the claws onto, I do believe, Chu Zhang, but is not able to find the follow-up as Chu Zhang's through the window there. Oh, going to use the F to get away from the grab out from the ultimate there. It's going to be stuck in. Here we go. This is where Akos falls apart, and JDG's Chu Zhang knows it. He's going to hunt this to the ends of the earth, waiting for the Wisp to come out. The Wisp comes out. T225 can't do anything about it. Chu Zhang is able to pick up the elimination. Mike comes in, but now Chu Zhang, nothing in the tank. Mike's got him in the corner and says, hey, thanks for putting yourself on the silver platter. I'm going to come in to pick up the elimination. But Mike goes so low. One bow shot could send him back out of the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. Chu Zhang thanks his lucky stars, though, and goes for the reset. Mike's going to come back in. He's not going to let it go. This man is a demon. He goes from 4 to 5.
The timing, I thought he was actually going to dip out of there. He was so dangerously low, was able to get a little bit of shield and some heals, and decides, nah, you're not going to live through this one, but he comes through and is able to use his hottie, keeps the flight still alive, and decides to still push and keep that aggression, and is absolutely rewarded for it. Meanwhile, Wang Liang fighting this out, trying to see if he can keep up the same energy that Mike has. So far, Wang Liang has 4 eliminations, so he is going toe-to-toe. Right now, this is a kill race right now, and Wang Liang just tied up with Mike with 5 eliminations on the board. We're watching a kill race right in front of us in a tournament.
Dobby, I feel like I'm watching Season 1 all over again. It's AOW's Mike and Wang Liang just demoning down the entire lobby. This is absolutely wild, and I love to see that this is going down while Wang Liang is playing his original hero. He's playing that Takeda. He's literally letting the demon fly, Dobby, and it's everybody else in this lobby who's paying for it right now. Him and Mike absolutely going off. 7 players left remaining, and we're not even into Zone 3 yet. Speaking of which, J-Team's Xjin here, who's been on a tear today, has 3 eliminations under his belt, but multiple players here looking to hunt him down. Polaris going to back down to the bot side here. There's Xjin, though. He's still looking to keep the hunt up, trying to find some value out of those pistol shots. Goes back through the middle when he sees the potential third party, grabs a couple of resources, and decides he's going to back away here. He's happy with the 4-8-2 currently as we take a look. The second set of Realm of Yang's getting ready to come through. It looks like Polaris and Xjin setting up to pick one up. Wang Liang heading for another one, and Mike heading to another one. This is crucial, though. If Wang Liang and Mike head into these Realms of Yang and are forced to fight one another, and Wang Liang comes out on top, Mike still has a Soul Bloom stashed. So he will be at a crucial advantage because he never got to take his first Realm of Yang fight, Dobby.
That's true. That's true. So now he has a freebie realistically on him where he can really just bow out. And if he wins, fantastic. If he doesn't, fantastic. He can just go get his Soul Bloom and keep it moving.
But it looks like it's going to be AOW's Mike versus DRG's Akuma going head-to-head inside the realm of Yang here. Mike going airborne here. He's not able to find the shots he's looking for. Akuma finds one. He finds the charge. RB on the fan. He forces the F2 already. F2 in return to come back in. Akuma going to lose his shields here in the trade-off. Almost goes down here. Now it's going to be ult for ult. Whoever can hit the other one first might walk away victorious here. Mike has a little bit of an HP lead. He doesn't get the read though. Akuma does, and Mike is going to be sent back out. It's a good thing he's got the Soul Bloom stash, Dobby, because he's going to need it.
And so does Wang Liang. Wang Liang also wins his realm of Yang as well. So he has his opportunity as well. Oh my goodness, this is about to get so interesting. So, Mike now is on the chopping block, right? Both of them have Mystic Mites. Wang Liang and Akuma have it. Akuma's one of the few people that really could give a massive problem to the top players in this game.
But here we go. You see how deep Mike's going back in the zone? He's going right
so
back
far
to where he's left that body. He can guarantee cleanse the Yang depletion. In a lobby where there's only 5 other players left, it's so smart to go that far back out and burn the resources to get the guaranteed cleanse, because there's no guarantee that you're going to win a fight when it's this tight, Dobby.
Is there a timer on that, on the, not the Yang depletion, is there a
on the Soul Bloom? No, not at all.
No, really?
Here we go. We're going to see him spawn back in, and there it is, right where he left it, ladies and gentlemen. That Yang depletion already cleansed, and we go back to 6 players in the lobby. J-Team's Action here on the hunt for Polaris.
Looks like he's going to push in on towards that as well here, really keeping that aggression going super, super well overall here. And now he's going to be able to rotate this up top here, waiting for the time strike as he's going to scale rush it up top, making it a little bit harder. But Xgen's going to find him. He drops down again. And it looks like he's just, hey, this is like trying to get your little brother out of the playground. He's like, nah, 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 nah. Xgen's going to try to see if he can close this out. Trying to get some hits, though, onto Polaris. Polaris going to be able to collide some of those. Nice F keys. Going to be able to break both shields on each side. Both of them going toe-to-toe with it. But here comes some of that burn tick burning onto Polaris here. It looks like we know exactly what Soul Jade that he has, because now that burn tick is becoming a problem. Nice hits to be able to corner him into this, but Xgen is going to be able to claim that elimination and get that finish. That is his 4th elimination. And he is 1 away from tying it up between Mike and Wang Liang as well.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, these players are cooking right now. We've got 2 players with 5 eliminations, 1 with 4. We haven't seen games this tight all day, and even on our first day, Dobby, you take a look here. Mike,
my goodness,
with a massive
Mike!
carry on to Action. Action all of a sudden in the wind, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to use the Tiger Leap just to get away here. And Mike, flying through the sky, says, come here, boy. Bring that Tiger right where I want it. He only needs to find 1 clip. He's going to use the V2 activation to avoid the damage there. Unfortunately, the clip comes through and the zone does the work for him. AOW's Mike goes to 6, ladies and gentlemen. This might come down to the prolific fight we saw in Season 1, where it's a 1v1 between AOW's Mike and XCG's Wang Liang.
Okay, Genie in a bottle trying to look into the future. Let's see what's going to happen here, as it looks like that could be one of the cases here, but they still have to go through Tryhard and Akuma, and we all know Akuma is not easy to put down. He is like an infant that does not want to go to sleep after they had their milkies. Now all of a sudden you need to burp him first. It's definitely not easy when it comes to Akuma. He does not want to go, which is understandable. That man is a problem. He's one of the few problems that Mike, Spider, and Wang Liang have, because he's one of the few that can absolutely just poke and keep poking until you're annoyed. Now you're just frustrated. Now you want to just full W key him, and that's where he gets you. Sometimes he plays in your head just as much as Wang Liang, just as much as Mike does. So in this moment, now it's a little bit of downtime. The final 4. It could go to the final 2. This will be interesting to see if Mike and Wang Liang go at it again, because then we can go back, and I want to see the old clip of the first fight of when they first went at it. And then we can see a side-by-side comparison on who finally was able to get that going here. An insane push to be able to find that and still be able to find it and keep it going. But for Tryhard, 0 eliminations. He is struggling.
Look, Tryhard just hasn't been able to find anything this match for himself. There's not been any favorable fights for him to push into. He's made it to the top here. If he can pick up 1 or 2 eliminations in top 4, he's going to be in a fairly good situation for a regular game here. Now, he needs better than just a regular game, but at this point, you take what you can get, Dobby, as we're going to see Wang Liang coming over the top rope here, looking to try to lock down onto one of these players. I do believe it's AOW's Mike. They're going to trade a couple of musket shots here. Wang Liang going to back away, looking to find some more musket shots himself after a reset, but he's got to be careful. DRG's Akuma, the demon himself, waiting in the wings on the backside. Mike taking some shots here. Wang Liang going to be in a bad situation now. The rest of the lobby looks to turn onto Wang Liang. Unfortunately, he's the only Takeda here. He's the odd man out in a lobby left full of hotties. Oh my goodness, he doesn't see the R&B. He can invest the Furin to cancel it. Now coming in even tighter. 2 hotties waiting in the wings. He misses the timing on the scale rush again. This could be it for Wang Liang, ladies and gentlemen. The charge left click into the recap. AOW's Mike picks it up and goes to 7. He surpasses WBG Spider on the leaderboard.
Unbelievable. What a find and what a sinister completion coming in from AOW's Mike as he's able to find that finish and get him into that corner. That was the worst mistake Wang Liang can make in that situation here. Not being caught in that situation here, but then obviously really coming through. Okay, Akuma, hold on now. Let's not get crazy. Let's chill out now. Okay? You're inside of a very dangerous location. Let's not get caught up in a bad place. There's a lot that can happen here in one bad swoop, okay? Let's not get caught. Oh, I see what he's doing.
Look, Akuma likes to...
brain games. He's playing these brain games.
He likes to tease death just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But like you said, he's got a game plan here. The other 2 players coming down, the fight dropping on top of him. The thing is did they see Akuma grab that armor? If they didn't... No. They're going to have no idea that he's got another purple stashed away where that zone's going to be pushing. So Akuma has got that little ace up his sleeve that Wang Liang was holding on to last game, Dobby.
He has that timing, though, so that definitely is going to be very big for him. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it, or if he does get dangerously low. Will that not be the benefit for him here as Tryhard's going to hit that F key to try to see if he can rotate this around? Oh, no. Wait. I'm about to say, imagine he goes in the hut and he finds the purple and steals it. That'd be insane. Wait. The timing of it couldn't be any better there as AOW's Mike ends up closing it. Oh my goodness! Ends up snatching that away. And ladies and gentlemen, this still feels very OG, old school, because this is AOW Mike versus Akuma. Akuma, definitely one of the top players, but AOW's Mike, one of the best players in the world for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Hits them both with the time strike and the blue focus. Waiting for the timing, though, but get this. This is Dagger versus Fan, and the parry comes through. Beautifully timed place. The F key is going to be able to go for the reset. Mike trying to hold on for as long as possible. Dagger downs come through. It's going to be abstractly hit on each side. Pops the ulti just so he can potentially use it to get away, and now he's also going to use it again. Here goes the flight again. The question is Akuma going to be able to get Mike for a second time? He might just be able to do it. He might be able to do the twofer. He might almost get into it, but finds the swap, or at least I thought he did for a second here, but Akuma ends up going in, getting his own shield swap, and now he's able to go back to being airborne with him, hits him twice inside of this section, and now he's going to be able to get away and not get caught up. Now he goes back towards it. Akuma still has the advantage here, but let's see if it's still going to be in his advantage the way that he wants to. Mike dangerously low, still has the opportunity, goes for the back, goes for the nice movement, beautiful defense happening on each side here. They're both waiting and out on each side. Akuma getting hit, Mike hitting the combos over and over again. The Fan doing the work for him. He needs to be able to close out this game, but Mike using his time, realizing that he has the chance. Now he doesn't have it because Akuma's going to push in, hits him with the strike, and Akuma with the Fan stops him in his tracks and stops AOW's Mike.
Look, Mike's still going to be walking away with that MVP. There's no way he's not at 8 eliminations, but Akuma putting on a show, able to clutch it out in the very end. AOW's Mike going to find his second MVP of the day.
Unbelievable. He gets 2, and so does Action now. That's going to be interesting to see who is going to be able to lock it out for our final game. But Mike, I know he's got to be feeling, I mean, mind you, he doesn't even really need to be another MVP if he doesn't want to. He's already in the top slot, and he took the lead!
Look, Mike definitely didn't have the performance that he wanted to have on day 1. Mike is not the type of player when WBG Spider is in the lobby that he wants to let Spider walk away with 4 MVPs back to back. He wasn't locked in as we usually see AOW's Mike. Today he has come back and he said, you know what? It sucks Spider's not here, so I can't have a redo, but I'm going to get it locked in today. And clearly he has got the number of everyone in this lobby because he's coming through and he's hitting them like a truck.
AOW's Mike gives that same energy and goes, you know what? Let me make sure I have enough points for, let's say you do it again. You can't top my points. I'm going to be able to go so deep into these games that Spider can't do it. If you had 5 wins back to back, try me and see what happens. That's the energy that I see coming in from AOW's Mike. And with how he's been able to destroy these games so far, he is absolutely putting it down. But a very amazing display coming in from Akuma to be able to at least stop him in his tracks here. But that's really unfortunate to see Wang Liang get eliminated, caught in that corner, and you just see 2 of those players ready with their blue charges, and Wang Liang's just in the corner like, oh, snap.
Now, look, this was a crazy, crazy final circle to go out on. We love to see Akuma doing Akuma things, playing the mind games. He's stashing armor. He's moving around. But what Akuma's very, very good at doing is getting these other players to move into a bad position and play against themselves. And that's what we see him do with Wang Liang. That's what we see him do with Tryhard. Like, Tryhard's already in a bad position as Wang Liang and AOW's Mike are both taking shots at him. And what does Akuma do? He moves up behind him and just puts the physical pressure of himself being there onto Tryhard, and it forces Tryhard to move where he is now just caught between everybody in the lobby. He doesn't have an out anymore, and then Akuma washes his hands of it. He goes, that's a self-cleaning oven. I don't have to touch that. It's going to take care of itself. Sure enough, Tryhard walks away from the lobby, unfortunately, and then Wang Liang and, of course, AOW's Mike, they're trying to go at it. Wang Liang ends up getting put into a building. There's nothing he can really do about it. Like, double hotties sitting on the outside, just trading blows at you. Like, it's a bad position to be in. And then, of course, Akuma in the very end, he's just able to clutch it out. He outplays it like he usually does in those final moments. If Akuma can make it to a final circle and it's him in a 1v1, there's very few players that are able to come out on top of it. Now, don't get me wrong, AOW's Mike is one of them, but it's still a lot of work to do. Speaking of which, AOW's Mike here, still the MVP, even though Akuma is able to win the 1v1 in the end. He doesn't have enough kills under his belt to stop Mike, who's on an 8 elimination streak from walking away with the MVP in this game. And because he goes out in second place, he walks away with a game score of 13.2. Wang Liang still off to an absolute tear here with 5 eliminations. Goes out a little earlier than he would like in that third place position. Still walks away with a game score of 8. And DRG's Akuma yet again in the top 4 like always. 3 eliminations, a game score of 7.2. I need a recap on how many of these games Akuma walks away with exactly a game score of 7.2, because I feel like his last one was a 7.2, his first one of the day was a 7.2, and on his first day of playing, he walked away with 3 7.2s as well, possibly 4. It feels like he's literally just trying to play for straight consistency. He's like, every game, 7.2, that's the number, baby.
Either that or he has to go to and play some numbers. Because that's some good luck right there. You get a couple 7s in you might have to go and see if you can get $1 million off of that, just in general. Okay, imagine being able to top that and then still be able to win with that. But he still has some players to be able to get in front of in order for that opportunity to happen. If we look at the overall scores here, still struggling at the very, very bottom. Just cannot do too much here. Light Hypernova still struggling. Same with T225, a player that I think a lot of us are very surprised by his small performance right now. A 6.4, I think for everybody, especially on this roster that had high hopes for T225, it's very shocking to see him this far down at the bottom. Now, as we look at the other players, Zelendink with 11.5, and obviously Tryhard with that 9.1, making it a 23.4 placement game for him. He is in that contention. If he is able to at least maybe pop off in this last game, maybe there's an opportunity for him to stay in this, but he has to go hard.
Look, Tryhard's not out of it yet, right? He literally just has to make sure he stays in the top 12. There are some other players here who would very easily not knock him out. He does need to come into this last game, the 6th game though, and go absolutely ham. He needs to play for all or nothing. But it's AOW's Mike right now, currently in 1st place. Unfortunately for him, that's probably going to be dethroned when WBG Spider comes back for his day 2.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying he's got to go absolutely crazy in this next game if he's going to even see a possibility where he can't necessarily top it. But after these last 2 games here, he's going to have to do something crazy.
We got to talk about J-Team's Action, though. A 42.4 day. Very good. He's still got 1 game left to play.
First day!
Yeah, like Action coming out to show here on his first day of solos. The man came in and said, hey, look, I got a legacy to carry on my back. My boys ain't here. I'm going to make sure I take them as deep as I can, if not win it all.
Hold! Hold! As we're going to look back here at the holding moments here as Wang Liang was holding on so long to get the first elimination onto a front in this game. As we saw the berry come through, JDG Sosing comes through and snags that elimination away. But look at the timing of this flight as KLA at T25 dangerously low, and Mike was able to secure that elimination and get the finish. Same with Ryumin. Ryumin trying to work this out here. Nice defense on each side here, but he was waiting for it, and obviously that's exactly what he got because AOW's Mike was able to serve him a delicious can of butt whooping. And immediately gonna find the next slice coming through as Polaris ends up getting caught by Action. We saw that bullying strategy from earlier, and he was able to do it again in that moment. Now back again into this moment here for Action. Action trying to find it with his ecosys. He's done a really good job of being able to fly around these flying tigers and not get caught up in a bad situation, but he put him outside of that circle and he made him quake. And this is the moment Wang Liang looked at it and said, oh no, as he saw 2 of them outside waiting for him to come out and play.
Yeah, absolutely terrible turn of events there for Wang Liang. Here's Tryhard, unfortunately, and there we go. All of the range shots coming through. There's nothing he could really do. He came down to the box to look for some resources, maybe an armor swap, but unfortunately, our boy Akuma had already been there. Something that's not unfortunate, though, is look at these stats, Dobby. AOW's Mike taking his 3rd MVP here with 21,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 10,800 of that damage coming straight from the fan. And man, what a game this was for Mike.
Absolutely insane. His 3rd MVP as well, but he has that Ripple sidestep and Phantom Step, Soul Shatter, Juggernaut, Nether Sap, Suna, and a short handle weapon sap with 10,000 damage coming in from the fan.
That Juggernaut is wild, okay? This is a Soul Jade you don't typically see picked up in NBPL, right? Because like usually we sputter out at around 5 kills at the end of the lobby, right? That is a Soul Jade you can actually stack over attack damage, right? There's a cap on the amount of the attack percentage you can have. Juggernaut is counted separately. It completely ignores the cap on the attack bonus that you can get. The trade-off being is that you only get that attack bonus for every kill that you've picked up, and you have to pick up 5 to get the maximum amount of bonus. Clearly in this game, Mike came in with a confidence. He saw that Juggernaut early and said, all right, we taking a fully stacked Juggernaut to late game, baby.
Time to go. Saw the Juggernaut. He's like, you know what? I can do 5. I can do more than that. I can put 5 on it, if you know what I mean. Now, obviously, coming into this, we still have 1 more game left. It is our game 6, and for some of these players, it will be their final game. As we're going to be ready to lock this in, it's going to be very interesting to see where the rest of these teams and the rest of the players go. But as for players like Action, like Mike, like Akuma, who has been absolutely decimating, but at the same time also causing problems for some of these other players here, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
No, absolutely not. Everybody's going to be coming into Game 6 here. Again, it's still a Firefly map, right? Which means the aggression is only going to ramp up. But like you said, for some of these players, this is their last game here in the group stages, which means they have to bring everything they have and leave nothing behind. But for those of you who are watching from Twitch, You got to make sure you're not leaving anything behind either. Make sure you answer this question. How many kills was this match's MVP get? Was it A, 0 to 4, B, 5, C, 6, or D, 7+? Make sure you lock those answers into chat, and make sure you're paying attention to your whispers as well, because one of you are going to be walking away with that lucky treasure, and you don't want to miss out.
Even with that, dude, look at that trophy. I mean, the trophy that they have for the Rocket League is so amazing as well. Imagine being able to join that in terms of who's going to be the winner for the solos, let alone for the trios. It's going to be absolutely amazing here. But so far, it's been so incredible. The aggression is very strong, and you said it before, they were definitely going to push up for it as well here. But until then, we got one last game left. They're putting everything on the line here for game number 2. So if you guys are ready, we're also going to launch that in a moment. We'll be right back.
I'm Oli Polaris. Đầu tiên đến Trung Quốc thì mình cảm thấy khá là lạnh và cũng háo hức khi mà sắp tới mình sẽ được luyện tập cùng với những đối thủ ở dày dặn kinh nghiệm bên đây. Mình muốn gặp nhất là Michael và Spider, bởi vì mình nghĩ hai người họ là đối thủ mạnh nhất. Tôi thấy game cũng đổi mới khá là nhiều và hệ thống này cũng sẽ một phần nào đó ảnh hưởng đến ván đấu theo một cách nào đó. Và em nghĩ cô tướng mới cũng khá là mạnh, và cùng với vũ khí mới là cây quạt thì cũng nhiều thứ phải đắn đo. Nghĩ là nếu muốn vào được chung kết thì phải nỗ lực ở phần kinh nghiệm cùng kỹ năng và khả năng sinh tồn. Mình nghĩ là va chạm càng nhiều sẽ càng tốt. Nghĩ là mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức và luyện tập thật nhiều để đủ khả năng đánh bại Michael và Spider.
I'm Ryoman, I'm 24 years old. I'm playing a World Championship in solos and trios for the team IDK. I never come to China, but the first time is really good. I'm really enjoying it, we all enjoy it, and yeah, very happy to stay here. I look forward to fight TE because they are in our group and we need to fight them in the start. Tianhai is my most played character and the Pulse one, because I play Tianhai in the first season already, and yeah. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of communication with my teammates, and we try our best to do it. The only thing is what I want to say, you're the challenger.
My name is Vauer and I'm playing for JNG in World Cup Solos. It's my first time in China and it feels really good, it's really fun and it's really nice. I look forward to fight against Mike and T225 because I watched them a lot and I think they're really interesting. I think the strongest is probably Mike because he always does well in every tournament and he's always on top. I think the new character will affect me the most because he's very unique and I'm gonna have to practice him a lot. The quarterfinals, I think I have to get lucky because to be honest they are better than me, but it's a battle royale so anything can happen. Before the match starts, I'm gonna tell myself to run it down mid.
I know they got a nice little restaurant somewhere on that block. They have to, because I want to see all of the views that Shanghai has to offer as we are live here in Shanghai, China for the group stages for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I am your host and caster, Dabi, alongside my main man, my right-hand man, my day one. TV, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to lock in for our Game 6, our final game of the night. And for some of these players, their last game. There's been a lot of anticipation. There's been a lot of action. Action's been going crazy. Wang Liang got his dub. Mike got his 2 dubs. The question is, who's going to put down that full house for his Game 6?
Look, it's going to be a crazy game across the board. Like you said, for some of these players, it's their last opportunity here in the group stages, and it's going to be nerve-wracking leaving here tonight knowing that everything is going to come down to how the players play on day 3. Whether they qualify or not, they've done everything they can do here today, and that is all they can do. They have got to watch and they have got to sweat it out while these other players fight for that opportunity to dethrone them on the leaderboard and potentially snatch that chance away for them to head to Chengdu. But there's still one game left to play. It's not over. And if you want to keep up with all of the action, make sure you're following us on NARAKA Esports over on TikTok. Make sure you're following the official NARAKA Esports on Twitter as well. Make sure you're following us here on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT, where we've got lovely drops for you guys every single day. Make sure you're also following us on kick.com/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I think we're on Facebook Gaming too. I think we're on YouTube.
We're on everywhere.
As well.
We're
you
everywhere.
can find us absolutely everywhere.
We're everywhere.
You know, we can call ourselves Mr. Universal now, Dabi. We're absolutely everywhere.
One of a kind, one of the best, if I do say so myself. As we're going to be able to lock in. And speaking of being good at what we do, let's give you guys a quick video and a quick interview too.
Hi, my name is Tryhard. I'm from Team NTL, and I'm from the NA region. I'm really excited to be here with you guys this year. I was really happy to qualify this year, especially because most of my friends, and I feel like this year has the highest competition, just because Mike is in this year, Spider's the returning champion, and I really feel confident about my own team as well. So this is definitely the best year for me to qualify, and I'm really happy to do so. I think the strongest team for trios right now is XCG, just because they're the champions of the last season of MPL, and I think the strongest player for solos is still Spider, just because he managed to win last year's J-Cup. I think it's going to take, in order to qualify for the final stage, I think it's going to take not only a lot of hard work, I would tell myself before the first game definitely to just stay calm, stay focused, just because I know I've prepared a long time. So, you know, there's no more I can do as long as I do my best. That's all I can give. I'm not too worried about the lobby of deaths for both trios and solos. I think, you know, it's just the group stages. I think that's just kind of the first hurdle of the J-Cup, and I know that I just have to focus more on myself than the other players, and I'll make it. But
you know, wise words from the man himself, Dabi. He says, you know, we just need to stay calm and focused, and that's exactly what Tryhard needs to do going into Game 6. We talked a lot about these players. It's their last chance to play, and this is it for Tryhard when it comes to solos. He's got another day in trios, but I'm telling you right now, this is where it matters for Tryhard, especially given that team's performance in trios yesterday. If he wants to qualify, this is where he excels. This is where he's got the experience. He needs to make this game count. And look at this. Look at this face. He's smiling right now. He's talking with Miss You. They're talking about strategy. I don't think Tryhard's feeling it at all right now. He looks calm, clear-headed, and ready to go into this Game 6 and make something happen, Dabi.
Definitely has to last a little bit throughout this game. So far, he's been doing a lot better in terms of lasting towards the final circles and towards those last few players to get some placement points just to keep him alive even with his low points. But Zelendix definitely is in a different place. He's been playing pretty decent. He started to pop off a little bit halfway through, and now he's trying to find his time in really being able to eliminate some really top-tier players. On top of that, lasting towards the very end as well. That's been probably his biggest struggle, is lasting to the very end. But as we look back at it, and we do see the switch for the first round, second round, and last round selections, I'm not going to lie, I expect to see Akuma throw a curveball at us.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. He's in Phase 1 going into Game 6. I don't recall if he's double-picked a hero today. I don't think he has, which means, Dabi, we could see his famous Game 6 Justina. Nobody can stop him from locking it in if that's what he wants to run.
It'd be interesting to see if he does here. That first pick is definitely going to be very interesting, especially knowing that AOW's Mike gets his first pick, so he doesn't necessarily have to worry too much either if he wants to cause problems for everyone else. He also could be either the hero for himself or the villain for the others.
Absolutely. As we take a look here, Ryomen looking locked in here, but here are the picks. We're going to see Hadi locked in by Akuma. Zeldin with another off-the-wall pick here. Moxie is going to be happy, Dabi, because that is going to be Zai Chi being locked in.
Wow.
Tarka's sister makes her way into the meta.
Absolutely insane to see here. I said there would be maybe some surprise picks there, so to see him have that opportunity, and TRG is doing really good when it comes to the Hottie.
What? We're going to see double Justina picks being locked in as well. J-Team's Action and Tryhard going to be locking those Justinas in. We're going to see some more hotties continue to make their way across the board here. And we're going to see double Temis being locked in by Olaf's El Polaris and XCG's Wang Liang. Not a single ban throughout the phases here, so everybody getting to play whatever it is they want.
Surprised we haven't seen a Hottie ban, at least in this one. I definitely thought there would probably be something like, nope, no flying, no fun. No flying, no fun. It's all permitted. It would have been interesting to see that, though, like I said. But I did say there might be a surprise pick in there somewhere. Now, it wasn't coming from Akuma, but it was coming from Zeldin.
Look, Zelding's very, very interesting. I'm still curious why the double Viper pick. Like, I understand the theory behind it, right? Able to utilize the silence. If you're able to land the optimal combo onto Hottie, there's just nothing he can do to get away from you. You prevent him from being able to activate the ultimate, and you just eliminate them before they become a problem. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him very great in his first game doing it. He ran it back, and it didn't work out great in the second game. So I'm very invested in seeing how this Zai Chi pick is going to work out for him in game number 6, Dobby. But this is it. Everything is on the line for some of these players as we head into our 6th game of day 2 of solos here in the group stages of the 2023 J Cup. Taking a look here, again, a lot of hottie across the board here. No surprises there. Action, of course, running that Justina pick as well as Tryhard. And then we take a look at Zelding. Very interesting. This is exactly what I expected to see. F1v2 being invested here. No surprises in terms of the ability usage being picked up for Zai.
Definitely interesting to see this layout happen here as we're going to be able to lock this in for our final game. It's going to be interesting to see where these players go, but with Mike being that ACOS, it's going to be that problem, and so is Akuma as well coming into this. Let's see if Tryhard's going to be able to lock this in here, as it looks like it's still going to be a full-scale rush, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit more linear this time around the base, as it looks like Yellowleaf is still going to see a very signature amount of players, but it's also going to be wrapped around with some of these other players, Yarchi, Akuma, and of course AOW's Mike's going to be landing right near each other, same with Light Hypernova, and they're going to be all the way on this back left side space, but nobody in Shipwreck, nobody in the mines, and nobody, at least in Celestra, at least from what I can tell. I don't think anybody's landing in Celestra either. So it's going to be definitely a jam-packed fight, definitely going to be immediate aggression off the rip, and definitely some Justine that's hoping to maybe get a quick aggressive kills off the rip.
So look here. I love this pick from Tryhard, by the way. He knows he needs to come to this lobby. He knows he needs to pop off. He knows he needs to go aggressive from the jump street here. So he picks Justina, the hero most capable of doing that on Firefly maps. So hopefully he's able to find the value he's looking for as we take a look. AOW's Mike already here looking to do some damage, is able to land a quick hit with the dagger, but hasn't found the armor, so doesn't want to take this engagement. So is actually going to get shoved off. A lot of potential loot here, and his loot pathing going to come in pretty weak for him. Now, the problem here with the Zai pick onto this Firefly map is she is very weak in the early game. she needs that legendary weapon to really scale into late game. So even if she's able to get those Fireflies and find that ultimate very early, she's not going to find a lot of value out of it. So Zeldin really needs to make it mid to late game. He's going to land a massive parry here, but the third party's going to come through, and unfortunately for Zell here, they're going to be quite vulnerable. Mike knows it. They know they're not going to be able to scale here. They only have a blue weapon. They don't even have the ultimate yet. They haven't been able to find Fireflies. The rescale rush from the inside here. The clank onto the scale rush. No place for Zell to go. The parry comes through. It might save them just a little bit here. They're going to go airborne, and they jump up. They have 4 seconds until that F's re-available. They're just trying to stay away from everybody. They actually catch T225 off of the aerial LMB here. They're able to get the F off. They're able to find the grapple and keep things moving here. Zell just trying to keep the game alive.
Zell dipping out, finds a gold for a moment here, maybe for the free space, and it looks like they do, as KLA, Mike, and Exton goes caught in a little bit of some traffic here inside of this hut, which gives him a free space to do what he needs to. His Polaris is going to get elimination onto IDK's Ryomen here into this space here. Mike trying to see if maybe he can use his ulti from his Tiger Strike, try to see if maybe he can catch somebody here. Looks like he might have saw K225, but misses out on that opportunity here. Now he's going to get chased, and it looks like he's going to find the chase from Exton. Exton trying to keep that pressure, and the same with T225. But Mike is going to be able to further the gap away from the rest of the players, gets hit in the back by the musket, and it looks like he's going to get far enough where it's going to be really hard for them to chase him down. Beautiful headshot. He's going to be able to get rid of some of his health from T225, and now Mike's still trying to rotate this around and trying to get out of here. Meanwhile, Wooey caught in an interesting situation here with a 4-way fight in the middle of everybody else, and it looks like Shazang is going to be able to claim that elimination in the final hit from that space out of 3 different people hitting him at the exact same time. That's kind of crazy to watch that happen all the way throughout. Now Shazang gets 1 free elimination, and now it's time for him to dip out.
Oh my goodness, Tryhard topside here almost has the ultimate, just waiting for a moment. He missed out on that elimination, but that really could have been absolutely anyone's elimination, Dobby, with so many players dogging it down here. We're going to turn our attention over to Wang Liang, this time on to that Temi pick as he's looking to find something, a way into one of these fights that's going to be favorable for him. And all 4 of these players, no place they would rather be than right here fighting. We're going to see a couple of those Dandelions come to play. Tryhard really keeping the aggression up here, and Polaris finding themselves in a bad situation, and those musket shots continue to ring out. And Wang Liang not really making their presence known, just trying to come up from behind. Tryhard going to take a huge hit there, though, and the attention might be turned to him, but no, the attention stays on Polaris, it looks like, as we see Wang Liang continue the chase here. We do see the armor swap coming through. Polaris will find a white set of armor, but hasn't been able to find the blue he wants to go back into. Unfortunately, most of Money Spot has been picked through, and it looks like our boy Tryhard has been able to get away here, but Chu Zhang comes back in, is not happy about having to give up the chase, and will re-establish it here onto Polaris as Polaris is trying to go topside. It looks like Tryhard is back as well, and Polaris will not catch a break as these 3 players continue the hunt onto Polaris. Polaris with the white armor in an extremely vulnerable state here. Tryhard really wants to come in and make something happen here for himself. Like we said, this game is going to be absolutely crucial for him. He does have the ultimate online, but he really needs to pick the right moment to utilize it here to find value out of this engagement.
Definitely finding the value is going to be the name of the game here in this moment here, as he's still working through the next steps is Light Hypernova, also another player that really doesn't have a lot to his name right now, trying to push on to K225, as C225 is going to be able to get the beautiful parry onto Hypernova. Now he's going to try to run through and trying to get out of harm's way here. Still has a decent amount of shields here, so there is a moment here, but C225 is just a little bit better. Misses out on the right click, and beautiful defense, still being able to rotate this around, but now he's trying to rotate this and get out of a tough situation here, but T225 is just continuing to keep the pressure. The pressure is going to keep this momentum happening, but definitely does not want to stress him out as the T225 finds him with the grapple. The grapple able to do a lot in that moment here to shut him down. Now he's caught in a tough space. Nice hits to be able to catch the collide. Light Hoper, tough in this situation here and just cannot get out of that situation here, but he has one last shot.
Yeah, Light will be heading back to the Soul Altar. He's going to have to look for some value. But again, Light here, This is only day one. He still has another day to come in and perform. Polaris here, though, still being dogged down and hunted. Ryomen trying to come in this time, but Wang Liang still on the hunt, will be the one who catches him with a fan into the back. Ryomen going to invest the ultimate here. Not happy about Wang Liang making that opportunity to go away. Oh my goodness, and Ryomen turns into the wall, turns into the wisp. What are we thinking, Ryomen? Oh my god, Wang Liang picks up one, he picks up two, and he says, go ahead and head on back, homie.
He really reads that in such a beautiful way, and he times that. The way that he was able to push that, and Wang Liang is like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? Have you lost your mind to do that to me, sir? I don't think you know who you playing with. And just like that, he's able to serve him a fresh can.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are Zone 2 about to be fully collapsed onto. So there's Realms of Yang. Get ready to come forward. T225, Wang Liang, wait for it, but they wait too long. As ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be J-Team and AOW going head to head. And our boy ONW here, Zeldrick, getting ready to go head to head with, I do believe, Wang Liang as well. As we take a look, Mike going airborne here, looking to make something happen. Trying to come in there. We're going to see the Tiger Slam come in. But unfazed is our boy Action. He's going to be phased now as the ult's invested, though. We're seeing the Justina F come out. The Tiger Claws trying to take re-control of the neutral. He doesn't want to get frozen. He's invested 1v2. He has one left. Can he find value out of it? No, he doesn't. He walks right into the maw of the Justina. I don't know if Justina has another dash left. They do. And Mike, no place to go. The conversion from the staff into the charged R&B aerial. Mike goes extremely low, but Justina needs to find a little more value here if they want to walk away. Can Action do it? Mike against the odds here, puts Action against the wall. Now Action has got to find control of the neutral, has got to find a good combo here before that F comes back off of cooldown for Mike. That damage reduction would be a disaster for our boy Action here. He's not going to find it though, and Mike comes out on top.
Beautifully placed moment here as Mike is going to be able to absolutely lock that down. Does a fantastic job with that, and let's see where the rest of that goes as well towards the next base here. But obviously, and also, AS also able to win his Realm of Yang as well. The other player coming in from the other Realm of Yang, Zelending, able to actually win their Realm of Yang into that, and also gets the Vermilion's Bird Might. So doesn't look like anybody's going to take a risky pick in using the Mystic Might immediately. They're going to go for the Vermilion's Bird Might first, because there has been some surprise that in Game 3, one of these players did take that Mystic Might as a solo. So it's good to see that everybody realizes this is the final game. Let me not be that brave.
Taking a look, J-Team's Action here, of course. Unfortunately, gotta cleanse that Yang depletion here. He did not come out on top, and Akuma just opens a volley onto him. He's gonna feel forced to use that F a little early here, just wants to get away. Takes some more range shot as Action loses half of his shield here. Coming back in onto the fan, just looking to make things happen here. Akuma now at about equal here with our boy Action, is gonna invest the ultimate off of the rip. Action looking to turn onto him. Akuma, there we go, coming in with the ultimate. Action will utilize that F just to break away. Is going to be feeling forced to use the ulti though. He's invested it and now has used both of the dashes. Action's got nothing left in the tank. He's got to find a place to take a reset, Dobby.
Beautiful reset here if he can successfully do it, but it doesn't look like it, as Akuma's just absolutely going to continue on, keep that pressure, and bully that man out of this game. Action is done for the day. But obviously, a really good performance out of him. 42.4 in total for him on his first day. That's a really good score of points. That's all I can say for his first day. As T225 also still trying to work towards his fight as well here, and is able to dip out of the harm's way. Meanwhile, Mike using that opportunity to go for the heal here, knowing that T225 is on this same rotation here, waiting for the time. Nice move, not trying to get caught up into this as well. Waiting for the time. Mike definitely learned from his last game, getting hit by massive slashes and losing out on fights from Action the last time when it came to this. So obviously he's using that immediately and learning from that and going, you're not about to catch me on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. AOW's Mike now looking to come topside and keep the chase going on T225. He's not going to take him down into the zone, though. He doesn't want to take that fight as we turn over to Polaris. Polaris going to invest the ultimate here. He's so low. Tryhard is hungry for the elimination, though. He just needs to find a little bit of value. Polaris, though, going to come back in with the re-wisp. Tryhard knows he can just invest the F there. Now he's just got to figure out where Polaris is gone. Polaris, no F in the tank, no ultimate. It looks like he's going to get the reset he's hoping for. Tryhard forced away here by AOW's Mike. Nova in the building as well. Will find Polaris is going to get some huge damage off, and now it's just going to turn into a rumble, Dobby.
Even with that, though, let's hope that that rumble continues to keep going here. Polaris is going to have to rotate this around and definitely does not want to get caught as he has half shield and half heals here. Can really get destroyed here if it really takes one good strike or one good blue focus here, whether it's phase 1, 2, or 3. And now Light Hypernova trying to see if he can use that opportunity to maybe take it away from someone else, but it's not going to be easy as he is going to be able to rotate this in. Meanwhile, Akuma is going to find Wang Liang, hits him really hard on this side here, pops the ulti. Hopefully he's going to use that to his advantage here to slow him down, gives him the opportunity here as he's going to pop his heal, and eventually he's going to need to pop his shield as he will do that, as no one's going to try to really contest him into the space here, and a decent thing to do, as now he's going to scale rush up top, go for the retreat, and go to dip out.
JD's Chu Zhang here looking to stay on the hunt with Wang Liang. Wang Liang out in the zone as we do have zone 2 collapsing onto zone 3 here. Chu Zhang going to aggressively take a stance across. He says, if you want to be in the zone, we'll take this fight right here. I'm more than happy to. As Chu Zhang continues to maneuver, he's going to see DRG's Akuma coming in at the edge. So Chu Zhang going to position to try to cut him off at the pass. Will take the opportunity to take a little bit of a reset, and Wang Liang heads back the other direction inside the zone. He says, cool, if you want that smoke with Akuma, I'm just going to take my free little reset into the zone here. I've got 4 eliminations. I want to take them as far as I can go, ladies and gentlemen. We do have those Realms of Yang spawning in now, and the question is going to be who's going to take them. It looks like it is going to be our boy Polaris from that's Hypernova from LT here, and it's going to be AOW's Mike. Hypernova versus AOW's Mike, the rematch from game number 4 here, and off to a start. Hypernova catches the charged R&B off of the longsword, looking to go in here. Mike backing away, looking to try to take control of the neutral here. He does have a legendary staff, a huge weapon advantage. The F already invested on the side of Hypernova. Hypernova just trying to find damage anywhere he can here. He will find the left click. Now it's going to be converted into the ultimate. The claws come out. Hypernova is going to need to find an opportunity to get the ultimate off, but it's not going to be given to him as Mike just puts him into the corner and says, Hypernova, it's time to go to timeout.
Meanwhile, Akuma fighting this out with T225, both of them going airborne here. And now it's a Sky Rush battle here, waiting for it, but it's not going to be long as T225 is going to claim the elimination onto Akuma and gets the win for their Realm of Yang. AOW's Mike very much expected to also win as well. Did a fantastic job being able to lock that down. So far, they've been playing a heck of a game, but T225 is going to come out of there with that win.
Yeah, absolutely. T225 very happy about the turn of events he just got here. As we take a look, there are 8 players left remaining alive as Zone 3 will be collapsing onto Zone 4 in the next 1 minute and 42 seconds. And I'm very surprised to see that Zai here, Zeldrick, still alive. They were able to get away and keep their game alive here. They've got a legendary weapon for themselves now as well. But Akuma slides in and says, hey, homie, thanks for doing all the work. I'm just going to piece this up real quick. Zai now in absolute danger. The ultimate ended. The F invested in every hottie in the lobby, hot on their heels, and Akuma unfortunately gets that elimination, but does not get the soul bloom from it, so he has not been able to cleanse the Yang depletion, Dobby.
Absolutely putting that down towards that as Shazang ends up getting caught off the backstretch. KLA's T5 is going to find the elimination onto Zeldink inside of this space here, and it looks like that's also going to be Zeldink's game as well here as Akuma almost gets caught though by AOW's Mike with that slam. Looks like he's still going to be around this. It looks like he finds Shazang, ends up hitting him in the midst of all of that rotation and spread. 7 players still alive here. Light Hypernova still has a chance here. Oh wait, no, he's done. No, he's done. I was like, wait, there's a orange box that tripped me out. As as we look at the other players here still being able to rotate this through, he still has one more chance.
Well, see, the orange box means that he's got that Yang depletion. He needs to pick up an elimination very quickly, though. He's got to get his hands onto a Soul Bloom, and there's certainly not going to be one stashed on the map this late in the game. So Hypernova needs to come in and capitalize on something here. And T225, this is going to be an interesting fight. The parry comes through. Hypernova just getting shot left, right, and center. Unfortunately, this does not go the way he wants at all. Oh my goodness, the legendary pole sword. Hypernova goes to the air. A single shot ends his run right here. Ladies and gentlemen, he's behind the wall. He gets one pot off. Can he find a second one? The grapples come out. Everybody in the lobby is here. It's 6 different players hunting Hypernova. Oh my goodness, the scale rush off the pole sword yet again. Hypernova put into a corner. The Overlord, the parry, but then the follow-up from behind. Hypernova goes down as Mike picks up his 3rd elimination.
Mike doing what he does best here as Akuma is going to get his 4th elimination, or at least he's going to try to here. He has 4 so far, so he is a little bit more in the lead here, but with those 60 points, he has to be caught in the tough situation here. He's got to be careful. He has that blue shield swap. Now he's just going to scale rush everywhere that he has the opportunity to, if he can, as Akuma is going to be able to work towards the next bits as well. Has to be very, very careful as AOW's Mike's going to try to see if he can rotate this around. Not getting caught in a tough situation here as Akuma now has that chance to be able to scale rush it out on different areas here, waiting for the time being. And now Akuma is going to be able to pop that ulti and get out of harm's way as fast and as quickly as possible. Has an opportunity to pop the heal. Polaris, it's a beautiful hit in the skies while Akuma is rotating this out. And he does have the opportunity to pop the shield, but it looks like Polaris does not want to let him go too far into this one, as he does see the opportunity for the bow, but it looks like everybody is too close to the tower for him to really get any successful hits in.
Yeah, Polaris is going to be forced down the tower. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are, your favorite time of the game. It's time for Ballista Watch. All these players going to post up down around this tower and utilize it to break ankles and try to find eliminations. But it looks like a lot of players going to go ahead and back away pretty early there. It happens for a couple seconds, but usually Ballista Watch goes on for quite a long time, Dobby, as we take a look. AOW's Mike scale rushing across here, looking for a good position, just trying to keep things moving. He doesn't want to invest too heavily here. He's got 3 eliminations already. He just wants to take these to late game. DRG's Akuma with 4 eliminations under his belt as well. But this legendary Pulsarn putting in absolute work for our boy Akuma, looking to find his 5th elimination in the game as he's got Polaris completely locked down here. Polaris trying to get away from the fan. He's able to because of terrain. He doesn't take the hit there, and Akuma's going to force his way through the wall. There it is. He doesn't have the stamina to tap dodge away. He's got to take control of the neutral. He goes for the overhaul in the fan, and Polaris takes it to the face as DRG's Akuma goes to 5.
Akuma is going crazy right now. Definitely the pop-off game that he needs here in this moment here as Mike is going to come up and get hit by JDC Shazang with a quick drive-by. Just like that, he's gone into the Flourishing here. Now he's going to try to go through with this rotation here. Has to be a little bit careful. He's on the edge of this circle of the Bane's Breath here. He's going to try to see if he can rotate this out. Has a lot of resources to do what he needs to here in this moment. So let's see if he's capable of doing that. But this is Mike. He is one of our greatest players. He does have it in him. Oh, you have to be very careful. Woo! That's real close there, Mike. Let's not play this game. Let's not do that. Okay? You're scaring me. Don't do that. Thank you. Shazang, don't do what he did. Don't do that. Don't go in there. Thank you. Shazang is going to try to see if he can rotate this out. Try hard. Another space for him as well here. Inside of the hut. He's got some work to do, man. He's got the Justina, has no eliminations. He has been struggling.
Yeah, Tryhard not really able to find the space that he's looking for as we cut back here inside the realm of Yang. Unfortunately, Zell here again on that Zai. Not that strong of a hero, but Akuma getting locked down. This is the fight we missed out on that I do believe Akuma ends up losing this realm of Yang. Look at this. Zelda coming back around here, able to use the F there, and then Akuma greedily slides back in thinking he's going to take control of the neutral, but Akuma has since been able to cleanse that Yang depletion, so he's more than happy with his slot in life right now. We are down to our last 5 remaining players as Zone 4 begins its collapse onto Zone 5. We've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds left remaining in the match, Dobby.
Absolutely insane to be able to come into that one here. And now let's see if that opportunity really is going to be able to help with everything else that's happening here. Akuma able to dive down and do what he needs to get that finish here. Plays it so well overall and within time. Does exactly what he needs to as Akuma's going to be able to lock it in and really keep the same momentum going as he is able to fly all the way in the air. Akuma back in the same place he was when he just started, and now he has to not get caught in the same space that he did from earlier. Everybody trying to capture him. It's like a Venus flytrap, trying not to get caught in the tough space.
Yeah, the Venus flytrap, like you said, Dobby, these players sense the blood in the water. They're hungry, and they're waiting to collapse on our boy Akuma. The ultimate's going to come to an end. He's got the fan, though. You know Akuma loves him some fan and dagger. He's trying to make the schmoves. He's into the zone where he thinks nobody's going to see him, but that zone tick is crushing, and he might be found out here, Dobby. Looks like he was able to get back inside. Advanced heal doing him a whole lot of favors right now. He's able to get that pot off. He's able to get back into the zone and find the full reset, but players know he's vulnerable. They know he doesn't have his ultimate. He's forced to burn his F2 on the inside yet again, and the chase, the collapse will continue. DRG's Akuma holding on for dear life. He wants to make this game count. He's got 5 eliminations. The scale rush comes in from AOW's Mike. Akuma trying to break the ankles of the entire lobby, keeping it moving. He knows he can come back in here yet again. The problem is those resources are running low, and that zone tick is hitting hard.
Zone tick is definitely going to hit, and it's definitely going to hurt as he has to be very, very careful here, as it looks like that overall is still going to help him over time. And now, with everybody up top here, this is where at the time the gameplay starts to come through. This is where that advantage is going to be for a player like DRG's Akuma or like AOW's Mike. They're still at the top of this leaderboard. They have a lot of confidence going into it. It's really T225 and Tryhard that's on the chopping block. They're really going to need to be able to pop something up. T225 has 4 eliminations. This is the most eliminations he's had this entire last 6 games. So he's finally started to find his stretch, but is it too late though?
Look, T225, again, this is his first day playing, right? It's all a little bit of jitters, right? Every player coming into the stage on their first day can find that. T225, though, he's a little more used to it than these other players because, of course, he does play in the NBPL. But clearly, day one not going super well for him, Dobby. Like you said, though, he has 4 eliminations this game. He's here in Game 6, and he's trying to make it count.
Making it count is the name of the game here, as KLA C25 has his place, so if anybody decides to pull up, it's not going to be the best thing for him, though. He's like, you know exactly what you're about to get hit with if you come this way, buddy. And now Tryhard trying to see if maybe he can get a bow shot in. Was going to try to go for the repair, but he's very up much in the wide open. Definitely does not want to give anybody the free hit, the free headshot at all. Akuma might be getting pushed by T25 up top here. Akuma getting very brave here as Shazang also has his corner slot open as well here. Definitely has a fair angle to do what he needs to. It's definitely the last and final downtime that I think we'll probably have inside of the circle here. Everybody charging and ready to go here. Even within this 30 seconds left for us to get to the next space here, as AOW Mike gets absolutely destroyed by some bow shots from up top. Mike just has to go back towards cover and go towards those re-shields and those re-heals because, man, oh man, that could have ended very, very bad for him in that moment here. But obviously, he's still going to be able to do what he has. He still has a lot of resources, and he still has a lot to be able to keep himself alive during these games. Now, coming back towards the top of the order, though, 5 players alive. Circle starts to close in. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
This is going to get absolutely heated, Dobby. 5 players still alive as Zone 6 collapses onto Zone 7. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left remaining in this match, and everybody going to be forced out into the open. We've got a little fence here. We've got a couple of trees, and that is going to be it for cover. We're going to see the top of that tower being collapsed entirely in here. DRG's Akuma just trying to hold some space here. T225 being forced off of his perch as these players are going to be continuing to try to hold space here. But unfortunately, once this zone collapses, there's going to be nothing left. T225 going to take a bow shot here and find himself out in the middle a little bit. Akuma going to be forced to invest that F2. Akuma, no shields here. He's completely vulnerable. Everybody's going to turn their attention to DRG's Akuma.
Oh!
He's going to land a parry, though, onto Chu Zhang. Doesn't go for the follow-up. Chu Zhang going to be forced to use the F2, the overcomer. Coming out from AOW's Mike. Mike able to land a clutch hit onto DRG's Akuma. Akuma with a little bit of HP left here. He's got to be careful. He's trying to get a pot off, but those range shots are coming through. He's going to be de-ulted from the damage coming in. Chu Zhang going super high here, just trying to get pots off. The grapples continuing to come through, but the higher you fly, the faster the rage is consumed, and that ult is already gone for JDG's Chu Zhang. AOW's Mike in a strong position here, but forced to use the Tiger Leaps. A massive parry coming in, the F2 being invested yet again. DRG's Akuma able to find a full reset now. He's just got to take control of the neutral. He's got to look for those kills. AOW's Mike sends Tryhard flying into the zone, and that zone tick is going to do so much damage to Tryhard. He's able to get to the edge of the zone and find one pot back off. Mike knocked into the zone. He's going to go down. JDG's Chu Zhang sends him back to the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. Akuma with a huge parry onto T225. T225 finally forced to expend the ultimate Dabi. Chu Zhang airborne, trying to make it happen. Tryhard looking for anything. The ult's coming out. He's able to get the freeze. He's airborne here, but he's got to find some eliminations. Tryhard needs to go down and make something happen. Akuma is up above everybody, holding on for dear life. Tryhard eats a huge hit coming in from Hottie. Unfortunately, Akuma picks up the elimination. Chu Zhang parry. T225 picks up an elimination, and we dry it out with 2 players still left alive.
What a hold, what a finish, what a dive bomb of a game in this final one. Everyone lasted till the very, very end. They did not want to give anybody any opportunity for a free elimination or any free points whatsoever. They waited it out towards the very end. They duked it out in as much problems and as much process as possible. They wanted to make sure that, hey, if you're going to come into our games, you have to bring your A game. And a lot of these players locked in that nobody was going to get free kills. Nobody was going to come into this and get anything at all as quick as possible. Got to give a GG's to some of these players here. But it's going to be DRG's Akuma that secures the dub, his second as well.
Look, Akuma been trying to find this one all day, ladies and gentlemen. The consistency's been coming out from him. He's been in that top 3 space every single game, but like you said, coming in, taking the MVP. He's super happy about that performance, especially given that it was his last game here in the group stages. There's no questions, ladies and gentlemen, whether DRG Akuma has qualified to move on.
No question at all. Not a doubt in my mind in terms of how he's been playing. He played such a good game. Got to give it up to Shazang, though. Shazang has been playing a heck of a game as well. He has held on. He has been barred, knuckle, face to face. He has duked it out with many of these players. He has put in a lot of time. Unfortunate for Ryumin. Ryumin came in with a lot of high hopes and expectations. I think he still has a lot to learn, but overall, very big valiant effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming here by itself, the experience is worth it. You're going to learn so much from it, Dabi.
Absolutely, a lot to learn and a lot to garner from it, but DRG's Akuma being the winner for our last and final game isn't expected, though. Absolutely not. A guy like Akuma, he has become a problem for some of these players. For AOW, Mike, he was crying to him. He was like, Mike, please, no. And Akuma was like, ah, as he lost, and he lost his Yank depletion in game number 4. No, it was actually 3. It was amazing to watch here, but it's unfortunate to see here. But still, overall, amazing games from everybody that is a GG. For some of our players that have played from day 1 to day 2, and for some of our players for their first day, they still have a lot to do in order to feel decent going into our next game. For a player like Action, I don't think they got much to worry about.
Oh, absolutely not. Action came in and tore it up today. This man is just like, hey, look, man, my team's doing good in trios. I'm going to come right here in solos and follow it back to back. Or, well, no, sorry, not Action. I'm thinking of Wang Liang, but XCG. But no, J-Team, again, though, no. Action has got a lot riding on his shoulders. No, Action had a wonderful day. No. But he's got a lot riding on his shoulders. You got to remember, he's trying to carry his entire team, who was not able to qualify for trios to the very end here. So Action, you know, you're doing J-Team proud, my man.
Very true. J-Team absolutely proud. Definitely can imagine him screaming at home, watching this and going, let's go Action, keeping J-Team alive, holding it strong. And he says, I got you, I'm holding y'all strong while we're going at it in these 1v1s. And that's hard in general because these solos are not easy. You don't have to ride on anybody. You don't have to. The only person you can blame is yourself. So it's tough to be able to see. But overall, in terms of these games, they've really well played. A lot of the players, even some of the players that were struggling, see them develop and get better with each game over time. Especially for a player like T25, who's at the very bottom, but was able to at least get 5 eliminations, at least get some a little bit higher up there.
Look, he crawled out of the bottom 12 in this game, and that's absolutely huge considering he still has another day to play, Dobby. For some of these other players who are in that mid-range above him right now, their games are done.
That's
so
scary.
for him, all he has to do is climb above 1 or 2 of them, and it guarantees that he qualifies to move on from the group stages.
In reality, this is the best place for T225 to be in, because now he sets his own destiny on him qualifying.
Exactly. It's going to be rough for some of these players, but DRG's Akuma walks away. Ladies, the MVP, 6 eliminations and a game score of 9.3. KLA's T225, 4 eliminations, goes out in, I do believe, second place here, or ties, sorry, for second place. So he'll be walking away with a game score of 7.6. Also tying with him is going to be JDG's Chu Zhang, 3 eliminations and a game score of 6.2. XCG's Wang Liang still finishing it out strong with 4 eliminations and a game score of 4.9, and AOW's Mike walking away with a 4.6, Dobby.
What a strong game for a lot of these players here, still rocking out in the top 5 here, and still at least getting some eliminations and supports on the board, regardless of where they're placed. Still, it's going to be very helpful for them, regardless here. Looking at the standings overall for some of these players here, and there still is a chance for some of these players to do what they need to. But as for a player like Ryoman, his day is done. But Neek still has a shot. So does Tanoshi down at the very bottom with that 2.5. He's got a lot of catching up to do if he's going to see himself qualify. But for some other players, Wowie, Polaris, Hype Nova, they still have a chance. They still have an opportunity, but they have to lock it in for their next day of games. They have to. Now, if we go back a little bit higher, T225 and Zeladic, the same thing. They still have their opportunity. They're a little closer, though. 14 points, 13.1. They have a decent place. But for a player like Tryhard, 24.9, that's it.
He's sitting in a rough spot, Dobby. We're going to come into day 3, and he is going to watch all of these other players duke it out, and he is going to have to watch his position slowly creep down lower and lower. As long as he can maintain that top 12, he's going to come back with another opportunity to take it to grand finals. He's going to head to Chengdu, and he gets a do-over. All of the points reset, and that will be huge for Tryhard.
It's going to be absolutely huge for him as well here, but let's not forget Rostovus with that 28.5. He still has 1 more day. The fact that he did that well in his first day, I can imagine what else he's going to do. But for Shazing and Wang Liang, that's a wrap for the boys. They are done for this day. If we go back to Action and if we go back to Spider, they still have 1 more day. But valiant effort for both Mike and Akuma. I think they're sitting pretty high. They can sit for pina coladas and go to the beach.
Absolutely. Those boys get to take a good day off here, relax, knowing that they're going to be packing their bags and heading to Chengdu. You know, I think for Akuma and AOW's Mike, what they need to do, they're going back to the hotel tonight. Like you said, they're going to get a little drink on, they're going to be Gucci, and then they need to go, hey, we need to coordinate outfits. We need to figure out what we're packing, because we get ready to get on a plane, baby.
We're headed to Chengdu. I don't know what to tell you, man. Chengdu is going to say what's up to us when we arrive. As we look at the replays here for our Game 6 winner, we look at Polaris here, who's able to get that elimination on Superhuman. Same with JDG's just saying here. We're looking at this 3-player battle to all fight and gather to get this one elimination and start a bonfire, all with Woody being the fire. As we look back here as well as Wang Liang fighting it out with Shazang, and Wang Liang ends up catching 2 inside of this fight here. Amazing display as Polaris caught in a tough situation here. Even with the ulti coming out, it still does not matter. He still will find you. He still will clutch it, and he still will become the bully of this story. As he's able to push through with this, still caught on the inskirts of this ulti. It does not matter. Akuma's just that good of a player. He will get that finish going, and he's still just as strong. JDG's Shazang played out of his mind today. He fought hard. He fought valiantly. I can't wait to see him play in his next game. He still has another shot. I believe in him.
Look, Chu Zhang looks like a totally different player from the regular season of NBPL. This is a player we didn't talk a lot about during the NBPL. He qualified to get here through rep change, right? This is a player who now is coming in. He's making some noise, Dobby.
Absolutely making some noise as he's able to do that here and do exactly what he needs to. As Akuma is going to secure that dub, but he played a heck of a game here with 6 eliminations, 21,000 damage. The fan being at least half of that damage, 10,832, but with a Razor Swift, Dual Circle, Advanced Heal, Cavalry Bloom, Short-Handed Weapon Sap, and a Splitter, I think he knew what he was doing.
Look, Akuma has always been a dagger enjoyer. As soon as the fan came out, I don't think there was any question that he was going to be a fan enjoyer, Dobby. And sure enough, it shows here with 10k damage coming in from the fan for Akuma here, 21,000 damage. Just a huge game for him to end the day on.
I think what was great, though, was seeing the dagger versus the fan. I feel like we haven't gotten a real good chance to really observe both the different daggers fighting in such a specific way with 2 really good players like that. Sometimes it's kind of a blowout, but to see both Mike and Akuma go head-to-head, Akuma having the dagger, Mike having the fan, and both of them it out, and that was a decently long game. That was the end of game 5 if you guys was not paying attention. That was a good fight to watch and seeing what the advantage is in having that fan, and that dagger is still a very strong contender when it comes to fighting that man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, here's the thing though, is like for most players, why are you going to take a dagger if you do have the fan? But if you've got certain soul jades, it's absolutely worth taking the dagger over the fan. But it really comes down to
it's the
principle of the matter, says Dobby.
It's the principle.
But oh my goodness, what a good 6 games today, Dobby.
It was absolutely packed. I was going to chance to cast all 6 games here, so I've been here for a minute here, and so far I was really pleased by a lot of the play of some of these solo players here. I mean, y'all know how much I love my solos. Y'all know how much I love my solos. I live for the solos here. So that was a really big treat for me, and to see 2, not 1, but 2. Thorny Roller kills. I just have to bring that up. Thorny Roller being the MVP, catching 2 eliminations. They caught 2 bodies tonight. I'm happy.
We do love to see us some Thorny Roller kills. Absolutely crazy. I mean, the one that happens to Chu Zhang, so unfortunate, right? He gets in the position, he hears it coming around the corner, he's like, I gotta scurry up this wall, I'm going, and he just can't make it in time. It comes around and smacks him in the face, just like we about to smack you in the face with a question. Ladies and gentlemen watching home from Twitch, which of our players came in with the highest score achieved in this match? Was it A, 0-4 score, B, 5-6 score, C, 7 score, or D, 8+ score achieved this match? Lock your answers in for a chance to walk away with one of those lucky treasures.
I think one of the funniest things about the death from Shazang from the roller was the angle, because you don't actually see it coming. You see the wall, you see him looking that direction, and then just boom, it just comes out of nowhere. I think the angle is what made it funnier, and it's what made it better. You didn't anticipate it. You were like, okay, he's kind of standing there a little too long. Boom, and you're like, okay. Well, we tried to warn you. I don't know what else to tell you. So that was a very fun experience to see that here. That was unfortunate for Shazang, but trust me, that did not define the rest of his game and see if they would pop off in 5 and 6.
Absolutely, Dobby. Oh my goodness. Again, make sure you're watching your Twitch whispers, because if you get the answer right on this one, you don't want to miss out on picking up that lucky treasure box. There's a lot of goodies there available for you guys.
Absolutely. All of these great treats are fantastic for everyone, so make sure you guys are paying attention and answering the questions. You don't want to miss out. You don't want to be the one where you get to your homies, you're in the group chats, you're in your Discord, and you see everybody else get it but you. You don't want to be the man that's left out of the game, okay? You don't want to be the guy that everybody has stuff and you don't. I know I don't. And that's unfortunate. I was trying to get a few skins and I missed out. I feel bad. I was one of those guys. Trust me, I was there, so I understand that feeling. I don't want to be that guy anyway. Overall, so far these games are well. Now, for some of these other players, they still have a day 2.
Yep.
Some of these day 2s down at the very, very, very bottom have a lot.
Ooh, it's a big ladder to climb, Dobby, especially if you're all the way down there with a 2.5 from your first day. You're going to have to come in and you're going to have to go absolutely crazy. Not only are you going to have to go crazy, you're going to have to do it in the lobbies with WBG Spider.
With Spider, it's crazy, okay? With Mike, it's kind of like, okay, it's still crazy. But with Spider, it's crazy, okay? That is a big shit to build. You have to pray that you never walk to Spider. You have to pray that you don't get caught in the crossfire with Spider. You can be like, I can fight everybody else but him.
Oh, look, Dobby, it's just like this, right? You stick it and moving, you moving around the map. All of a sudden, you turn one wrong corner. You get hit in the face with that cobweb, and you know.
You get caught in the face with a fan that has cobwebs.
What usually follows up cobwebs is that spider web, and that's the last place you want to be caught when you're in the lobby with WBG Spider.
Oh, you definitely don't want to get caught with all of that. That's where things can get really, really bad. So that's where a lot of that, and that's what we actually talked about yesterday. I actually had a chance to talk, or actually no, I was talking to Ryuman today about it earlier. He was like, every time I land, the first person I saw, Spider, Mike. Every time. Game 1, Spider. Game 2, Mike. Game 3, Mike. Game 4, Spider. I was like, maybe just like go way over here. You know, just go all the way to the right. I don't think they're gonna choose that location. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just unfortunate to get them like 5 games in a row. That's tough.
Look, you gotta go in confident though, Dobby. You can't go in and change up your whole game plan just because WBG Spider and AOW Mike's there.
I understand that, but this is WBG Spider and AOW Spider.
I mean, yeah, but you're here on the big stage. You're competing with the big boys. If you're afraid to compete with the big boys,
I'm not afraid. Just let me, warm up first. I'm not afraid. Who said I was afraid? I didn't say I was scared. I'm just saying, just let me.
Dobby's like, at least let me find a little bit of armor. Let me get a shirt to put on. You know what I'm saying?
Let me get a purple shield, then I'm fighting. I'm ready to go. Like, what's up? Talk to me. What's good? I'm gonna be talking a lot of smack. But prior to that, if I'm like in blue shields, I'm very quiet. I'm gonna be like, hey.
Dobby's like, you can't be coming out in my house and disrespecting me when I ain't even got my shirt on. Like, that's...
How am I gonna fight WBG Spider with a gray shield? Tell me that. Huh? How that makes sense?
Oh my goodness, Dobby. No, I absolutely feel it. It's hard, man. You go out there, and this is the thing, though. This is where some of these CN players have just a little bit of an advantage because they're so used to playing against each other. They know their habits. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're AOW's Mike, you know where Spider likes to drop. Right. If you're Spider, you know where Mike likes to drop. But if you're coming in from some of these other regions, maybe you haven't been doing as much homework. You don't watch the NBPL all the time. Maybe you compete on the weekend, and then the NBPL starts after you finish a tournament. You got to go to sleep because you got to wake up and compete the next morning. You can't be there to watch every single game. You know what I'm saying?
And then you got a fiesta on Tuesday. Right? So then you gotta go and get
oh
food
my
for your family
goodness,
and whatnot,
Dobby.
and then you completely forgot that you forgot to watch the videos, and then by Wednesday you're not peeping out those videos. By Thursday you kind of panicking because now you gotta start studying. By Friday it's time to fight, and guess what? You're in front of WBG Spider. That's crazy. That's really just how that happens sometimes.
Look, and I mean, that's the thing, though, right? He's like, Ryuman's going to have his own habits. He's going to go in. He's going to spawn where he's confident to spawn in. But that's the thing, is you shouldn't really change your habits up too much based on some of these other players, because if you're here to perform on this stage at this level, you should be confident taking that fight against anybody.
See, that's funny that you say that, but we talk about pace. See, that's
there
the
is
difference.
pacing.
You
Yeah.
said that there's been players where they can run at their own pace, but if somebody else has that pace and it's fast, you got to be able to keep up with that pace or slow down. Hit the brakes, buddy.
So here's the thing, though, and I'll call Ryoman out on this one. He comes from EU, baby. They only know one pace. It's W key. Tell me I'm wrong, Davi.
W key. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Look, you might as well take ASW and all that off the keyboard because he only need the one, Davi.
But what happens when the W key becomes like, what happens when the W key, you got to take off the W key and you got to go D key, D key, D key. I got to back up. I don't know if W key's the smart option right now. I don't know if this is the moment that we need to be W keying. As much as I W key and I love it, I think this is the time we got to hit the opposite direction.
Look, sometimes you do got to back off. You got to take a break. But when you're hot dropping, you know what I'm saying? That's the thing you walk into. That's the world you walk into, especially in these final 3 games, right? If you're heading into Firefly territory, you know you're fighting off the rip. It don't matter if you can't see each other's drops, you can't see each other's hero. If you're heading into 3 games back-to-back, you know we're going to be Firefly maps, and you spawn on Fireflies, you know somebody else is going to be right there looking to take that Firefly. They're going to be breathing down your neck.
See, that's what I don't want. I don't want somebody breathing down my neck like a W.
Well, you know what the solution to that is?
Not laying in front of me.
If the kitchen's too hot, get out the kitchen,
That's what I'm saying, and you think I'm crazy. I'm kidding.
But then Ryoman keeps spawning right on the Fireflies, baby. Again, if the kitchen's too hot, get out the kitchen, baby.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you just need to get out of there. You just need to not be in that kitchen. That's what I'm saying. If the bacon is too hot, sometimes you got to sizzle it out.
Especially when you got WBG Spider and AOW's mic in there cooking, baby.
Double pots. They got double pots and double pans, putting in extra sizzles on it. Hella grease. That's all I'm saying. So that, at least for me, I got to stay away from those sections there. But if we go back to the standings again here, what does Hypernova, Polaris, and Wowie need to do?
Look,
What
Hypernova.
is the strategy?
Look, if you're Hypernova, where he is on that leaderboard, he just needs to come in to his day 2 and play his NARAKA. You know what I'm saying? He can't be too focused on what other people are doing. He needs to come play a comfortable Hypernova NARAKA and do what he needs to do. If you're all the way at the bottom, that 2.5, dude, you need to come in. You need to gas pedal all 6 games. I don't care. You need to just blow down AOW's mic, WBG Spider, and say, get out of here.
There's a lot of that moments here as they're going to have to try to play their own game here. But for GG Shaw, same thing, and so does Panaman. Panaman has a chance as well, and he's in 10th right now and currently, so obviously as we go towards that, it's going to be fantastic. But for a player like AOW's Mike, he had a tough day in his first game, but the fact that he was still in close to top, he was still in top 3 with a bad day. He had a bad day, and his bad day was still a top 3 performance. That's still really impressive. And that lets you know that even in his worst days, he still can come through and perform.
Oh, absolutely, Dobby. And again, there's so many players here. Still a lot of work to do. Action Spider, they're beautiful, baby. They can come in and almost take a day off. They can chill out. They can try some new funky experiments and see what happens.
By the way, I need somebody to go take Mike out on a date. He's single! Anyway, coming into this one, though, as we're going to get ready to lock in our first day of December, back at it again. And now it's Christmas time, ladies and gentlemen. As we're going to lock it in for groups A and B for the trios. So, we're going to be able to see groups A for trios finally get a chance to put in some magic. But here is tomorrow's lineup for our schedule. For our maps, we're gonna get back to the back, and the double Morris Isle in the middle, game 3 and 4. But after that, it's gonna be back to the back. That Morris Isle and that hollow and that Morris, the Morris and the hollow and the Morris. That's all it's gotta be in those situations, though. So it's gonna be a packed out day. Trios with an amazing day. If y'all missed out on that, y'all definitely need to make sure not to miss out on day 2, because some people are also on the chopping block, and that desperation means we're gonna get some good games.
Oh, absolutely, Dobby. These players coming into trios, things are going to get wild, bro. I'm excited to see some of these teams we haven't seen play yet either, like DPCQ. They're coming back. This is going to be their second time at Worlds, so they're going to bring in a lot of that experience here as a team, you know what I'm saying? And there's a little difference between a team like NTL, who has tryhard, who as a solos player has experience at Worlds, but DPCQ, they've been here before as a team.
Right. as a team, it definitely does become a different dynamic for sure, though. But there's definitely some other stuff too in terms of some of these teams that definitely are struggling in a different way, like NTL. NTL has been very much struggling. They've been separated a lot. I don't think there's really been enough coordination. I think that they've been really struggling as a team. So hopefully they can really come together. And with Hypernova hopefully having a better performance, maybe he has an opportunity to give up some redemption, regardless of what the results are for not tomorrow, but for the next day of Solo.
Look, I think Hypernova is going to lock it in and make something happen when he comes
He has
back
to.
for
He's
his
got
day
2
two,
chances.
baby. Yep.
He's got 2 chances. So there's an opportunity here. He just has to be able to realize the chance that he has and lock it in. Even with playing with some of the best, some of the players that are locked in, like Action. He got 2 dubs today. He's feeling. Mike's got 2 dubs today. Wang Liang was able to come through out of nowhere and get a surprise dub as well. He was able to lock it in as well. And same with Akuma. Akuma was able to find one at the very end, and he was putting in work. He got at least top 3 placements almost every game.
I'm going to tell you right now that Akuma's been locked in from start to finish. But speaking of locking in from start to finish, we're going to let Jaeger lock it in for another lovely interview.
Yeah, thank you all two casters, and hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Hi, and let our player and coach say hello to our audience.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we finished the whole day. Wow, it's really a busy day. So how you comment on today's matches?
It didn't go very well for me, but me and my coach made up a lot of good strats for the next day, so hopefully I'll qualify.
Yeah, looking forward to your performance. So I would like to know, so did like today's your performance like achieve your expectations before you came to Shanghai?
I did as bad as I thought I would. I'm not as good as them, but I tried my best, and with the help of my coach, the next day will go better for us.
It's okay, just try your best, okay? So what about coach? How you comment on Wee's performance today?
Didn't go quite as well as expected, but there's a lot to learn from the games, and we're confident that he could do better in his next day.
Okay, so we know that after the whole day, so which players give you a big impression in the matches?
Probably Mike. He's really hard to fight against and to run away from, so yeah, Mike.
Yeah. So what about Dimi?
Mike as well, and also the J-Team player.
Yeah, I see. So J-Team, Xin, and Mike really give you a big impression. Yeah,
yes.
I see. And we know that because you just finished the first day, so anything you want to say like to your friends or family or the people support you?
Shout out to all my friends, to Cohen and to Plum, and to Squeaky.
Okay, and for Dimi, I have one professional question about matches, because we know that this year we have the BP, and a lot of solo game players, they said that it's like solo game players now more depend on coach right now. So how's your feeling?
Yeah, with the new pick system, there's a lot more strategy. You can counter pick your opponents better. Because you can already see what they're picking before you have to choose your character.
So coach is also very busy, and we would like to, I think maybe we want to say thank you to coach.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I could not do this without my coach.
Yeah, and last, I would like to know for this J-Cup, what's your ambition?
I will do my best.
Okay, try the best to do the best, okay? Just cheer up,
Yes.
and looking forward to the rest of the game. Okay, thank you for today's interview. Thank you and really want to say good luck. And we will take a break, and we will just be right back later.